אף אחד לא צריך ללכת, אפשר להעביר את הכלי מאחד לשני, לא הלכו לשום מקום. אז זה לא משהו ש... אז כאילו פה לא חוב. פה לא חוב, פיצה. לא, זה ממש לא פיצה. שאפשר לפגל. דוקטור לא בקש טוב. אפשר לפגל רק פה לא חוב. אז יש שני מכירים בו לא חוב. גם לבוא וגם יש לו סליחה. לא חוב לדבר. יכול להביא פה אותו. אפשר פיצה וגם לא חוב. אפשר פיצה. בסדר, מה הוא סובר? מה פתאום? אם זה עבודה שלא מתאים בכלל, אז הוא פועל בפני עצמו. שיש משהו שהוא עושה שפועל בפני עצמו, אז אפשר לפגל. אבל חשוב לי, לפעמים אומר, אבל עליי יש שאלה מה שהוא אומר. הוא אומר לי שכל דבר שזה לא מתאים, זה רק עבודה חשובה, אז אפשר לפגל. אבל יש לי כזה מאוד מנפוס, אנחנו יודעים שאי אפשר לפגל בכבש אחד, זה שיה, אבל שני מתאים. זה עבוד שהיינו מתירו. למה? כי הזריקה בעצם מתירה, השחיקה של הכבשים לא מתאים. הזריקה גם של הכבשים מתאים. אז אם ככה, אנחנו חוזרים להסברה של מיוחד, כל דבר שהוא לא בעצם מתיר משהו, הוא לא מתיר לאכול שום דבר. כמו אצלנו, אני לא פה, אומר לי, לא מתיר שום דבר. סליחה בכלל, כמה שעה, אפשר לפגל את זה כל דבר. עכשיו, אנחנו מדברים של החיים של רחוב, שחד אחד מכבשים, די נכון אחד, כמו שהיה לנו, זה אמרו לנו, זה לא היה לי חמש. היה. הוא לקח אחד זה יכול, כל הסדר נכון. זאת אומרת, יש גם אחרי. אין לי כבר, כמה לבוא לבד, אבל פחות כן לא אומרים. זה לא עבודה שלנו. אז אפשר לפגל. יש לנו דבר שרציתי לפגל, יש לנו מושג חדש שהרבה יותר מאוד, שזה עבודה בפני עצמה, שלא מתחיל גם משהו שמקדש משהו אחר, אפשר לפגל בדבר הזה. כשאתה שומע כבש, זה מקדש את הלחם, לעבוד הקדש, כל העבודות, אז זאת קטגוריה, או להציע משהו, ואז אפשר לפגל במשהו שמקדש. לא טוב. סליחה, סליחה, להסתדש לך. זאת אומרת, מה? נמנס לך, אמרו שצריך כולם. בשתי הכבשים. אי אפשר. או שרשי ורשי, ואחרים מנהלים כמו שמונה. יש סרטון פסח, שאם הכהן חושב שהוא שותף סרטן, שיהיה לאנשים שאין להם שום סתירה, יכול להגיד לבן אדם, שהוא לא חז אי אפשר לשחוט בשביל הכמות הזה, אבל מותר לשחוט בשביל בן אדם שיש לו בריס, וגם בשביל הבן אדם הזה. השאלה, אם הוא חשב קודם על האוכל, האם זה פוסל אותו? כולם להריד, אם הוא חשב קודם על האם יש לו בריס, למה אפשר להריד חשב? אם הוא להריד, הוא לא יכול. בינתיים לא, לא חייבים להריד. שימו לב. עכשיו על כלומר, כאן רק שכח סימן אחד של המילים. את הסימן, הרי בשבילה צריכים לשקול שתי סימנים. את הקנה, את הרכס, בכל הדיסון שכח את הקנה, חתך את הקנה, של חצי מעשה, זה חצי מהמעשה שהוא עושה. פה, האם שיש את זה. ואחר כך הוא שכח עוד, את הקנה היא מוסר. כלומר שקנה זה בשביל המעשה, את הוושת בשביל הרעיס, בשביל הגודס. מה שאלה, הקומפונים, לא שאפשר לסגר, למה בגלל ששליטה זה לא מעשה, חצי המעשה הזה חשוב, מעשה חשוב, אפשר לפגר בזה. מה שאנחנו צריכים לשמור בסכין, ברזל טוב, אבן אחד, בגלל שהסכין של הברזל נותן קדושה לדם. דם סקי מכאן שווה, דם סקי מכאן שווה, הדם מתקדש על ידי הסכין. אז עוד פעם, בוא לקדש, כל העם לא אומרים, ואז אנחנו חושבים את הדבר. כיוון שהסכין כן מתיר משהו, אנחנו חשבנו ששחיטה זה לא מתיר כלום, זריקת הדם מתיר. לא נכון. השחיטה כן מתיר, השחיטה נותנת קדושה לדם. איך אתה יכול לזרוק את הדם? בגלל שזה קדושה מהסכין. בלי קדושת הסכין, אם היית משתמש למשל באבן, לא היית יכול לעשות זריקת הדם בכלל. למה? כי אין את הקדושה בדם. אז הסכין, השחיטה, לכן חייבים לחתוך את שניהם ולפגל בשניהם, כי זה מתיר, ומתיר צריך את השניים. כל עכשיו יהיו עוד קידש שלא צריך לפגל בהמון, זה רק אם זה לא מתיר, זה רק הרבה יותר חשוב לו. עכשיו שחיטה זה הרבה יותר חשוב. לא, שחיטה זה מתיר, זה מתיר את הדם מזרק. לא שמע, באמת בו ממורים, שם קומץ. לפגל בלי הרובנו, בקמיצו, בעבודה הראשונה, ובמה תתחיל, שמחכים לסמוך על כלי, ובהילו כשהולכים למקרה. מה אלא? אם את התור, לכאורה אנחנו מדברים שלוקחים את הקמיצה, ומוליכים אותו למזבח, ואז יהיה קשה, אבל לא, כאילו, למטה. הוא רואה כאן שהוא מכניס, הוא הולך להביא את הכלי, אין לו את הכלי להכניס את הלבוי, אין לו כלי להכניס את הקמיצה. לוקחים קמיצה מכלי גדול, זה ככה, ואז מכניסים את זה כלי קטן. אין לו, הוא הולך להביא את זה מהארון. זה הוילוך, לא רק. עכשיו, בלבוינו אין כלי שני. אתה לא לוקח את הלבוינו ומכניס את כלי שני. אז זה העבודה שרק קמיצה. ואם ככה, הוא יכול לפגל את זה, זה דבר בפני עצמו, כמו שאמרנו קודם. דבר שאין בלבוינו, אז אפשר לפגל את זה. אין את הפויד להכניס את זה כלי שני. יופי, שואל בגמור, ומה אתם כלי? לא, שנותן זה בכלי, ואחר כך הוא הולך. זה הפוך, הוא הולך להביא את הכלי. לא שהוא מביא כלי ואחר כך הולך. ככה הסברת, שהוא הולך להביא את הכלי. כאילו הוא אמר, זה הוא האלה. לא ניקח שניות, אתה צודק. שהוא הולך להביא את הכלי. אבל כתוב, בוא לא התורה, הוא בא להגדיר, בוא לא אוכל לבוא. אם אתה אומר שבכל, גם מה אנחנו אומרים? שבקטרה צריכים לפגל גם בלבוינו וגם בכלי. עכשיו אתה אומר לי, גם בהילוכו אתה צריך לפגל בשתי הדברים, גם בקמיצה וגם בלבוינו. אז למה אנחנו מדברים על השלב הזה? למה אנחנו אומרים, דרך מפגלים, צריכים לפגל בשני דברים, בקטרה. לא, יש שלב לפני זה שגם צריך שני דברים. השלב לפני זה הולכה, אז היה צריך להיות כתוב, כשאתה הולך, אתה חייב לפגל גם בלבוינו וגם בקמיצה. רק הסוף, ההקטנה, צריך לפגל בשניהם. למה? בעצם אותו דבר. כל גש, כאילו לא חשוב, למה אתה הולך? אתה הולך להקטיר. לא אליה התור. לכן אנחנו אומרים להולכה הקטרה. נכון, יש לך נעמי. גם בהילוך צריך לפגל גם להכניס וגם בלבוינו. אבל אנחנו לא אומרים את המילה הילוך, כי ההילוך זה לצורך הקטרה, זה נכלל מהתור. אין לנו אופן, אז כבר אשתי פה, בואי לפה, בואי ל... למה אתה אומר לי שכאן אתה כבר לא יכול לתרץ את זה? לא כתוב כלום, לא כתוב שאפשר לעשות את הדבר הזה גם באלוהים. נתן את החומץ על המזבח, שם את זה על המזבח, על ההתחלה. אבל אתה לא אומר בכלל שזה גם במלוך לא צריך שלא יהיה שתיקה, שהחיבור צריך להשתתף. בואי היי, נושנה, בואי זי, שאלה כמדת, בוא ביניים. ערב טוב רבוי זי, נשמע שמירות לכבוד אותך. רבוי זי, אנחנו עוזים במשנה מתמס אחס מן החלות או יחוד מן הסדוק. הנה, אנחנו כבר מתחילים עם יום שני. יש לנו את 12 חלות, ובאים שרץ של החלות, יש לנו שרץ נט ונגע ושש, וגם בערימה אחת של חלות, שש. שאלת השאלה, האם כל החלות נקבים או רק אלה שהוא נגע? אומרת המשנה, נכנס אחת מן אחת, הוא יכול מן הסדוק, בסדר שלך, אומר, 6 מתוך ה-12. רבי נועים השני יצאו בספסל. חייבים לשרוף את כולם בספסל. איפה? מקום מיוחד, מחוץ לבית המקדוש. יש לנו שאלה אם זה מחוץ. יש מקום אחד שהוא בחוץ, יש מקום אחד שהוא בתוך בית המקדוש. לפי הרמב"ם, מה שנטמע מחוץ לבית המקדוש, נשרף מחוץ לבית המקדוש, מה שנטמע. בסדר. אבל הנקודה זה מקום ששורפים את כל מה שנטמע וכולי. אז רבי אומר ששניהם טמאים, שניהם פסולים, שצריכים לשרוף אותם. שאין קורבן ציבור בכל אי אפשר לחלק בתוך הקורבן. מה שנטמע בצד שמאל, טמא, מה שלא נטמע בצד ימין, צהוב. אבל לפי רבי יהודה 12 טמאים, אומר רבי לא זו מחלוקת לפני זריקו, כל זה השאלה בין כל הסבר רבי יהודה חכמים, זה אם עדיין לא זרקו את הדם. אבל לאחר זריקו, אם זרקו את הדם, התומי מתומו סוי והתו יהיה. מה שנטמע נטמע, ומה שלא, אז אם אנחנו מדברים, אז מה שמסביר שזריקה כאן זו או המזיחים, נלך מהכהנים, או זריקת הדם של השלומים בשבועס על שתי הלכה. הנקודה זה שברגע שנזרק הדם או שהגדירו אותה לבוימה או למזיחים, ולפני זריקים במה הפליגים, ומה השאלה כאן? אומר הפרופטי ציץ ורצה על חילו יסקומים בגי, יש לנו את הציץ. והאם הציץ יכול לשפר את המצב של דברים שנאכלים והם טמאים, האם אתם יודעים שהציץ מרצה והציץ מחבר כאילו מכשיר דברים תרומה, שאם יש תרומה של הכהן הוא איזה שוחט, הוא עושה את העבודה, הוא טמא ותומרתו בציבור ובקומקומן או בפסח וכולי, הציץ עובד לעשות את זה. האם הציץ גם יכול לתת לך לאכול את האוכל הטמא? לא את האוכל הטמא, אלא את שאר האוכל שיש לנו בעיה של תרומה. אז רבונן צברי, הציץ מרצה על האכילוס, שהזריקה מועילה על ידי הציץ שמרצה, זרק שאפשר לאכול את שאר הלחמים. ברור שאי אפשר לאכול את הלחם הטמא, למה? לזה יש פסוק מביא רש"י, זה אי אפשר לעבור על הפסוק הזה, והפסוק שהיא גם כל מיני לא יהיה. ברגע שבשר נטמע או לחם נטמע, הוא לא יאכל אסור לאכול. שאלה על הלחמים האחרים. אומר רבי ובגד רב נוסף החופש, שואל אותו רבונו, לא יודעים, משהו עולה על המזבח, למשל, הדם והקמיצו והציץ מרצה, הלא יודעים שאנחנו יודעים שהציץ מרצה, אתה לא צריך לשים את זה שם, אבל אם שמת את זה על המזבח, את הקוימץ, שתונה, הציץ מרצה, ועדיין יש מחלוקת סניו, כמו אנחנו נראה תוסיפים, ידועים ושניהם יוסי בתרומה, הנה, שוב, בדיוק אותו דבר כמו שראינו בלחם הטוב, הנה, יש לנו את השני תוסיפים למטה שתי השפות האלה, מלאים לבוינו, ויש לנו שתי ערימות של לחם, ומה קרה? בואו נראה, החבר'ה כדי שעוברת שמה, כבר המת נגע בכף אחד, אז האם זה עובר לכף השני, מתמור אחד מן הבוסיכין, רבי יהודו אומר שניהם יוסו בתרומו, אומר רבי יהודו ששניהם נחשבים טמאים, ועושים שניהם, כפי שאין גורם ציבוכו, אי אפשר לחלק עם גורם ציבוכו, זאת אומרת, מחר בלבד, והחכמים אומרים, התור בתרומו עשו, והתור בתור עשו, לא נכון, אי אפשר לחלק. רבי יהודה, אם אתה צודק, רבי יהודה היה צריך להודות כאן, שעשו בתמות, טוב, או איזו מרש"י, תשמע, לא אם אין אפילו שיר את הכל בתקופה שעוד כל הרביות ידעו. רבי אומר שאם יש לנו 12 שבטים, ובוא נגיד שאחד נחשבת צמאה, וכל השאר השבטים הם טובים, אז שאר השבטים יכולים לעשות את העבודה בתרומה, אפילו שהם לא רוב של השבט. בוא נגיד שבט רובין, רובם 51% משבט רובין בפנים, אז לשבט רובין מותר לעשות את העבודה בתרומה. אבל שבט שמעון, שהם לא טמאים, הם גם יכולים לעשות את העבודה בתרומה. למה? שבט רובין. לפי שאין קורבן לסיסים וחולו, ברגע שאנחנו אומרים על חלק אחד שזה קשר לעשות ככה, אז גם כל החלקים של כלל ישראל. אנחנו אומרים על חלק אחד, על ערימה אחת של לחם, שזה מותר, אז גם החלק שלי. בוא חמאי, מה זה קשור לזה? למה אתה אומר לי שהבורדו של הציץ ולא מרצה? זה המחלוקת, שאלנו, מה המחלוקת מרמית וחבר, ואמרנו שזה קשור לציץ. לא קשור לציץ בכלל. לא מרבית את הזמן, לא שיודע כל מיני דברים, ידועים בשניהם יש לו בזה 20, כל מה שקוראים לזה בכל אופן. אנחנו אומרים, הסומק, כמובן והדור יופי, יש לנו שתי ערימות של לחם, ויהודה אומר, צריכים לשפוט 12 לחמים, שתי ערימות, אי אפשר לחלק בין התרומות. כמו אומרים, אתה דוגמאות באותו יום, בסוף, זה נכון, שאנחנו הולכים להציץ, לפי שאין הציץ מרצה, על החילש מבוהן, למה לא מובן בכלל, המושג הזה, ציץ. אתה רק אומר לי שלא מחלקים, שקורבן ציבור לא מחלקים. למה אתה לא אומר לי? הציץ מרצה, הציץ לא מרצה. אלו, יוזמו, חרנו, בואו, בפי, של, יהודו, טוב, הוא קיבל את זה בסוירו, שאין קורבן ציבור חולו. עובדה זה, כך הוא למד, רבי פרנס כל הדורות, שתהיה לזה יהודו, שלא מחלקים, זאת אומרת, ברגע שהמצב הוא ככה ואחד, אז אנחנו משאירים את אותו מצב בהכל. אם 6 לחמים טמאים, אז כל ה-12 לחמים. התוידו, אומרת המשנה, התוידו מפגל את ססלך, אמרו ישראל, מתי מביאים תוידו? בן אדם קרא לו נס. קרא לו נס. יצא מביס האסורים, מהכלב, היה לו איזו מחלה, והוא התרפא. אז הוא צריך להביא 2 כבשים ולחמים. אמרו ישראל, הנה, קבלו סרטון. איך הוא יריד את הארץ שם? עוד חקירה, עוד חקירה. אז הוא קם, הולכים מבוריוס, הוא בים, הוא עושה את הכל. הוא גם היה חולה, הוא גם היה בים, גם במצרים וגם בכלא. את כל הארבע. הוא חולה לאורך חמוד. זה טוב. אז אומרת המשנה, הטוידו מפגס הלחם, והלחם אינו נפג גינס הטוידו. שימו לב. קודם כל, כשאחד מביא טוידו, הוא מביא איתו 40 לחמים. מה זה פיגול? פיגול זה, הוא חושב בראש שלו, שהוא יאכל את זה אחרי הזמן שמותר לו, שזה יום, אם מותר לו לאכול את זה יומיים, הוא חושב שיאכל את זה בעוד 3 ימים. תוך כדי שהוא שוחט את הטוידו, הוא חושב שיאכל את הטוידו אחרי הזמן שמותר. ואז מה שקורה זה שהאיסור הזה של פיגול עובר ללחם. הטוידו מפגל את זה ללחם. מה שהוא מפגל, שהוא אומר בראש שלו שהוא יאכל את זה אחרי הזמן הנכון, זה עושה את הלחם גם. והלחם, אבל אם הוא חושב שיאכל את הלחם הזמן שמותר, אז אין לזה שום השפעה. הנה, יש צוחק עליו בלשון, זה לא ראיתי אפילו, זה מצחיק. כאילו אין לו השפעה על הכבש. הטוידו בגרס זה לחם, זה הולך מהבהמה ללחם, אבל לא מהלחם לבהמה, והלחם מיובא איזה כיצד. שוחט את הטוידו ואיך ממנו למוחו, הוא שחט את תודה לאכול את זה מחר. הנה, כתוב במפורש במשנה שמותר לאכול את זה מחר. אם והלחם פוגולים, אז הכל נעשה פיגול. זאת אומרת, אם אוכלים מהלחם או שוקלים מהבהמה, אז חייבים קורס. לאכול מן הלחם למוחו, אבל עם הפיגול שלו היה רק על הלחם, הלחם מפוגל מהטוידו מפגלס. זה רק עובד על הלחם, זה לא עובד על הטוידו. הכבוסים של שבועס מביאים 2 כבשים עם 2 לחמים. הנה שבועס, 2 שלומים עם 2 לחמים. אז אם אתה חושב פיגול על הכבשים, בגינס הלחם זה הורס את הלחם. הלחם ובגינס הכבשים אותו רעיון. אם אתה חושב פיגול על הלחם, זה לא מפגל את הכבשים. והגמרא תסביר שהעיקר זה הכבשים ולא הלחם. כיצד? אז שלא נגיד את זה כמו זה נכון למוח. אחד שוחט את הכבשים, ובראש שלו שהוא יאכל את זה אחרי שבועס. אין, והלחם מפוגל את הכל נעשה פיגול. גם זה הלחם למוחו, אבל אם המשוואה שלו הייתה רק על הכבש, הלחם מפוגל והכבשים היו מפוגל. כן? סוגיות מתפגלות היום. מה הייתה אינו? הנה משום דרב כהנא דאמר רב כהנא מנין לחם. איך אתה יודע שלחמים נחשבים לקורבן תודה, שנאמר והקריב על זבח הטוידו חלוץ. לשון מעניין מאוד, והקריב על זבח הטוידו חלוץ. זאת אומרת שהחלות הן טוידו, הטוידו חלוץ. יופי, אז אם הוא חושב על הלחם, הוא מפגל את הלחם, למה זה לא מפגל גם את הקורבן? הרי הלחם גם נחשב קורבן טוידו. לא בקש, זה לא קשה. לחם טוידו, טוידו יקבי לחם. הלחם נחשב, אבל הטוידו לא נחשב לחם. אז זה רק עובר דרך מהטוידו, זה עובר ללחם, אבל לא מהלחם לטוידו. זה לא נתנו לי הכבוסים מפגס הלחם, הלחם מפגס הכבוסים, לחם, איך אשכחם דקרים כבוסים? למה אנחנו אומרים את זה בכבשים? אומר לי שאחד נקרא ככה ואחד לא נקרא ככה, זה השם שלו, איך אנחנו רואים שהלחם נקרא כבש. אלו, היינו טעים לו, אז מה באמת הרעיון? שאפשר להגיד גם בשתי לחמים בשבועס וגם בלחמי טוידו. היינו טעים לו לחם גלל טוידו ואין טוידו גלל דלחם. מה הכוונה? אומר רש"י, טוידו איתו מכיוון שהעבודה וגם הכבשים בשבוס הם העיקר. והלחמים, וכן, כל הלחמים, זה כבר הכופר. למה דשחית הסטוידו מקחת שלו ללחם? מה מקדש את הלחם? מביא את זה לקדושה של קדוש סגוף, זה השחיטה של הטוידו. אגב, קורבנו מלמד שאין הלחם קודש אלא קדושית. זהו, זה לא נעשה קדוש, אלא קדושית הקורבן. וכן לחם קודש בגלל כבוסים, וגם בגלל הלחם בשבועס, בגלל הכבשים, שחית כבוסים קיץ ולחם, אלו, היינו גם בגלל המלכות. לחם בגלל כבוסים, וכבוסים בגלל לחם. הוא צריך שתי המקרים, גם של טוידו, של קורבן טוידו, וגם של קורבן שבועס. הלחמים של שבועס. זה בגלל שאין טוידו, אוספו, מפגים בלחם, מפגים בטוידו. אני יכול להבין בטוידו, שזה לפגל את הלחם, אין לזה שום קשר לטוידו, זה גלופו. מכיוון שבקורבן טוידו אין מצווה להרים את הלחמים ביחד עם הקורבן, אז הם לא קשורים אחד לשני. אבל חוסים, אבל בשבועס, זה לזה בגלופו, חייבים לעשות גלופו, אימו, מפגים בלחם, מפגים עם חוסים. אז מכיוון שעושים את התנופה ביחד עם הלחם, הייתי חושב שהם אחד. הלחם והקורבן הם אחד, לכן אם אתה מפגל בלחם, אתה יכול לפגל בקורבן, כל מה שאומר לא, בשניהם אי אפשר. כל מיני רבלות אומרה, שואל רבלות אומרה, שואל כדסת טוידו, לאכול כזייס ממנו, ומלחמו לבוכו מהו. הוא רוצה לקחת כזית אחד, הוא מחלק את זה, חצי כזית מהבהמה, וחצי כזית מהלחם, ביחד יש לנו כזית, האם יש גם פיגור? בואו נראה מה שיש לזה. אני כבר רואה שיש גם חצי כזית מהבהמה בצד שמאל, וחצי כזית מהלחם בצד ימין. עכשיו הוא חושב לאכול את שתי החצי כזיתים האלה, הנה אחד יותר חום בצד שמאל, ואחד יותר ירוק בצד ימין, זה לאכול את זה מחר, אסור לו לאכול מחר. האם יש כאן צירות? מה אומר זה? לפגעו לאיתוידו למבואי לי, זה ודאי שאי אפשר לעשות את החורבן פיגול. השתו כולו עם מלאכו למפגו, זה כבר אמרנו במשנה, שאתה לא יכול ללכת מהלחם והבהמה. אז אפילו עשית כזית שלם מהלחם, הבהמה לא נעשית פיגול. אז ודאי שזה חצי כזית מהלחם, כי הרי חסר לך חצי זית, כי הרגע עשית חצי זית מהבהמה, ועוד חצי זית מהלחם. עכשיו, זית שלם מהלחם לא עובד, אז ודאי שחצי כזית מהלחם לא יעבוד. כי גם מבואל, ממנו מלאכנו מבואל, ודאי שזה יעבוד. מבואל נפגעו ללחם. האם זה יעבוד בנוגע ללחם כפי שאתם אומרים בציוטה? אולי החצי כזית של הבהמה תצטרף ביחד חצי כזית של הלחם, ביחד יש לנו כזית שלם שיפגל את הלחם. מצטרף הטוידו לפגעו ללחם אלוהי, עלי יחזו הלחם הפוגול והטוידו לפגלס, כן, הלחם נעשה לא מסוים, אבל הקורבן לא. שואל כמו במעלה, יש לנו גם באופן חדשות המלכים. ומה המפגל? זאת אומרת, הטוידו, הוא זה שמפגל את הלחם. הקורבן, הבשר מפגל לחם. הלחם לא מפגל בשר. ומה המפגל, מספגל, הקורבן שיכול לפגל את הלחם. לא מפגל על ידי הלחם, הלחם לא יכול לפגל אותו, אבל לא מפגל, אז הלחם לא מפגל, שהוא הצליח לפגל את הבשר, אלא מי שלא יספגל, ודאי שהלחם בעצמו שהוא חלש לוש, ודאי שהוא בעצמו לא מפגל. עוד פעם, אם הקוינס הוא חזק, הוא הזה שמפגל את לחם, הוא בעצמו לא מפגל על ידי הלחם, אז הלחם בעצמו שהוא חלש, שהוא לא יכול לפגל את הבשר, אז אולי שהוא לא יכול לפגל את עצמו. אני אמרו לי גם יכולים להיות דאגרנו, היינו אומרים לי גם יכולים, אבל אני אגיד לך היה שלא הוא מה זה לא יכול? היה סיפור, רבו יסי, מייסי של סמוכים בבנות. שזור כמה שחבר לצמוד היה בן אדם שרצה לאסור משהו, דבר שלא שלו. הוא הוציא לכאורה דברים לכרם של החבר שלו. ומה זה? לפני חכומי באוסוס הזרועים והתירו את החומי. אם אתה זורע בכרם של השופר, תספוד על זה, כלומר זה כבר דברים יוצאים. ומה זה לפני חכום באוסוס הזרועים והתירו את החומי? כיוון שיש מושג שלא דברים אוי סבבה של משהו רע, אני לא יכול להיכנס לאסור משהו שזה נמשך. מה זה? אז חכום אמרו שכל מה ששתלו באמצע אבל זאת ולא עשו, בגלל שאני לא יכול לאסור משהו שלא שתו. למה? אלה מכמה פנו שאתה גמרא, זה אותו דבר כמו אותו דבר, כלומר, ומה האויסר הגפן שאוסר את התבואה או מה ששתו שם? אין נעשה את הגפן בעצמו, אמרנו שמה שהכוונים לא לזה, אבל לאסור. הזרעים שבנים לאסור בגפן לא עושה, הם לא הצליחו לאסור בגפן, ילדים שלא ידעת שהוא עצמו, לא יהיה בעיה שלו. מה הקשר שלו? אוסו, כאן בו יצלו אוסו טוב. התורה אסרה כלום, זה כאילו לכם בעברית, כאן בו יצלו. כרגע לכם בעברית, זה מה שמשנים, כן? כאן בשאר זרועים ורבון לעשות. אבל שם הדברים, התורה רק אסרה מדאורייתא את החיטה, את הקלקוס, את הלוק. אבל שאר זרעים לא. היידו איסור רבון, אז הבן שעשה את האיסור הוא הזה שסובל, סובל את הכלל. היידו לא, איסור רבון, הוא שלא, אז לא. הוא לא אוכל, גם כאן זה עם הסוגיה, שנגיד זה הכל משם זה שונה. נגיד מה זה לא לעשות? הוא לא דומה. אבל לא זה שעת רק משהו אחר. חשוב לתת קודם אותו דבר, אבל מי ששופט כבשים, ואנחנו זה היזמן מול מלאכנו, אנחנו מדברים על שפוץ, לא על טוידו, כמו שהוא דיבר. אותו דבר, טוידו, כל טוידו יש לחמים, גם לשלומים ושפוץ יש שתי הלכת. אז הוא עושה אותו דבר. הוא לוקח חצי גזעית מהשלום, בראש שלו, כמו שאמרנו גם, אותו דבר. וכאן כתוב טוידו, במקום טוידו תכתוב שלומים של שבועס, מקום הרבה לחמים, זה שתי לחמים. בואי נראה את הדבר הבא. השואל הזה תפוס מלך כל הכיסה יזמאים עם לך. חצי זית מהכבש, חצי זית מהלחם. יפגעו לתפוס את הלחם מבואים, בוודאי שהלחם לא יכול לפגר את הכבשים. כל זה אנחנו נפגעים. זה אותו דבר בבוא ישראל, אנחנו נצסים מהר. זה 15 שבועות. יפגעו לתפוס אם לא יתקום מבואים, שהלחם יתפגר את הכבשים, זה ודאי שלא רעש. כל מיני אנחנו נפגעים. אם יש זית שלם של הלחם, זה ודאי לא מפגר את הכבש. מעבר מולך מבואים. אבל השאלה, האם אפשר לצרף אסטציה? בואי נפגעו סליחה. ולך מבואים. מעבר מולך מבואים, אם זית שלם מהלחם לא מפגר את הכבש, זה ודאי. חצי זית מהלחם, ביחד חצי זית מהכבש. לא סייג. בואי נפגעו ללחם. שלה, עם הכבש, כל לחם מהלחם, את הלחם, חברה, אומנם חשב לעצמו שהוא על הלחם, לא מלא שבוע, סתם, לחם, האם יש בזה מלא, עשו על החיבור, במקרה הזה, הלחם נעשה, רק בסוף, שלא יגבור אותו גם חבר וכמה חברים, מה מבגר משחק, אם הכבשים שיכולים, שמותקים לעשות חיבור, ללחם בעצמם לא מתפגרים, אבל לפגר, אז הלחם לא יתפגר, ודאי שהלחם לא יתפגר. אני גם חושב שהגל העניין של דבר, ודאי כי רמז גם שזו מכאן שלה או שזה לא קוראים לו באחד בצרה, זרעים של מכרם של החבר שלו, במים, ובויבר. הדבר הוא שמשהו בצרה אסור והכרם כפור. למה משהו בצרה יהיה אסור? ומה העניין אומר, ישראל נזר, אם הגפן שבא לאסור, לא יכול לאסור, אבל לא לאסור, לא עושה איזשהו להכניסה. ודאי שהזרעים לא עוד הגמורת, גם יצאו כל יש דרך שאר זרועים רבנו להסיק. עכשיו לא משהו שאתה זה רק נורא, זה את הדברים לרבות. אז לא איסור לתורה בו, מי שעושה איסור, אנחנו חושבים אותו. זה לא איסור לתורה בו, אבל הבית של הכרם לא מקבל קנס, לא עושה שום דבר. זה לא עבור סוגיה, זה משהו במוסר, אתה לא עושה. תכלס, הכל פיגל שנעשו. אז הכל ידעו פה שעושים. עכשיו, את כל הסיפור היה לו פעם, גם הכל וגם הכסף. אז אם אתה אומר שהשאלה שלו בלא היה על נוידו, אז ודאי שהשאלה שלו הכוסים ועל שמוש, ועל הכוסים בדיוק זה דובו, אבל מה נכנס בכוסים? כוסים זה וכבשים שחייבים לעשות תקופה, כמו שראינו אותם בקמיאנסקי, מביאים את הכבש ביחד עם הרחמים, אז הלחם והכבש הם אחד. אז לכן אפשר לעשות ביטול אחד לשני. אבל לא יזכו זה טובו לא. גם שלא צריכים לעשות תקופה של הקוידות יחד עם לחם, אז הם לא אחד, הם לא נחשיבו אחד. הוא אומר דני אומר לה בסוגי בואי לא סיסי, בואי נסים אבל לא נקרא, לא זה שואל אותה, השואל את המסכר וסתנו, זה איזה חבר לו. הוא רוצה, הוא שוחט כבש, ולאכול, יש לו שני כבשים של שבועות, ובכבש אחד הוא רוצה לאכול יחד, הוא עושה זית אחד, צירוף של כבש והחבר שלו. עכשיו נשאלת השאלה, מה זה החבר שלו? האם החבר שלו זה הכבש השני? יש לי בעיה. למה? כי כל כבש חצי מהמתיר. גם אני יכול לאכול את שתי הלחם, אבל בשתי כבשים אני מקטיר שתי כבשים. אז כל כבש הוא 50% מהמתיר. עכשיו זה כבש לחם כזית, זה חבר לא יגמור אותו. מה השאלה? החבר או כבש משמע, האם החבר של הכבש הזה זה הכבש השני? ולא מבגל, אפשר לעשות דיוק ככה, למה? כל אחד זה מצימת, ובגלל לחם משמע או הכוונה זה שעושה שתי הכבשים, רוצה, החבר שלו זה לא הכבש, החבר שלו זה הלחם. רוצה לפגל את הלחם, ואז זה לא מצוין, יש לך כבשים ששותים. זה לחם. או שיש לך כבש אחד שחוט, לפי רמר, חצי מת ומפגל. אתה יכול לפגל על חצי מת, או רייטניס, או לא, שוחד, אתה מבין, או חור, שוחד אחד מהכבשים עם מחשבה לאכול, מהכבש מחר, זאת אומרת, ביגוד החברים פה, זאת אומרת, הכבש השני פשוט לאכול, תפרידו למוחו, כאן ביגוד החבר שלו, והכוונה זה הכבש השני, למה? מתיר אחד לא יכול לפגל את המתיר השני. אנחנו חברים כבש מצחיק. הנה, פתאום עכשיו אמרנו חברים, לא תצטרך אחרי זה. זה עושים שהוא אמר חברים, הוא לא מתכוון ללחם, הוא מתכוון לכבש. אתה אומר לו, פה משפור החברים כבש. אולי, הכוונה היא, הוא עצמי מה, את המילה כבש, חבר כבש. אתה אומר את המילה חבר לבד, אתה יכול לשאול, הכוונה ללחם. לא ברור מה היה הכוונה שלו. זה לא ברור, הוא עוד המשנה. הזבח מפגל צמסון, יש שתי קורבנות שמביאים יין איתם, זה אוי לו ושלום. אז אם אתה מפגל בקורבן, בוא נגיד שלומי, זה יותר קל, שלום זה באמת אותו פנית. כשאתה מביא קורבן שלומי, אתה חושב לעצמך שאתה רוצה לאכול את השלומי זה כל שלוש שנים, אתה הלכה לאכול שלומי במים, אתה חושב לעצמך שאתה רוצה לאכול לבוא שלושה ימים. אז זה מפגל גם את היין, אפילו שלא אמרת משהו על היין, כיוון שהיין בא ביחד עם הקורבן, אז זה נעשה ביקור, אז זה לא מוכן לנסות למצוא. שמה שמקדים, אם אתה שם את היין תוך כלי, זה נראה הקדוש, שזה בוק. ואז אתה יכול לאסור. ואני אסור שמין מפעל לסזרה. אבל אם אתה חשבת משהו ספיגו על היין, זה לא מפגל את הקורבן.
As a comedian, it's important to ask questions and be aware of your surroundings. So maybe that's the first thing you should do tonight when you go home. Just ask your sister what she does that allows her to support you. That part.
Does it seem like she's doing pretty good?
Yeah, she does.
All right for herself. Does she leave the house to work, or does she lock her bedroom door? Do you get a lot of Amazon wish list stuff?
No. She leaves nothing like that. Nothing like that. She leaves the house. So at least you're aware of something.
You've never seen her in any kind of uniform of any kind or anything like that.
I think it's something that.
You think she's in the tile business? You think she's moving tile or no?
It's a lucrative business.
Is she putting on a lot of makeup before she leaves?
Yeah, what? Yeah. You like, do you
even when she come home? Your sister?
What time does she come home?
Do you have a room or a couch?
I have a room. Wow.
Oh, wait, so she got a 2-bedroom minimum at least.
Yeah. This is an interesting
She's balling in LA with a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
Does she got a man? You don't even know.
What? Is she even your sister? Have you taken over someone's apartment?
Yeah, has she ever come
I know
home?
she did have a boyfriend that was like, he's like a 6'4", 250-pound guy for a while, so I haven't seen him in a while. So.
What do you do for fun in Los Angeles? What's your favorite thing about LA that you didn't have in Reno? Keon, I don't know if stand-up's really your thing. No, I'm kidding. Have a nice day, buddy. There he goes. Keon Brown, guys. He's on Twitter at B2KS Manager. Keon Brown, bringing a little bit of that Reno energy.
Shit, man.
Yeah.
You've been around
That's a Reno attitude. I don't ask questions in Reno.
Yeah.
That's witness protection program.
Like they have some weird motto or something.
Yeah,
Biggest little city in the world.
Biggest little city in the world.
Nicest sisters on the block.
That's funny. Okay. This is another name that makes completely no sense, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Jacques N. Tonme.
So I was walking with this kid who's 20 years old, and we were walking by a poster of NWA, like straight out of Compton, and he asked me, "Is that the Fab Five?" And I was like, "No, that's like you don't even know history. You don't know our history." He was like, "No." What I think is interesting about like straight out of Compton is like you can think about it as like the story of these like hardcore kids who came up in the 80s, or you can think about it as like the beginnings of a bunch of black billionaires. You know, like it's weird, like that. It's almost it's like the start of
Test.
it's like the Steve Jobs story. You know, like it's weird. Like I feel like I want to see, like like people complained in that movie about like how they didn't show Dr. Dre abusing women, and then I'm like, look, it's a movie that he produced. Okay, like I would have thought it's like weird that he was in Harvard.
Fuck yeah. How's it going, Jacques?
All right, how you doing?
What is your last name? I'm saying that wrong.
It's Ntoma.
Ntomai?
Ntoma.
You don't have no girlfriend, huh?
No, I don't.
I can tell you don't. I can tell you don't.
You sound like the other guy on the phone call that he was, No, this is one of my favorite actors. I loved you at the end of Tales from the Hood. Just for one person right there. Now, I say that.
I fucking love
That's
that
you
movie.
and the fucking right hook to a friend like that. Wow. Reference. I love that movie too. He said Nicholas. It's like Clarence Williams.
What'd you just say?
Oh no, I don't even know that.
Right.
You don't know Tales from the Hood?
That's because I'm blacker than you.
And that's why your Straight Outta Compton didn't connect, because you don't know shit about that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something.
You look like
You're very interesting. You're intelligent. I could listen to you talk about anything. It was like the beginning of a TED Talk.
As a TED Talk.
TED Talk, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you just got to get to some jokes. You're a smart guy. You can weave a joke in there. Just weave a punchline in there.
Yeah.
Just work on your comedy because you have a great delivery.
Yeah,
I was parallel thinking there. I was like, as a TED Talk by Dr. Cornel West. That was
Yes, exactly. This is Cornel West's son. Your son is this illegitimate child right here.
You're likable and interesting. You just need some comedy.
I've been doing it 4 years.
4 years. All in LA?
No, I moved here 5 months ago.
From where?
Austin.
Austin.
What's your sister do?
I don't know this.
But if she did, I bet you'd know.
You're an only child, huh?
No, I have a brother.
Oh, you have a brother? Older brother? Younger brother?
How much material?
So how many times did you get beat? I know you whooped your ass, huh? No? For real?
Yeah, no one's gonna beat him. He's so likable.
Yeah, look at him.
Your brother didn't beat you up?
Yeah. You can't beat up somebody just for reading.
I don't know.
Tiffany, I feel like you want to beat him up just to show him what it's like.
Yeah, he didn't have no real sibling. He didn't get his ass beat.
What you did now, it's straight out of Compton. How did it really make you feel?
Well, I just think, like, to me, I actually haven't seen it.
That makes so much fucking sense.
Shock.
What?
Did you hear that sound that just
I did hear that. I let those everyone be.
No, but you have to have a seed of truth to anything you're talking about.
You gotta see the movie, man.
Well, I think for me it was more. Well, I won't argue with the show.
Well, you can't. Let me tell you this. Here's what you can't argue with. You can't argue with the fact that 50 people didn't laugh.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that you can base anything on. It doesn't matter what we say.
Yeah.
All that matters is that 50 people didn't connect with you.
I can always argue.
I know, that's what you do.
Yeah.
When you said that you don't know about American or history, you should probably add the tag American history for the drink.
Okay, little friend, we need to eat today. It's time for the shakita. Hi, hello, I am you from the future, meaning from tomorrow, and I'm hungry. What? I regretted eating that entire muffin yesterday. By the way, it was delicious. It doesn't make sense. You, meaning me, travel back in time just one day? Just do the shakita. You take the right leg today, but leave the left leg for me, meaning you, for tomorrow. Nice. Okay, the left leg going to you, and it's be a pickle. That's your business, not mine. Thanks. Big Sequoia. I'm off to eat. Goodbye. So the right leg is for me today. The left leg is for him tomorrow. Meaning for me. Wait, if I made the left leg piggle, is the right leg still kosher to me?
גם השמאל מתבגר, לא צריך לחשוב על שזית גם מהימין וגם מהשמאל מעלים. עכשיו, תראו, מי זה עולה? הנה רבונו, אפילו בעצמם, הרי רבונו אומרים, אם אתה עושה פיגול בימין, או אתה עושה פיגול בלחם אחד, ובלחם השני, זה תולד בלי שנייה. אז גם כאן, בימין זה לחם שני. לא צריך שניהם, זית בשניהם, עכשיו זית באחד, זה כמו בשני. אלא פשוט לא יועץ, זה לא פתרוניות. מי אמרו שמחר אם אתה אומר שנחשב חתיכה אחת, דבר אחד, שהוא עבור סטארט, לכן חצי זית מכאן, החצי זית מכאן והחצי זית מכאן, והיער פנימי והיער משמאל, בצפון היער שמאל, אם אתה אומר שהיער פנימי והשמאל נחשבים כמו שני דברים קטנים ואם מצטרפים, אז מה פתאום שיצטרף כמו הלחם לא מצטרף? אם זה שתי לחמים שונים, אז השני לחמים לא מצטרפים. זאת אומרת, אז תשמעו מה שקורה פה. אנחנו עכשיו אומרים, זה לא רבונות, זה לא רביוסי, זה שיטה שלישית. עכשיו בעצם מה שהגמור מתעסק כאן זה איך זה יכול להיות שיטה שלישית של רבי. כמו מי רבי סובר בנושא שלנו, רבי לא יכול להמציא שיטה חדשה ואז לחזור לקושיה האורגינלית. זאת אומרת, מה אני רבי? יש כאן שיטה אחרת, כמו זה לא. השמן זה כבש, לאכול חצי זית אחד לסוף, וכן חברס, לאכול חצי זית אחד לסוף. יש לנו איזושהי תמונה יפה פה, יש לנו כאן שתי לחמים שישבו, שני כסים שישבו, שני שלונות שישבו. שוחט את הכבש מספר אחד, וחושב על לחם מספר אחד, שהוא יבחר מהלחם הזה חצי זית, שזה חצי שיעור, ומחר, בוא נראה, חצי זית. ושהוא שוחט את הכבש מספר 2, הוא חושב שהוא יוכל מלחם מספר 2, חצי כזית. סך הכל יש לנו זית שלם. האם זה פיגול או לא? אומר רבי, זה אפס. אני לא אומר, השם מסתכל לסדפר חצי זית מכאן לזור, וכן חברו, מה זה לכם חברו? אפשר לעשות מבינים, חברו זה החבר שלו, הכבש. ולאכול חצי זית מכאן לזור. רבי לא אומר, ומעניין שזה קושי. כאשר למחד, מה זה אומר? זה אומר שמותר לו לאכול את הלחם, מותר לו לאכול את הכבש, זה גם פיגול בכלל. כל כבש וכבש זה 50 פיגול. כדי לאכול את הלחמים צריכים לשחוט ולהקריב את שתי הכבשים. אז שתי הכבשים הם המקריבים. זאת אומרת, כל אחד מביא חצי עדר. עכשיו, בכל מקריב עשית חצי שיעור, אז זה נגרם לשוויון. ככה קרה. לא עשית פיגול גם. זה לא בגלל לא מחצי חצי, בגלל שבכל כבש וכבש בוא נראה את התמונה עוד פעם, שבכל אחד יש חצי כזית, אבל לא אמרתי כזית זה שתיהם, משנה קצת הלשון, לא בחצים ואחד, זה חצים מספר 2, אלא אומר כזית שלם ושתיהם, שינוי בלשון, אז זה כן מצטרף. יש גם מחשבה טובה שמצרפת את השיעור, יש לנו שיעור שלם. זה יפה מאוד שהצאת והבאת לנו שיטה חדשה שקוראים לזה רבי. אבל רבי צריך להכניס את השיטה שלו, את עצמו, לתוך אחד משתי השיטות שיש לנו בביס. מה יש לנו בביס? אחד הביא, הוא שחט שתי כבשים, והוא חשב על לחם אחד מתוך השתיים שזה פיגול. לפי רבי יויסי, לחמים נפרדים, אחד פיגול, השני נכנסו. לפי רחומים הם לא נפרדים, אתה מסוגל באחד, אז אוטומטית קופץ ובוא לשני ושניהם פיגול. אז אומרת הגמור, ורבי יגיד לגמרי, יגיד לרבונו, אפילו באחת של המנהל, למה צריך את שתי ההכנות כאן, אפילו באחד, לפי חכמים, לחם אחד לפגל, זה מספיק, פגל שניהם. יריב רבי יויסי, תגיד טוב טוב, אז רבי הולך רבי יויסי, חייבים לפגל בשתי הכנות, יש שתי פיגול, עוד הפוסקים לדוקים. הרי אנחנו אמרנו, אם זה הולך לפי רבי יויסי זה בעייתי, אז אמרנו, טוב, זה הולך לפי רבי. עכשיו אתה אומר לי שרבי הולך לפי רבי יויסי, חוזר השאלה, לחצי. אז אומרת אני אומר, לא יהיה מס, אני לא יכול. או בוא נחזור עוד. שמא זה הולך לפי רבון בשעת עובדים, אז למה צריך לפגל שתי התחלות? לפגל באחד, וזה אוטומטי עובר לשני. אומרת הגמרא לא הבנת, לא קראת. וראיתם על שאחד לשתי, נכון, אצלנו כתוב פינתה, שזה לחשוב זכר, אבל בעצם, סליחה, יש לו נקיבה של התחלות, אבל בעצם קוראים לזה בשניהם אימון, לא בשניהם, אלא בשניהם אימון, לא בכך. אימון, הכוונה, זה שתי הכבשים, לא שתי החלות שלהם, אלא אימון שיפעל בשניהם כבשים. עכשיו, למה צריך לפגל בשתי חלות? מספיק לפגל בחלה אחת, זה אוטומטי עובר לחלה השנייה. נכון, לא צריך. מה שאמרתי זה שאתה צריך לפגל בשתי הכבשים. בשתי הכבשים ביחד הם מכיר אחד. שני מכירים, כל אחד יש לו 50%. אי אפשר לפגל ואתה לא שומע את שניהם ומכיר את שניהם. אז תמיד שאתה שומע את שניהם, אתה חושב, מחשבה ואז זה עובר לחלה אחת. מהחלה של אחד, זה באמת עובר לחלה השנייה. זה הדבר. אפילו באבא שלנו, חלה אחת, זה מספיק, זה לא כל הערבית, זה מספיק, ואמרתי, זה לא לפי גבונות, לפי גבונות, אם אתה מפגל בחלה אחת, זה קורץ בחלה השנייה, והפוקים מדברים מאיר, זה בא להגיד שזה לא להפסיק עובד, מאיר אומר שלא, אם יש לך שני מתירים, הנה בוא נגיד, זו דוגמה טובה, תמיד יש לנו עוד שני מתירים, זה לא שלנו, ולוחץ, יש לך את השיריים שהכוהנים יוצאים מהכואבים, היה לנו בקמה, לקחנו קבוצה, שמנו את זה גם. שלוש שנים יש לנו את הקטנה הזו של קרח, זה הכל קבוצה. ויש לנו כל הדברים. זה בעצם שני מתירים. אתה לא יכול לשרוד את זה על המזבח ולאכול את השיריים, אי אפשר. כדי לאכול את השיריים אתה צריך לצרוך שני דברים. אז כל אחד הוא 50% מהמשהו. זה דבר יפה. אתה לא יכול לאכול את הרחמים אם אתה לא סופר את שתי הכבשים ואתה מכיר אותם. אז כאן, יש דברים, אני לא יודע, זה משהו סתם, אני זורק לי לתוך דוגמה, אז גם שתי הלחם, הנה, גם שתי הלחם, שתי הכבשים, הם אמרתי לשתי החכמים. אולי הפוקים מדברים, מאיר לא אומר בחג ובחצי רק. מאיר אומר שלא צריך לשחוט שתי הכבשים. צריך לשחוט אחד, כי אפשר לפגל בחצי. ואתה חושב שזה מספיק. האם פעם אומרים לא, פגי מה לשון, לא יודע שפגי בשניהם, חייבים לשמור ולהקריב את שני הקורבנות, שני הכבשים, כדי שיפגגו את הפגים, לא מפגים בחצי, מפגים את הכל, מה זה לגמור יופי, מה ידבר לזה? מה יוצא? שאנחנו עכשיו מעצים גם נקרא עכשיו, מה נקרא?
Reference, but even that, a lot of people probably don't even know Drake's from Canada, if that's what you're even getting at. But
Is that what you were getting at?
no. Never mind. I was trying to add it. Of course.
But it's like you don't even know our history. I mean, no.
Do you want to do like a competition?
Oh, Dr. Dre baby mama used to babysit me so we can go in, boo. I was in the studio. Let's go. What you want to know?
Oh, shit. I can't balance. A lot of hair pulling in this. I can't balance.
My shit more balanced.
Here we go. Try to out-history each other. Let's fucking see this shit. We can pull up like a quiz or something.
See, but when you're like that response, that rebuttal was funny, and that was you being yourself in your character, which is like a smart guy who can intellectually take someone down. And you just need to fucking find what's funny about that and inject jokes into it. Until when you're talking about Straight Outta Compton, you should go see Straight Outta Compton.
Jacques,
I think I get what you're getting.
Jacques, you could be the funniest version of Frederick Douglass that anybody.
Actually, with mine, I'd like that.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah, like interesting fact about
Or just be a black guy who knows nothing about being black.
right.
What?
Yeah.
And as long as you always have just a white ball next to your head, I think that'll be what confuses everyone. They won't know who's talking.
What do you do for fun, Jacques?
Like to go hiking.
I didn't realize this was the bio on
He
your
loves ice hockey and swimming.
Well, don't get me started because I surf, I hike, and I fucking snowboard.
What? You snowboard?
I snowboard like a motherfucker. You want to go?
Yeah.
Let's go.
My parents have a place in Lake Tahoe.
Let's do this. I got a snowboard, a helmet, and a jacket. Let's do it.
I would highly recommend recording your sets and going over it and really finding where the jokes are in the tags in it, because it seems like you're very wordy, like we've already talked about. But stand-up has to be like right to the point for the most part, because you need to keep them interested. And you kind of just went on and on and on. And it was,
Yeah.
What else do you do for fun, Jacques? What else do you talk about in your stand-up? Other than movies that you haven't seen.
I actually talk a lot about race and dating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's dating going?
No, I don't know. Moving to LA is a little different.
Oh,
easy enough.
yeah.
Man, I'd love to see you talk about race.
No, I'll talk about it. What do you say about it?
I don't know, I say something about like discrimination, about
Do you do this with a protest sign in your hand?
dude, you know what? I don't know, like I do a joke about how like the afro was put on me by a Black Panther. He said you kill my family, that's a shit problem. Like,
Is that true?
yeah.
Of course not.
Has anything you talk about ever been true?
Yeah.
Tell me one true joke. And you shouldn't have to think as hard
That
as
should come right to you.
I think you're way too smart to be thinking that hard about one.
I don't know. Like, I'm a lawyer, and when I go to the courthouse, they always think I'm a defendant.
Are you a lawyer?
Yeah.
What kind
This
of
is the
lawyer?
shit you need to start talking about.
Employment law?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. So, like, when somebody get fired from their job because they think they was discriminated against, like, they fired me because I'm black, that's why.
Yeah, that's actually what I did.
Yeah, okay, so where the fuck was you when I got fired from Alaska Airlines?
Alaska, you worked at Alaska
Yes,
Airlines?
I went to Alaska Airlines.
What did you do for Alaska Airlines?
I was customer service agent,
Yeah?
and I was the fucking best.
How did you get fired?
Some bullshit. Some bitch tried to say that I was.
Is this recorded? This is recorded. We can take a second.
I'm just saying, that was like 13 years ago now, 14 years ago. But somebody tried to say I was trying to sell tickets and stuff. I'm like, I work in the baggage department. I'm not selling shit. But somebody basically stole my sign-in code and sold some tickets for cheaper than what they was. And tried to blame it on me.
Tiffany,
No, I didn't.
just got word from
13 years ago was when that Alaskan Airlines crashed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, that was like 15 years ago. It was in 2000.
Hey,
Watch your jump. You scared of Philly,
oh
ain't
my
you?
God.
Your ass jumped
You
up
gotta
and
show
down.
that one.
Was one of those in Straight Outta Compton?
Shocked.
Last Airlines flight? No.
Shocked. Pat Reagan.
Jacques, I got something to say.
What?
To you. Okay, so like your stance can be sort of a me against the world, because do you feel like an outsider? Do you feel like out of place? Yeah. So the thing is that you have the intellect to defend yourself from being out of place. You have the intellect to rebut what people say. So you can sort of take your act as a rebuttal, taking all your frustrations from people not getting you through your whole life, and you can funnel
There you
that.
go. Pat Reagan getting the bear on that one.
Yeah.
I think I'm making the point. I don't
You
know.
are.
Keep going. I'm just kidding.
That's it.
There you go.
I got bear.
Now turn that point into a song and I'll listen to it.
Jacques, what are you most passionate about? What fires you up? What makes you mad? Talk into the microphone.
I don't know. I think like social inequality.
Do you know what high school Ice Cube went to? He went to Taft motherfucking High School in Woodland Hills, California.
How do they get motherfucking in the name of a high school?
See, there you go. That's your me against the world.
Exactly.
like intellectual rebuttal to that question.
What's the
So
thing?
there was a question.
I asked you if you knew what
If you
school.
knew it.
Jacques, do you know what school I went to?
What school did you go to?
El Camino Real in Woodland Hills, California. Elegant. I was a white girl then.
You're a smart guy. You're a lawyer. Just start talking about some smarter shit that has happened to you.
Yeah, start telling people
Instead of making up,
jail.
complete worlds.
How to beat a
You know what I mean? It's like, fuck.
Your rebuttals are great. When people come at you, you rebut with something like that's real, and it's like it's good, man. So just I don't know, man. That's some jokes.
Are you in court?
I'm curious about this. I'm curious to actually ask you. I feel like there's usually like one type of comedy for a person, like a certain personality, and I don't think to that. I think about how do you
Just be yourself. You become a personality, and then people are like, oh, that's that type of guy.
Yeah.
And that type of guy is shock. Oh, that's a shock type of guy. And then we're like, oh, I get it.
Just and the name of your first comedy album? Shock Jams. There he goes, everybody.
No, just be yourself.
He's got no Twitter. Guy's from Austin. He's not on Twitter. How's that possible?
Well, because he's a lawyer. Most lawyers don't have social media stuff because they're afraid they're going to get fucked up.
Tiffany.
I've dated a few lawyers.
Dated some more.
I bet it. I believe it.
Yeah, I had some cases.
Yeah.
All of them.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Jordan Gannon. Jordan Gannon, ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
Hello, everyone. I have a self-defeating personality disorder, which means, well, you wouldn't care what it means. I live in regret, constant regret, just some things you can't take back, like doing this set. Or like when my father died, I was at Starbucks, and I just wished I didn't get the Pike Place roast. I feel like it would make the memory of his death less bitter. I regret all things. You know, I was watching a show, perhaps you know it, Mad Men. I was watching season 2, episode 1. That's the one where the gay guy makes out with a bellhop. Saw that, had a sudden realization. Oh shit, I'm never gonna come out as a bellhop. Alright.
Yeah, yes, you will. Jordan Gannon. very funny. This is an especially nerdy episode tonight, where even the black guys are nerdy, and that's when you know that we're really hitting our.
שאומרים, זה שניהם באמצע קבלת ההוכחה שכמעט אפשר להגיע למשרד הבא של השליטה, הם לא מתאימים. הם לא נחשבים מתאים. כשאני לא מתאים, אז מה לפעמים שווה? אבל אם תגיד בסדר משהו, גם אנחנו או בישראל, אם השליטה היא מצד ימין והשליטה כמו שאני רואה בתמונה, השליטה היא מצד שמאל, זאת אומרת, יש הבדל ביניהם של הכבוד ולא בין השליטה לדרגה יש שליטה אקטיביסטית, אבל על כל הפעם. ואחר כך יש לזה גם אומר שיש כאן הפסד ביניהם. אז אם אתה יכול לצוות שליטה לשליטה, שיש חצי צוות צוותים, אז ודאי שאתה יכול לצוות שליטה ביחד קבלה, או הולכה ביחד שליטה, או קבלה והולכה ביחד. מי שואל את המורה, maybe רגע, אי אפשר לצור שום אפילו אחד מהזרמים, אז הפעם שלי לא, עשרים לא, בבוקר לא, לא ניגש לו, לא יביא לו רפונו, לא יגזור לו, עכשיו יצטרך לספר חצי סייס, חצי כמה לא יגיד, יש לנו גירס, מספר חצי, יש לנו מספר חצי, אני חושב, מפגץ בחצי סייס, ובעצם מספר חצי, וכשהוא חצי גירס מספר שתיים, הוא חושב לעצמו שמתפגר, בחצי זה, לא זה הישאר, בחצי שיעור, ולך מספר שתיים, עכשיו יצטרך לו חצי סייס, חצי וכן חצי גירס, אומר, זה ממש אפס, אין כאן גזירה בכלל, אין כאן כלום, אתה יכול להתקשר לנכון מכל סדק שירס של הבד"ץ, 91 אלף, את הכנס הזה, אין כאן שום פעילות. רבי, איך אתה יכול לראות איזה שכמות כאן על המסך, שני כבשים, שני אז בוא נתחיל פה. כאן יש לנו רק ספורט כבש, המתיר שלהם הוא חצי מתיר. נכון, חצי מתיר. כל כבש הוא בעצם 50%. צריך שני כבשים כדי לעשות יותר אחד. אבל בשליטה, בצדיקה, כל אחד הוא 100%. אז אולי במקרה כזה מוצא רבי שיש גם פעילות. אתה יודע מה רבי אמר במקרה הזה שאתם רואים על המסך שני הכבשים, שני לחמים? יש לנו שני בעיות כאן. יש לנו בעצם חצי מתיר וחצי שריון של פעילות. חצי זה. אבל יש לך מתיר שולט עם חצי מזהית שצריך לראות במסתכל. אבל המתיר הוא היה שלם. הוא לא ישם רבי יגיד, הוא רואה את זה. איך אנחנו רואים את עצמם אפילו אם רבי אומר במקרה הזה, בוא נחזור, אם רבי מסביר שאם עושה שליטה מחשבה של חצי זין, ועושה שליטה מחשבה של חצי זין, במקרה הזה, מה רבי אומר? רוצה לקבל שני במתים, ככה בעצם לגזור גם זה ששים שני גזירה, שזה אסור. הרבי אמר לשון שתקשר ולהחזיר מכל המסכות. אז הוא אומר, למה יש כאן? איפה הוא אומר? שליטה, שליטה של חצי זין. זאת אומרת, להיכנס מספר אחד, להיכנס מספר שתיים, מתחת מזה, כל אחד. עכשיו הוא אמר, אתה אומר לי, בצדיקה ושליטה, אבל שזה אסור. אז הוא היה צריך לעשות גם, הוא היה צריך לעשות איסור גזירה גם, הוא חצי אחד, וחצי אחר. הוא היה צריך לעשות גזירה, לא גזירה. לא יציגו זה רבות, לא יציגו רבות, גם איפה, לא יציגו זה סתם, אם בן אדם רוצה, אמר, אני רוצה להחליט על הלויז מילה, ולא יראה, מה הוא אומר? זה יותר כדי לטוב. אז אנחנו רואים שיש סיגוזה, הוא אומר לנו שזה מותר. כי אין איזה קשר, אז איך זה בדיוק השם? לא. הוא אומר שפסול, פסול זה לשון של סיבה. אין כאלה, אבל יש, אז הוא אומר, הוא מבין, הוא אומר, אבל הוא לא, שזה בתמונה, זה איסור כזה. ורואים שנשאיר אבל אנחנו מה מגיע לצטן? לא יודע, הוא מגיע לזה, זה לא בזה, מה אמרת? אבל לא נגע בזה, כל זה כמעט בכל אחד. נכון, כן, עולה יותר, מישהו מאוד מאוד כל אחד יש סיבה לעשות את זה. יש משהו דומה, יש כל מיני של הבוינו, בשביל גזרו כמה, בשביל לעשות שבינו, כל מיני דברים כל מיני חוידה, על החוידה גזרו, כל בוינו זה לבוינו מצליחת, יש לבוינו אחר, של הדפרפונים, או סונאמי, כמה גזרו מתחוזים, מסחדאיות, של הכסף כל זה, מסחדאיות, הפקה של לבוינו, בשביל לא, יש לי חצי מה זה להכיר בעם, אין שום סיבה לגזור לפנינו, כי אין מקרה דומה בכל העולם. יש חצי מה. מסתער ודקאי לרבות שום מוביל. יש סברה, זה נראה שזה הטעם של חכמים. כל ניסי יש כל מיני חכמים, ורבי מאיר, אומרים הספרים ואומרות הספרים. חכמים מודים לרבי במקרה של מי שעשה חטא, שטומו או משהו כזה, והמנחה של הסייטו. פיגל בחיימת, אם נתגר במחשבה שהוא נמצא, שפיגל בחיימת לא מקום. עכשיו זה קשה קצת, איך נמצא בדברים האלה? שפיגל לא מקום, שפיגל שהוא אמרתי. למה? נמצא זה אמרתי. לא, ודאי, שיטו, פיגל מאטר, הרי כל כולו עולה על המזבח. הדבר אוטומטי, מה באמת שם? זה הסכום שאנחנו אמרנו. חייב להתפלת, כשאני מתפלת באמת הסכום הזה אומר, הסיבה שנמצא בגלל, גם בגלל הקבוצה של את הסכום הזה שדומה. זאת אומרת, כשיש משהו שדומה, אז אנחנו אומרים, אם אין משהו דומה, כמו אצלנו שחצי רק בסדר, אין משהו דומה, אז לא, חזרנו לפוליסה, ולפוליסה, Agud never Shabbos Rabosai. אנחנו עושים את הפיבייס, לא מאמין שבדרך כלל אנחנו תמיד, הבן אדם שמבין מאיפה, הוא הורס תמיד כל ההבדל שהוא עובר, הוא שואל לעצמו שזה יהיה חיסון, שהוא יאכל את זה, שהוא יצא הזמן, או חוץ למקום. חוץ לזמן זה, מותר לכל החוקה. רק היום, אני חושב לעצמך שתוכל לצמחך, או חוקתיים, בשבוע, שבוע. חוץ למקום, זה מותר לכל זה ביסמידוש. חושב לעצמך שתוכל את זה מחוץ לביסמידוש, בשמש, על מעלית. מה קורה, אנחנו תמיד שנדח לו חצי סייס. אז בואו נעשה ככה. בן אדם עושה ככה, לוקח ציצו. זה הציצו, כן? שם בציצו. משהו קטן. כל הטהרה, מה נשאר? הרבה יותר. זה השיריים. הקטן ששם קיצו, הגדול זה השיריים. אז מה קורה אם הוא אומר שהוא חד כזייס וזה, זאת אומרת, זה הפיס, שהוא ישים את זה על המזבח מחר. אם הוא אומר שהוא ייקח חצי כזייס וזה, הקיצו, זה לא פיס. כי אם הוא אומר שהוא ייקח כזייס מהשיריים ויאכל את זה מחר, ובעצמו יאכל את זה מחר, זה פיס. הוא לוקח חצי כזייס? לא. מה קורה אם הוא לוקח חצי כזית וחצי כזית שני סוגי אכילות שונים? את השיריים הוא אוכל בעצמו, את המיצו הוא שם על זה יכול להיות אחד זית או להפך אחד זית. אחד זה להפיר על המזבח והקוימץ, אחד זה לאכול ממש כושר. למה? כשנכיל הבקטור אי אפשר לסרב את שתי האכילות האלה. זה נמצא, שיריים לא הולכים ביחד. אומרת הגיבור בינתיים ולאכול השיחה שאתה אומר לי שזה לא מצטרף. כי אחד זה קמיצות, זה להכתיר, והשני זה שיריים, זה לאכול. הוא לא יכול לאכול. כל מה שהייתה, אם שניהם לאכול, אחד זה לא דרך לאכול, זאת אומרת, שיריים מתמיצה, הוא אומר, לא שהוא ישים את השקית הזאת, את הפיצה, אלא שהוא אוכל את זה, זה לא דרך לאכול, כי זה אמור להיות על המשנה, אז מה קורה, הולך ולאכול, לא שדאגו לאכול, מצטער, הוא נותן חצי גזית מהפיצות, הוא אומר שהוא יאכל את זה, שיעצמו, יצא בזה פיתה, וחצי גזית בשיריים, יצא בזה פיתה, בסך הכל יש לנו זית שלם שהוא מוכן, נכון שאחד לא ראוי להכריע, אחת כן, זה כן מצטער, זה, רגע, חצי זית זה יכול, כתוב במשנה, וחצי זית זה אומרת, הגמור את משמע, שאתה עושה משהו אחר, חצי זית בשיריים וחצי זית בפיצות, לאכול, כן טוב, זה הדיון של הגמורה, מצטער. דוקטור ימין שולח אותו ושדאגתי לאכול, ורק לא שדאגתי להחסתי, לא שדאגתי לאכולים, שדאגתי לאכולים. כתוב אני, שאם לוקחים דבר שאתה יכול לאכול, ולהגדיר דבר שאז לחדך לך, משמע שדווקא ככה לא מצטרף. אבל אם אתה לוקח שתי אכילות, זה כן מצטרף. מתנר, עומר יומיו, בלתי התנר שעשו. מה רבי אליעזר, לא ממש מאכיל הסוד ולאכיל הסוד, מזבח ואכיל הסוד, שאפשר ללכת אחד לשני. נכון שזה סיני,
Could have just rode your wacky wave. Pat Reagan is here, everybody.
לחשוב מחשבה של אכילת אדם. ישנן, הכל ותזמין חונך אותו לו שהכרתי לה.
And how smart is?
אולי זו חויסה. וזה אומר שזה מצטרף. שזה פסול, למה זה פסול? זה מצטרף. שתי אכילות שונים. אכילה שבעצם לא אוכלו. את האכילה של...
Right now, he's got a blank sheet of paper in front of him, and by the end of this episode, he's going to have a full drawing of tonight's episode. One of my favorite artists in the entire world. He works here on Kill Tony, the great Ryan J. Ebelt. Everybody. I'm so happy to have him be part of the team. Freakishly great job.
You know, he has all the prints are now for sale on his website.
Yeah.
So all the past episodes that he did, you can buy right now.
At RyanJEbelt.com.
Yes.
Boom. Yeah. And check out his work on Instagram. Follow him there, Twitter, and everything else. Yeah, we have dates coming up. This is the other part where we drag down the show for just a moment.
This Thursday, we're going to be in Phoenix, Arizona at Stand Up Live. It's me, Tony, and special guest Aiko Tanaka. So if you're in Phoenix, there's a Phoenix shooter right now on the highway, shooting people on the highway. So it's going to be real fun.
Yet another reason to come out to the show.
Yeah. Stay off the highways and get into the air conditioning and Stand Up Live this Thursday. Then I'll be in Toronto all of next week, the 25th through the 30th. Get tickets for that at jfl42.com for those of you listening in Toronto. And then blah, 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 blah. Portland, Friday and Saturday, the 23rd and 24th of October. That's it.
Boom.
And there's other stuff too, but I'm not going to annoy this live audience. It gets really weird when we have to talk about our dates because we have to make money for those of you that, you know, we don't always just do free shows. You quiet fucking audience.
Right.
All right? That's how we make our money is on the road. Selling fucking hot tickets on the road. Yeah.
לאכול ולאכול בין השאלה ולאכול ומצטער זה בא להגיד בציור ששניהם זה לאכול ואתה לוקח את הקביצה שהדרך שלו לא לאכול דבר אמרת שאתה רוצה לאכול ואתה רוצה להגיד לי שזה מצטרף ולאי ששם זה כבר מראה שאנחנו למדנו שזה לא מצטרף
Guys, I'm so excited that you're here. This show is so much fucking fun. Somehow Mondays have become my new favorite day of the week. I love doing this. I'm so glad you're here because we have an awesome format on this show. And every week I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. These are two returning like Jedis of this show. Two of my favorite go-to guests, and I decided to book them together. Usually I would spread two guests like this out over 3 episodes. But tonight, I'm just clamoring to fit together all at once for one big blow up. Put your hands together for two of our favorites, Kirk Fox and Tiffany Haddish. Wow, Tiffany Haddish and the great Kirk motherfucking Fox.
Yeah, he's the best.
Tiffany Haddish is fresh off of today's season 2 pickup of the Carmichael Show. Motherfucking NBC.
Yes, I'm not gonna be unemployed after a while. This will be nice.
Oh, you might.
I might. Well, I'm just glad that I'm just glad to be a black woman with a high paying job.
Why wouldn't you be?
It's not easy to get that.
I know. I can't get that.
Kirk has trouble getting the job as a black
Tall white man.
A tall white man, it's hard for a tall white man to work out.
It's tough, man. A lot of racial problems going on.
Yeah, everybody think you play basketball and stuff.
They come at me hard. Don't encourage her yet. Let her just, earn it.
Yeah, I'll earn it.
Guys,
Congratulations on your new book.
Thank you. I haven't seen it yet, but I can smell it coming.
do you know when you start working on it?
I don't know. I found out on Twitter, man. Nobody even called me. Nothing. I just saw it on Twitter, and they was like, "Congratulations, seen it on Deadline season 2." I'm like, but I don't really know if I'm gonna even be in season 2. Nobody said nothing to me.
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you read the credits, it says I'm a guest star. Like,
So yeah, that's how it works. With literally everybody.
But now it's like a guest star. Guess. You don't even know.
Yeah.
It's like,
Boom.
you gotta just guess.
yeah, I'm with it. So,
Kirk, what's that drink you're drinking?
That's an OJ cranberry, just a little sugar, battle the hypoglycemia. Thank you.
מחשבה שמוסרת, שאתה בתוך כדי שאתה עושה את הקפיצה, אומר לעצמך, תאכל את השיניים מחר, או תמתיך את המינפות שהיה לך ביד, לבוא בואי נראה מי יויסי, זה שופטים, בקיצור, אין מחלוקת בציור הזה, גם רוברטי אומר,
hypoglycemia?
No, but I just, like to feel that just current.
Okay. I got high blood pressure.
Do you?
Black people problem.
But you also got a TV show, so it's a wash.
I guess so. Yeah. I'm not working right now, though. So, I mean, I'm just here.
Right.
I just found out on Twitter.
Well, congratulations.
Nobody sent the contract, but my agent didn't even call me.
A couple days ago, you were in Swanson.
I was at the Slaughter Swap Meet, like, celebrating that I could spend $100 at the Slaughter Swap Meet. I got my car washed, got the windows tinted.
At the swap meet?
Yeah, the Swap Meet. Yeah, I got
Car wash at the swap meet?
Yeah, you get your car washed at the Swap Meet. I got a pastor. I got a pit bull. Got me a new outfit.
I have Pat Reagan over there ask the guests a question. Leave it on my hand.
Is when you make the big bucks. Right now I'm a daytime bartender on 6th. Okay, how's that going for you? It's good fucking fun, right? That's Asia time bartender. Yeah, interesting choice. The nighttime is when you make the big bucks. You'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised. It's an inside podcast. Anyway,
He wants to
Tiffany Haddish. We got like me ever have a shot with you?
Hell, motherfucking yeah, I was just dreaming about you. When I was putting my lipstick on, I was like, look at him.
Wow, the horse of truth.
Yeah. He got abs and stuff. He got an app for them abs.
Really?
Yeah, I touched his stomach. I was like, you in the gym? He was like, no, I got an app for that. I was like, damn.
Yeah, what's the first thing you would do with a girl like Tiffany when you got her back to your place?
Raise my scalp.
I remember she's got
Black women laugh at that. They know what that is.
get drink, smoke weed, put on music, and just get your back massage.
Don't get me drunk.
Hopefully not your.
Don't get me drunk. My pussy dry when I'm drunk.
Yeah.
Don't get me drunk. Just
Well, all
grease
of it
my
drink.
scalp. I'll teach you how to do it.
Okay.
Every black woman loves to have their scalp greased.
Then I've learned how to grease
If
the
you want
scalp.
to make a black woman fall in love with you and follow you wherever you go, you grease her motherfucking scalp. You get you some
I
cocoa
actually.
butter and
And a free
wash
pass.
her shit. Just, run your finger down that scalp. Ooh, Jesus. It's making me moist.
Like a YouTube video out or something of what this is because white people have no idea.
I taught you how to grease my scalp. Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I actually did do it.
But you got to be careful of the hair, correct?
Yeah, he pulled out a track and shit. He fucked it
Yeah,
up.
there was a little extra hair there that I was wondering what that was and why there was a hair clip in there.
It's clipped in.
The hair clip and all the hair came off, guys. Yes, the cheetah of
Tearaway. The tearaway.
He looked so scared, you guys. He looked scared as fuck. He was like, oh shit, Tiffany, what happened? I'm so sorry.
I thought it was.
I didn't know you were in the chemo. I didn't know. Like, yeah.
It's adorable though. However you do, whatever that is up there.
Right here, this is recycled Tupperware.
That is.
Yeah.
That's what?
This is plastic. You know, you can do so many things with plastic. If you put chemicals in it and put it in the microwave, melt it down, pull it out, you know, do a couple of things.
It's like a cheer pad on steroids.
Yeah, you can make it in the hair. I just can't be at high temperatures because this shit will melt. So,
All right, Pat.
These are all good things to know.
yeah.
Pat, what's your question for Kurt?
All right, Kurt Fox.
Yes, sir.
Same question?
Nope. What would you say? What would you say to a young Kurt Fox about life, like a 14-year-old Kurt Fox?
Don't ask questions. Just go for it. See what happens.
I like that.
Maybe commit to a one-handed backhand earlier in my life.
One-handed. What do you mean one-handed backhand?
You know, as a tennis player, as a young 14-year-old, I should have committed to either a one-handed or a two-handed, not a two-handed release.
Do you have any other life lessons of the
Well, that should be enough if you can just mirror what I just said. You know, try and get through that. Don't just fucking overdo it.
So you played tennis when you were 14?
Yeah. Tennis has been a part of my life since I was just 10.
Can I give 14-year-old Kurt Fox a piece of advice?
You can.
Learn how to grease a black girl's scalp.
That's good to know. I did not know until I was 16.
Have you ever looked up the black girl first?
Shit. By choice? No, I mean by choice.
You been raped? You been raped by a black woman before?
Not completely. I mean, it started as a rape, and then I just surrendered when I just realized I cannot fight it.
Yeah.
Have you guys, fellas, have you guys ever
A bonus question.
have you guys ever been raped by a woman?
Sure, you can call it what you want. Is it really rape?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't mean it in the hard, weird way that makes everyone uncomfortable right off the bat as soon as I open my mouth and say it.
Have you been?
I played extra week.
In Lawrence, Kansas, where I pretty much got forced into getting a blowjob. What? In a bathroom, and I was like, fuck, I really want this blowjob.
What?
Forced into getting a blowjob.
Oh,
I didn't think.
I hate when that happens. It's like, oh, fuck, quit sucking it.
Yeah. How were you forced into getting a blowjob?
Lawrence Kansas.
This girl was like, she was like buying me drinks. She was like trying to get me drunk and to take advantage of me.
I've done that to guys.
Yeah.
I'll do that to you. I won't buy you no drinks, but you'll pay for your own drink.
And I'm going to make sure this happens. I'll make sure he does you right.
But you know, I've been trying to break you for a minute, Kirk. You keep running from me. This long nigga motherfucker take big steps.
We can do it. I would never say no to you.
You ever got super head before?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, what?
I don't even know what the question was, but it sounded like I should say fuck yeah.
You know, I sucked my thumb till I was 18. I'm a beast. I ain't never had no bracelet.
Listen, I got enough dick for everyone. You can suck it till you
This is
get
the
it right.
first Kill Tony that I feel like is going to end in a gangbang, and I'm pretty excited about that. So let's get the show rolling. Over 40 comedians signed up for the chance to do 60 seconds of stage time here tonight to talk to me and our esteemed panel. And we're going to have a lot of fun. Sometimes we give them advice. play. Sometimes we talk to you and find out other stuff. Sometimes we make fun of you. Anything can happen, and it's going to be a blast.
Sometimes David Arquette comes.
Yeah, yes he does.
Oh my God, I got his phone number.
Me too.
You do too?
Yeah. What's he saying to you?
Well, he be
There's no one in this room that doesn't have his phone.
It's true.
If someone will talk to him, he will give them.
pretty much.
David Arquette's actually signed up in this bucket. No, he really has. And I pulled his name out, and David Arquette came on stage and did 60 seconds. Well, it turned into about a 4-minute monologue, but it was awesome.
How'd my name get in there?
But guys, if I pull your name out of the bucket, that means you get 60 seconds of stage time, uninterrupted. Comedians, you know your 60 seconds is up when you hear the sound of a kitty. Oh, that's adorable. Wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Man, gets a little more annoying every week.
But that vibration felt good on my Gucci list.
Oh, shit.
I felt good too.
Oh, shit.
Oh, that's you too?
Yeah.
You got Gucci list?
I got a sensor. I got a sensor at the end of my day.
I feel like I don't even have to pull names out of the bucket tonight to make this show happen. I just want to see you two just fucking go ahead and make the funniest baby of all time.
It's gonna be tall, it's gonna be fast, and it's gonna be special.
Definitely gonna be special.
I'll do my part.
What does that mean?
We're watching.
What does that mean?
Just gonna drop the baby down and
Fucking do my part. You
gonna help
you
me
want the
raise it?
kid. You have all these plans for this
I'ma
kid.
just have a baby with him.
That's fine. I'll watch that too.
Musical skills and tattoos. Like a rapper.
Wow, tattoos.
What court?
Abs and shit. Got a heritage.
Tiffany, next time, finger yourself before coming on the show. Your estrogen is leaked into the meter. It's really.
You might be able to file a sexual harassment
I'm just
case.
saying I haven't had dick in like 4 weeks, so.
It feels like it. You're a little extra bucket. You're really just like.
Well, you're gonna make up for it tonight.
You guys can't even see what's happening on this side of the table. Take care of it before the show. I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first comedian with uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight is Tad Whaley.
What up?
Guys, some sad shit happened the other day. Went to a funeral. Yeah. And I had to pray at the funeral. That was fucking sad too. The lady next to me, we had to hold hands and shit. And the lady next to me, she had a nub, dude. Like, for her hand. It's a PC world out there. I don't want to grab that shit, but I can't tell her that. It's fucked up. The one thing, like, I don't know. It's like all wrinkly and shit. Like, how am I supposed to grab this nub, close my eyes, and pray to God? How do you do that? I don't want to do that shit. So I do it anyway, 'cause I'm a nice guy. And I'm trying to think of God, but I can't. Just think of how did this shit happen. Poor lady. Is it an war injury? I don't fucking know. Maybe she like fell asleep on a train track, got too drunk. I don't fucking know, man. But I can't pray to God if that nub's there. So I just put like a parking placard there and walked away. She's handicapped, guys. Alright.
Yeah, 50 seconds. 50 seconds on the stuff. Tad, I feel like this is a true story, right?
Yes, very true.
Funeral was it?
Family friend died.
Old nubs.
Yeah.
What was that in reference to?
Old Nubs Johnson. That was the name of the family friend. He died.
R.I.P. old nubs. Yeah.
Wait, so the person in the coffin had a nub?
No, the person next to me that we were praying for the dead guy,
Right.
she had a nub.
Right. So
Yeah.
when she was praying, like, did she just put, like, the one hand up against the nub or anything like that? Like, did she at least get half prayer hands or anything?
And I had to go in for it and, like, coddle it for a second. Like,
So she had. I'm
She
okay, alright, yes.
She doesn't sign of the cross, so she like punch herself in the face.
I don't know her that well. I just touched the nub and that was it.
Did you get tickets for this event off of StubHub?
Your delivery was very like I sounded like I felt like I was listening to one side of a phone call. Like you, it was like it was very I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It was not. You weren't delivering it inside the phone
call was him calling to say he was part of the Manson family and that they just murdered Sharon Tate.
You just got to slow it down a little so we know what you're talking about. Like, I had no idea what you were talking about, but it sounded very scary.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about it now, but probably shouldn't have picked that joke.
No, you can make the nub got funny as we were talking about it, so there's definitely comedy there. You just got to slow it down.
Yeah, I'm just nervous.
Yeah, change the train track thing, make all that stuff funny too. Like, she tried to rob a chainsaw factory.
Did she go to the Middle East and jack somebody off and get her hand cut off? Stealing dick?
There you go.
Okay, I'll take this.
She got a hand job and that or whatever.
Yeah, hand jobs like that. I don't know.
And you got to get to the meat of it faster, right? Like it's.
Yeah, I don't
like,
have a punchline.
You went to a
Punchlines are crucial.
Yeah, they're important. They can get you places.
At some point, you want to get to
right.
It's kind of like, how do you pray to God when God didn't look out for her hand?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for. I just didn't really get there.
That's what I felt like he was going for.
And maybe you have too many hands. I mean, why does she only have one and you have two and she's not doing shit when you have two?
Yeah, okay.
And maybe she had a funeral for her.
And you missed that.
Yeah. No, I say that sometimes.
Free property. Fuck yeah, I was going to guess that actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How long you been doing stand-up?
A year.
You get up a lot?
Like 3 times a week.
How many moons is that? How many moons is in a year? When people say like many moons ago?
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. That's what I
It's like an Indian or something? It's like a Native American or something? A long one?
What is some of your other material like that? What's it about?
I don't know. I explain about people on Facebook sometimes.
What about it?
Shakeology. Like, there's people that push it. It's like really.
Shakeology?
It's like a protein shake that people are like in a cult about, basically. They're really weird. It's like a cult.
I thought Shakeology was what we were trying to figure out. You had to shake that nub. Alright. Even I.
You ever thought about being a vampire?
But you just gotta slow it down a little. You just came up, you didn't even take one breath for a minute, and that's gonna scare the fuck out of people watching.
No, I'm gonna watch this and realize it's fucked up.
Just take a breath and then just tell the story. But it's a good story if you can make it funny.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll work on that.
Have fun with it.
And if it's not gonna have anything to do with the funeral, then take it out of the funeral.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because, maybe you're on a date with her, or maybe it's like Tinder. Or you're. You had to accept it. I like your style. I like if Joe's thoughts to let her hair grow out. You have an interesting look to you.
But try to deliver your jokes the way you're just talking now. That's what you need to do.
How often do you get up?
It's 5 moons. Yeah, 5 moons. Any more further questions?
You ever do any jokes about being a vampire?
No, not yet. But I've heard that shit before.
I think you should put somebody as a vampire. Like, I would always if you told me you was a vampire, I would totally be like, oh my god, I'm over you. Like, I would do this. I would say it.
Your eyebrows.
4 weeks, that's all.
The last thing I got was some old dick, so don't do that.
Alright, guys. Tad, do you play guitar?
Yeah.
You look like you play guitar. And you have the name of the guy that would definitely play guitar. Tad Whaley.
Wheelie, yeah.
Yeah. Are you better than Pat Reagan on guitar?
No. Wow. I don't have that many songs, dude.
Really?
Yeah, but I suck at guitar, but I have a lot of songs. He's probably better than me at guitar.
I don't have guitar up.
No, and I don't either.
Okay, so we're good then.
Oh, battle.
How many moves?
There's an extra guitar over there. I was just seeing, I was looking over there, like if we put that in his hand, we have to just know. There's like a
Let's see what you got.
Professional.
Let's see what you got.
What can you play? Were you
Oh, dude, it's not like you got a nub.
All right.
And we have begun.
What am I supposed to do with that? I set myself
The pressure's on.
All right. The ever Kill Tony guitar battle
Put
between.
Bakersfield on the map. This could be the night.
Yeah.
So here's the deal: you each get 20 seconds at the end.
Oh,
of
do
the
you know the
20
song?
seconds. You're gonna hear the sound of a.
Can I make a song request? How about Blue Moon?
When you hear that sound, that means you wrap up your guitar song.
Should be on.
All right. Okay. All right.
Play something.
Pat, you go first. 20 seconds. Here we go.
See how Pat moves his key. I like that.
World famous Jewish cowboy.
How are you going to beat that with a
Really?
Let's check in with Tad Williams.
I guess. Why? Well, Zoo knows about that's one person in the world. And Riser, that's it. I mean, I'm Mr. Worldwide, baby. World famous. So funny.
Here's the clown horn. That was amazing. I give that victory to Tad Williams. Tad Williams, everybody. Follow him on Twitter. It's on all the time.
Yeah.
That joke might work with a guitar.
Yeah, I think we just learned that Tad is actually a guitar comic.
Yeah.
So that's the first time that we've ever turned somebody into a guitar comic. But now you can only go on stage with a guitar, Tad. So congratulations. That was fun. How do you feel about that? You got the.
I feel fine, man.
I like the way he was working that tongue when he was playing that guitar though. Did you see that? It's like an old man with no teeth.
Or like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan bit his tongue.
Oh, for real? I don't know shit about basketball except for how much money they make.
You're gonna make someone very happy with it.
Yeah, I'm in love with you, Tiffany.
For real?
Yeah.
I don't think you'll be happy unless Tony pulls a dick out of that bucket.
I don't know what this says, but I'm gonna just give it a shot. Is it Neon Brown? Maybe Leon Brown? Something Brown? Yeah.
So one thing you guys should know about me is I am called the Jamal Green of comedy. Does nobody know who the hell that is? My point exactly. So the other day I had a hard day. I hit a deer with my car. So it was a big ordeal. I had to take it out back and put it to death. And the thing that I can't really get over is why would a parent would ever name their kid a deer? That's my time, right? Thanks, us.
Whoa, Keon, that's quick. 36 seconds. Anything? You don't want to do anything else? What's going on?
Can I get?
Yeah. Yeah, you have 20 half the time remaining.
Good. All right. So I just found out the other day that Matthew Johnson has a gay son, and I commend that kid and I applaud him for trying so hard to keep the legacy of AIDS alive in that man.
Fuck yeah, Keon Brown closing out at 56 seconds. Fuck yeah. Keon, I love your style. I can feel your nerves up here. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A little over a year.
Over a year?
Yeah.
You've been doing a lot of spots?
I just moved it from, we only have like one place to go.
Where's that?
Reno. Yes,
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's where you're from? Wow. Born and raised.
I was born in East Boston. Yeah.
Oh,
It's like witness protection from
yeah, no doubt about that. Somebody is
one
running
family and
something.
shit. Yeah.
You don't just, you don't
So
just.
what's your name, Keon?
Yeah.
All right, Keon, do me a favor. Let go of the mic stand for just a second. Just kind of chill.
Relax your
Just kind of take a breath, and now we'll just chill a little.
Yeah.
Because
Let's chill.
those might be those jokes could work, but you were so scared that we just wouldn't go on the ride with you.
Yeah, you remind me of like my first date with a white guy. He was scared as fuck.
Oh shit.
He was so nervous.
I imagine that's about the most insulting thing you can say to a black guy when you're a black woman. Like, I feel like he just did a 180 when you hit him with. I don't know if you guys noticed, like, he had to look away and catch his breath for a second.
He was scared as fuck, man. It's like you busted a nut early and was like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna try one more time. I know it's soft, but I can get it hard again. Just don't look at me in the eyes. Just don't look at my eyes.
And that's when the girl goes, that was only 36 seconds. I got another 17 seconds in me, baby. Here we go.
Who was the guy at the beginning of the joke where you're like, people say
Well, everybody made sense.
I always ask that.
It made sense, but
It's not a guy.
it's this easy. I knew who it was. Did you say Jamal Charles?
Jamal Green.
Oh,
Nobody.
Jamal Charles, football player now.
right.
those kind of jokes are, where you're asking the audience a question and it's, I don't know, I'd try to lose that. Is that your opener, your normal opener?
Yeah. The difference between that working and that not working is you looking down at that stage. So you're staring out there the entire time, it ripples, and the set goes an entirely different way. That's really the main thing that I think Kirk noticed.
Yeah, and I think just everyone needs to just deliver these jokes with the same freedom you had when you thought of it. You're just coming up here for a minute. Don't blow through these so fast that you lose any of the essence of whatever made it funny.
And your jokes are funny, you're just not connecting. When you're looking down at whatever the front of the stage is, which is something that I was guilty of my first few months of doing stand-up, but I probably knocked out the first few months more stage time than you have in a year. And it affected me. I would look down, you just have to, if your thing is not looking at the audience, then in this building stage, you need to be staring at all of them right in their eyes so that you can get over that as fast as possible.
But I think you always need to take in a room, even if it's 5 or 10 seconds. You got to look out there and see if there's danger or some threats or how to get out in case of fire.
I personally,
But when you get up there, take 5 seconds is plenty of time for us to just say, okay, there's someone up here. But if you don't look up, we don't even see that twinkle.
Yeah, you can always even just look at the back wall. Like for me, when I get on stage, I always just stand up there and pose and smile a little bit and let them like look at me and see how beautiful I am.
what do you visualize?
I do that too. That's the
Like,
same
see
shit
how
I
beautiful
do.
my soul is. Now I'm about to get these ratchet jumps out like that.
Where are you looking, Tiffany? What are you paying attention to?
I always look at the back of the wall, and then if I catch somebody's eye, it looks like they're really enjoying me, then I'll look at that person. Like whoever smiles the biggest is gonna get my attention. That's how I live
It's
my life.
hard. It's hard to look up. I have trouble. I close my eyes all the time. I just look above the head, right above the head.
I look at them right down the fucking
Yeah.
gullet. I stare right at their fucking soul, and I find the ones that are laughing, and then they're dismissed for the rest of the set. And I will wait until I scan somebody that is trying to not have a good time, and I will stare at them.
I do that too.
Until they're fucking dead.
Yeah.
No longer breathing. I will just deliver every fucking punchline right down the middle.
I do that. Sometimes it's
Fuck
fun to
you.
fixate on someone who's just like not having.
Eye contact
It's like,
is
I'm gonna break you.
super important in stand-up because people are coming to listen to you and you have a message and you need to deliver the message right into their face. So you gotta look at
And
it.
the audience needs to, you got to believe in what you're selling. Because if you don't believe it, no one's going to go on the ride with you. So whatever it is you're selling,
You can believe it with your eyes closed, right?
yeah,
I don't know if you're doing a Stevie Wonder impression or something like that, I guess.
But luckily for you, your show just got picked up for season 2 on NBC. So, guys, and Keon, one last piece of advice. If your name is spelled with a K to start it, then that line that starts the K and that line that's the next, sideways V, have to be at least close to each
Yeah, they need to touch.
or else
I was in a
people.
hurt. I was in a hurt. I was right.
Get your spelling together, man, before you try and get your comedy.
You're the
If you
only
can't spell your
person.
name, you're not going to get us.
You're the only person ever sign up in a We Think spot.
And also remember to have fun, Keon. Like, have fun. Like, because people in the audience, they come to have fun. And if you're scared, that makes everybody uncomfortable. You know,
Just think
have
what
fun.
you do, man.
Fun ass roller coaster. You're at Six Flags. Woo! Have fun, man.
Fuck yeah. Keon Brown, everybody.
Yeah.
Just keep it moving.
Keon, how old are you, Keon?
Keon, come back up here.
Yeah.
Come back up.
How old are you? How old are you?
37.
22.
Yeah, listen, you're 22 years old. You can do anything you want. So just get up there and have that freedom of a 22-year-old who's just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and you got a football player body. You gonna get bitches.
Keon, grab the mic. What do you do for work? Yeah. What do you do for work?
I worked in like a warehouse for like delivery and stuff.
How long have you lived in LA now? 2 months. You've been doing a lot of spots.
Yeah. I'm trying to get this.
Did you miss Tile?
Look at this. Drinks. Drink.
Talk about that a little. Talk about
Thanks.
the guy who used to stack tile.
I was just gonna give you a little side job. Washing my clothes.
Would you be interested in having a side job washing your clothes?
Dirty drawer. How much you paying?
If your guy was out of job, don't fucking ask him. Jesus
You
Christ.
can touch these nasty dirty panties I got, boy.
And by the sound of things, that sounds like the only way you get to touch those panties. So I'd say do the laundry job, Keon.
If you want it.
What else? I mean, how are you surviving here?
I saved a bunch of money.
Working in the warehouse.
So
That tile money.
So who are you staying with while you're here? You staying with family or
Yeah, I live with my sister.
your sister?
What does she do?
I never asked what he does.
You don't
Wait, what?
So let me just tell you something. As a comedian, it's important to ask questions and be aware of your surroundings. So maybe that's the first thing you should do tonight when you go home. Just ask your sister what she does that allows her to support you.
That part.
Seems like she's doing pretty good.
She does all right for herself.
Does she leave the house to work, or does she lock her bedroom door? She leaves a lot of Amazon wish list stuff.
No. She leaves nothing like that. She leaves the house.
So at least you're aware of something.
You've never seen her in any kind of uniform
No.
or anything like that.
I think it's something that.
You think she's in the tile business? You think she's moving tile? Or
It's a lucrative business.
Is she putting on a lot of makeup before she leaves?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Do you even when she comes to your sister?
What time does she come home?
do you have a room or a couch?
I have a room.
Wow.
Oh wait, so she got a 2-bedroom minimum at least.
This is an interesting
She's balling in LA with a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
Does she got a man? You don't even know.
No.
What?
Is she even your sister? Have you taken over someone's apartment?
Yeah, has she ever
I know
she
did have a boyfriend that was like a 6'4" pound guy for a while, so I haven't seen him in a while. So
What do you do for fun in Los Angeles? What's your favorite thing about LA that you didn't have in Reno? Keon, I don't know if stand-up's really your thing. No, I'm kidding. Have a nice day, buddy. There he goes. Keon Brown again. He's on Twitter at V2KS Manager. Keon Brown, bringing a little bit of that Reno energy.
Shit, man.
You've been around
Listen,
the whole mother.
that's a Reno attitude. I don't ask questions in Reno.
Yeah.
That witness protection program
Don't
place.
they have some weird motto or something?
Yeah,
biggest
ask
city in the world.
Biggest city in the world.
Nicest sisters on the block.
Get that backface money.
Okay. This is another name that makes completely no sense, but I'm going to go for it anyway. Jock N. Tombang.
So I was walking with this kid. He's 20 years old, and we were walking by a poster of NWA, like straight out of Compton. And he asked me, "Is that the Fab Five?" And I was like, "No, that's like you don't even know history. You don't know our history." He was like, "No, that's Drake." What I think is interesting about like straight out of Compton is like you can think about it as like the story of these like hardcore kids who came up in the '80s, or you can think about it as like the beginnings of a bunch of black billionaires. You know, like it's weird, like that. It's almost, it's like the start of, it's like the Steve Jobs story. You know, like it's weird. Like I feel like I want to see, like you know, like people complained in that movie about like how they didn't show Dr. Dre abusing women, and then I'm like, look, it's a movie that he produced. Okay, like I would have thought it's like weird that he was at Harvard.
So, hey, fuck yeah. How's it going, John?
All right, how are you doing?
What is your last name? I'm saying that wrong.
It's Toma.
Toma?
Toma.
You don't have no girlfriend, huh?
I
can tell you don't. I can tell you don't.
He sounds like the other guy on the phone call that he was, you know.
No, this is one of my favorite actors. I loved you at the end of Tales from the Hood. It's for one person right there. Now, if I say that,
I fucking know
she's laying a fucking right hook to a friend like that. Reference. I know that movie too. It's like Clarence Williams.
What'd you just say?
Oh no, I don't even know that.
Right.
You don't know Tales from the Hood?
That's because I'm blacker than you.
And that's why your Straight Outta Compton didn't connect, because you don't know shit about that.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something.
You look like
You're very interesting. You're intelligent. I can listen to you talk about anything. It was like the beginning of the TED Talk.
as a TED Talk.
TED Talk, yeah.
But what I'm saying is, you just got to get to some jokes. I mean, you're a smart guy. You can weave a joke in there. Just weave a punchline in there.
Yeah.
Just work on your comedy because you have a great delivery.
Yeah, that was parallel thinking there. I was like, as a TED Talk by Dr. Cornel West. That was
Yes,
good.
exactly. This is Cornel West's son.
Good
This
TED
is
Talk.
illegitimate
Well,
child
I
right
mean,
here.
you're likable and interesting.
How long
You
have you been on
just need some comedy.
4 years. All in LA?
No, I'm good for 5 months.
From where?
Austin.
What's your sister do?
I don't know.
But if she did, I bet you'd know.
You're an only child, huh?
No, I have a brother.
Oh, you have a brother? Older brother, younger brother.
How much material is
So how many times did you get beat? I know you whooped your ass. No? For real?
Yeah, no, to me, it'd be so likely.
Look at that.
Your brother didn't beat you up?
Beat up somebody just for reading.
Tiffany, I feel like you want to beat him up just to show what it's like.
Yeah, he didn't have no real sibling. He didn't get his ass beat.
What did that Straight Outta Compton? How did it really make you feel?
Well, I just think, like, to me, I actually haven't seen it.
That makes so much fucking sense.
Shocked.
What?
Did you hear that sound that just
I
happened?
did, yeah. I let those, everyone beats.
Yeah, but you have to have a seed of truth to anything you're talking about.
You gotta see the movie, man.
Well, I think for me, it was more, I won't argue with each other.
Well, you can't. Let me tell you what. Here's what you can't argue. You can't argue with the fact that 50 people didn't laugh.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that you can base anything on. It doesn't matter what we say.
Yeah.
All that matters is that 50 people didn't connect.
I can always argue.
I know that's what you do.
Yeah.
When you said that you don't know about American history, you should probably add the tag American history for the Drake reference. But even that, a lot of people probably don't even know Drake's from Canada. That's what you're even getting at. But
Is that what you were getting at?
no. Well, never mind. I was trying to add it. Of course.
But it's like you don't even know art history.
I do.
I mean, no.
Do you want to do like a competition?
Oh, Dr. Dre baby mama used to babysit
Serie von Twigos do Caio Paredes, ou Comics. As seis vai ser uma lista chamada Designs. Rabbi, Comics. אז ראייה, מה שאתה האם אתה רואה מה שאתה מגדיר בשלב 4, האם זה עוזר בשלב 3, בשיריים, בתירוץ, כן, זה עוזר, הנה. היה לי שיריים, היה לי שערים כזייס, ואני כתבתי אופניות במחשבה שלי. חלסתי, בחיית גורס. לא, זה כלום, לא, זה לא כלום, זה מצוין. למרות שנשאר לך רק כזייס. אבל בקדנציה הזה אני יכול לחשוב מחשבה לטובה של ציבור ולהרוס הכל ולהתחייב בקומץ. מה שאלת אותי, האם זה עובד? כן. קרה עובד, אני מזרח ומשנה, ציבור, והיום אני יכול להחזיק כל כך הרבה, אפילו מצד שיש כזייס. כל הזה של המחיר הולך לפי לא עובד. הקומץ, והקומץ, משהו דרכו ולא הוא מרגיש לו שיש לך קבוצה, יש לך בבוי, יש לך קטורס. הוא נכנס כל מיני, הוא נכנס כל מיני מושלם. הוא נכנס של כל מיני, שהכל נראים לך, אין קבוצה, זה בכל המילה. אותו דבר עם הנפש של הפעמים, לא, של כל הפשוט. הוא נכנס לסוף, נכנס שלובים ביחד, סוגרות, שירים לעצמם, וזה הנספחות. חיים. הנה, זה באופן כל סרט שיעקו לסיפורו. אומר, שיטת הסימן של המחיר לא כתב בפרייס גזייס. זה לא טוב. אם יש לך רק גזייס, עזוב. ובו זה סבר שחייב את הכל. אם מתחייב, צריך להיות כל הקיץ. יש את הרגל הזאת. הוא הכניס, אבל הוא לא זה, לכן הוא לא כתב גזייס. יש לה לשקול. אם זה בקוס, מיצה וביטולי, עוד גזייס וקוץ רפות. ואי אפשר להגיד בהגדרה שופטים גזייס, זה לא טוב. צריך להכיר אותו. שלנו לא ימזדל להם גזייס. לכן לא כתוב שיראי את הגזייס. זהו. ובכל דבר שלי. מבחיר, עולה, שיטס, שצריך את הכל כדי להכיר. הנה, לא זו הבעיה הזה שרק אנחנו רוצים לשון. על התקוצו, הוא לא עושים הכל. תפיר את הרוזות, צריכים להכיר את הכל, גם את הקוירץ, כדי להכיר צריך את הכל שמה, גם את הכל, גם את הקוצה. לא מוזכר בבוינו? הקוירץ זה הרבוינו שכאילו זה יכול בחוץ חי. אם אתה רוצה את האחד, את השתיים, את הקוצה, או את הרבוינו בחוץ, אתה חייב. ולא יהיה בוינו שיעקו בשניהם, ורק חייב בשניהם. אז למה לא תבוא בשניהם? למה? כי אנחנו מדברים במקרה שאין רבוינו. איפה? איזה מלכה? אין רבוינו רבו ישראל. מלכה צפוינו. יודעים שכל הכל זה מלכה צפוינו. עכשיו, לא מתבטאני להשמיד את מלכה צפוינו. אני קורא, קראתי, דבר על צפוינו. אם לא זה מספיק מבחינה, אז הוא יכול מלכה צפוינו. זה לא תמיד. בקביצה של הפויטה. כל השיטה הזה זו חודה, גם נעשה גם
back in the 80s and 90s. You can't say yourself. Like, what actor was like, I feel like that was the most overrated in the 80s and 90s. As an actor? As an actor. Yeah. Clint Eastwood. Okay, Clint Eastwood. Interesting. Name your favorite actor. SpaceX is about to IPO 1.75 trillion. This might be the most blatant rug I've ever seen, allegedly. I'll explain. Here's what Elon's actually doing. He's taking two companies that are losing money, XAI and Twitter, folding them into SpaceX, which is the only company actually making money, and IPOing the whole package at an insane valuation. Here's the trick, right? The float is tiny. Barely any shares are available, so the price gets driven up artificially because there's almost nothing to buy. Then SpaceX index gets added to the S&P 500, and when that happens, every single index fund and every single pension fund in America is forced to buy it. Also globally, not because someone thinks it's a good deal, because the algorithm says they have to. So your 401k, your retirement, forced to buy at whatever price the insiders decide it's worth, and who's on the other side of that trade? The insiders selling to your pension fund at the top. They've done this before, guys. Package up garbage, inflate the price, force institutions to buy, and then walk away with the money. Same playbook every time. Give this a thumbs up if you want me to do a full video on
שמשפיע על השיריים. אם אתה אומר שהלחם, לחם אחד שנשבר, אז כולם מסתירים. אז גם בקבוצה, שהקבוצה תשפיע על מה שנשאר בשיריים. ועדיין, בטובי, בגצוס, אני נשאר על חלקות מוזרות. אם זה נשבר, אז גם זה נפל, אם זה יצא חוצה, אז זה בסדר. לא. אבל אם זה נשבר, זה בסדר. אם זה מקשר, אז אנחנו נשאר משהו. עדיין, למה באמת? זה נראה זה הציץ. יש משהו שקוראים לזה ציץ. זה הקורבנות, והשמונה התפקיד שלו, זה משהו משפיע על תומה. אם היה בעיה תומה, אז הציץ מרצף תומה. אבל לא זה לא לזוי. זה היה לזוי, לא לציין אחריו. הכל שלך לא טוב. ואם פתאום, אבל זה מושג יפה. לא שאם זה נפעל, אז הכל לא טוב, אבל אם זה יצא, הכל כן טוב. לא. אם זה נפעל, הכל טוב, אבל אם זה נפעל, הכל טוב. למה הכל טוב? כי יש משהו כמו ציץ שמכשיר את זה. אני רציתי לא לזוי. אבל אני מאוד כאילו בעצם כל זה הסתמכויות. הייתי צריך לכתוב את העניין הזה שיוצאות שזה יצא זה לא טוב. כדאי אם זה נשבר, השאר לכם זה לא טוב. אם זה יצא, השאר לכם זה לא טוב. הייתי לכתוב את זה. עכשיו באמת כל ההפרעה שנשבר עליהם. מה שלהם? זה אפילו לפרסות. וזה מפנים, יש לך דקות, אני שם את ראש, ולילה, לא יעזור לך שהולך בדיוק את התזריחים. אבל רבי כאילו לא אמר זה כנראה אפילו בקיר שאומר שזה
Mike plenty of times. Shout out to Randy Jerkins for introducing us. Brandy Fanny, like she's on. He looked and was like, "That's so sweet." We talked for hours. We went to Neverland. Michael comes out with a little man holding him like a baby. He was like 85 years old or 65 or something at the time. Stop, Rodney. Hold on. I gotta go get my guest. Comes back in with a 75-year-old man. If you had him in your arms and you capped out at the liquor store and you went to get some booze, they're not gonna ID you, even though he looks like a baby. That's how essential Michael was.
אז אנחנו מגיעים לסוף של בייס למטה למטה. זה עוד להיות לצפוי בעיקר המלך, בעיקר גדול סוג המחוסן. אם בתוך הקבוצה שהקורן עושה היה משהו שלא קשור לקבוצה, היה איזה אבן או מלח או קורן לא ממשיכים, חזקת זהב, מטבע, עץ, מנורה, אבל למה צריך שלוש דברים לגמרי? אני לא יודע אם הוא רוצה פתאום לצבוע, זה כמו לא לצבוע אבסו, זה מתחיל הרשימה וכל אחד מוסיף והולך. אם היה כתוב רק אבן, שום מלאה והסקרובי כי אי אפשר להרכיב אבן, אבל מלח והסקרובי כי כל קורבן יש מלח, אז מלח זה משהו שמקביל, כמו מאוד מקטש, אני חושב שזה בסדר, זה לא בסדר. פתאום המלח במדובר, אני לפעמים כבר לא. מתי שמו את המלח על זה רבו ישראל, אבל זה לא. מכל המלח דריקו, ואני מכל אבל לא לא נקבע בעליזות, מכל האלה נקבע שאני חושב שזה קשה, ממש מאוד, שזה גם האס, גם הלבון, גם המלח, כולם. והמשיכה הגמורה על המשנה בבני
Me, so we can go in, boo. I was in the studio. Let's go. What you want tonight?
Oh, shit.
I can't
There's gonna be a lot of hair pulling in this.
I can't bounce.
I shit more bounce.
Here we go. Try to out-history each other. Let's fucking see this shit.
We can pull up like a quiz or something.
See, but when you like that response, that rebuttal was funny, and that was you being yourself in your character, which is like a smart guy, right, who can intellectually take someone down, and you just need to fucking find what's funny about that and inject jokes into it. Into when you're talking about Straight Outta Compton, you should go see Straight Outta Compton.
Jacques,
I think I get what you're getting.
Jacques, you could be the funniest version of Frederick Douglass that
I
anybody.
I actually would like I'd like that.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool.
Yeah, like interesting facts about,
Or just be a black guy who knows nothing about being black.
right.
What?
Yeah.
And as long as you always have just a white ball next to your head, I think that'll be what confuses everyone. They won't know who's talking about.
What do you do for fun, Jacques?
Let me go hiking.
I didn't realize this was the bio on
He
your
loves ice hockey and swimming.
Well, don't get me started because I surf, I hike, and I fucking snowboard.
You,
So
what? You snowboard?
I snowboard like a motherfucker. You want to go?
Yeah.
Let's go.
My parents have a place in Lake Tahoe.
Let's do this. I got a snowboard, a helmet, and a jacket. Let's do it.
I would highly recommend recording your sets and going over it and really finding where the jokes are attacked in it, because it seems like you're very wordy, like we've already talked about. But stand-up has to be like right to the point for the most part. You need to keep them interested, and you kind of just went on and on and on. And it's,
What else do you do for fun, Jacques? What else do you talk about in your stand-up? Other than movies that you haven't seen.
I actually talk a lot about race and dating. Yeah.
How's dating going?
No, I don't know. Moving to LA is a little different than dating in Austin.
Oh,
Easy enough.
Man, I'd love to see you talk about race.
No, I'll talk about it. What do you say about it?
I don't know. I say stuff about like discrimination, about.
Do you do this with a protest sign in your hand?
You know what? I don't know. Like, I do a joke about how, like, the Afros were coming by a Black Panther, so you can feel my family, so I just shaved it off. And, like,
Is that true?
yeah.
Of course not.
Has anything you talk about ever been true?
Yeah.
Tell me one true joke. And you shouldn't have to think as hard as you think.
I think you're way too smart to be thinking that hard about one.
I don't know. Like, I'm a lawyer, and when I go to the courthouse, they always think I'm a lawyer.
Are you a lawyer?
Yeah.
What kind
This
of
is the
lawyer?
shit you need to start talking about.
Employment law?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up. So, like, when somebody get fired from their job because and they think they was discriminated against, like, they fired me because I'm black. That's why.
Yeah. That's actually what I get.
Yeah. Okay. So, where the fuck was you when I got fired from Alaska Airlines?
Alaska. You work in Alaska
Yes,
Airlines?
I went to Alaska Airlines.
What did you do for Alaska
What airline?
I was customer service agent.
Yeah.
And I was the fucking best.
How did you get fired?
Some bullshit. Some bitch tried to say that I was.
Is this recorded? This is recorded. You can take a shot.
I'm just saying, that was like 13 years ago now, 14 years ago. But some bitch tried to say I was trying to sell tickets and stuff. I'm like, I work in the baggage department. I'm not selling shit. But somebody basically stole my sign-in code and sold some tickets for cheaper than what they was. And they tried to blame it on me.
Tiffany,
No, I didn't.
just got word from
13 years ago was when that Alaskan Airlines crashed.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no, that was like 15 years ago. It was in 2000.
Hey,
Watch it jump. You see how the Billy takes
oh
you.
my
Your
God.
ass jump
You
like a
know what?
motherfucker.
Was one of those in Straight Outta Compton?
What?
Shock.
Last Airlines flight? No.
Shock. Pat Reagan. Shock. I got something to say.
What?
To you. Okay, so like your stance can be sort of a me against the world because do you feel like an outsider? Do you feel like out of place? Yeah. So the thing is that you have the intellect to defend yourself from being out of place. You have the intellect to rebut what people say. So you can sort of take your act as a rebuttal, taking all your frustrations from people not getting you through your whole life, and you can rebuttal. There you go, Pat Reagan getting the bear on that one. I think I'm making a point. I don't know. Keep going. I'm just kidding. That's it. There you go. I got bear.
Now turn that point into a song and I'll listen to it.
Jacques, what are you most passionate about? What fires you up? What makes you mad? Talking to the microphone.
I don't know. I think like social inequality.
Do you know what high school Ice Cube went to?
Yeah.
He went to Taft motherfucking High School, Woodland Hills, California.
How do they get motherfucking in the name of a high school?
See that? There you go. That's your me against the world.
Exactly.
Like intellectual rebuttal to that question. What's the thing?
That's a question.
I asked you if you knew what
If you
school.
knew it.
Jacques, do you know what school I went to?
What school did you go to?
El Camino Real in Woodland Hills, California. LA guy. I was a white girl then.
You're a smart guy, you're a lawyer, just start talking about some smarter shit that has happened to you.
Yeah, start telling people
Instead of
like
making
that.
up, complete worlds.
I'll be the
You know what I mean? It's like, fuck.
Your rebuttals are great. When people come at you, you rebut with something like that's real, and it's like it's good, man. So just I don't know, man. That's some jokes.
Are you in court? Yeah.
I'm curious about this. I'm curious to actually ask you. I feel like there's just like one type of comedy or like a certain personality, and I don't think that's I think about how you
You be yourself. You become a personality, and then people are like, oh, that's that type of guy.
Yeah.
And that type of guy is Jacques. Oh, that's a Jacques type of guy. And then we're like, oh, I get it.
Just
And the name of your first comedy album? Jacques Jams. There he goes, everybody.
just be yourself.
Yeah, man. He's got no Twitter. He's from Austin. He's not on Twitter. How's that possible?
Well, because he's a lawyer. Most lawyers don't have social media stuff because they're afraid they're going to get fucked up.
Tiffany.
I've dated a few lawyers.
Dated some more. I bet it. I believe it.
Yeah, I had some cases.
Yeah. Did you pick the case?
All of them.
Your next comedian goes by the name of Jordan Gannon. Jordan Gannon, ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
Hello, everyone. I have a self-defeating personality disorder, which means, well, you wouldn't care what it means. I live in regret, constant regret, just some things you can't take back, like doing a set, or like when my father died, I was at Starbucks. And I just wished I didn't get the Pike Place roast. I feel like it would make the memory of his death less bitter. I regret all things. I was watching a show, perhaps you know it, Mad Men. I was watching episode, season 2, episode 1. That's the one where the gay guy makes out with the bellhop. saw that, had a sudden realization. Oh shit, I'm never gonna come out as a bellhop. All right. There.
Yeah, yes, you will. So then, very funny. This is an especially nerdy episode tonight, to where even the black guys are nerdy, and that's when you know that we're really hitting our stride, when the cool kids are finding out about it. Jordan, that's very funny. How long have you been in stand-up?
About 2 years.
I like your style. That you actually, I feel like out of all the people, like, you probably like sort of have this. Like you know you. I think that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I work in supply chain.
Really?
Right on.
I would guess architect.
I get tried and failed. Well,
See, you look like an architect, but then you got delivered like William Shatner.
that's what I do when I'm nervous.
What's interesting is you guess that he's an architect, and his Twitter handle is architect.
That's right.
What does that mean?
Because when I was wanting to be an architect, I also wanted to be an actor. So,
Holy shit. Holy shit. I just got dizzy. Hold on a second. You wanted to be both an architect and an actor at one point. So when you were choosing your Twitter handle, you were so 50-50 that you were like, fuck it. I'm just going to take a gamble here. And
Would your dream job be an actor playing an architect? Can you explain?
that wasn't just a nod and yes for you podcast listeners.
Can you explain the Starbucks joke? Was that just a joke about Pikes Peak? Well, I kind of
yeah, no, actually, that's based on a true story, but it's part of a longer bit that I do.
So your dad died while you were at Starbucks.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you were...
Really?
Yeah, well, he was probably already dead at that point.
You found out when you were at a Starbucks.
I came home with that. Yeah, so he driving to work, pulled over to the side of the road, had a massive corner.
Oh.
So then, that's respectful. So, yeah, well, I mean, like, I think pulled over to do it.
Yeah, they have a good stop.
Yeah.
My dad would have just kept driving. Took out a few people. You would have found a farmer's market. I'm going alone. But your dad was so passive, he just pulled over. Probably.
So what was
Maybe induced it himself.
What was the Pikes Peak part?
I just wish I could get the Pike Place roast. I feel like it would have made it.
Yeah, it's the worst, right?
Here's my only suggestion. You got to slow it down just a little, because talking to, I can understand you now, but when you're doing your joke, you're kind of blowing through it a little quick, and the joke is strong enough where project it. It doesn't mean you have to add more to it, but you don't have to be the weird. It's just,
no,
you know what I mean?
No, I get it.
So don't, and you were even doing some hand shit. That's not real.
Do you ever go on commercial auditions?
I do, thanks, yeah. But, fuck, good question. I'm trying to get a new agent.
He looks like an agent that I had once that never got me anywhere.
That's self-defeating.
No one's ever seen that agent.
Yeah.
You look like you could play pretty much anything. You don't go on auditions, though.
I live in Sacramento. So.
So much shame. You're
Get the
supposed to
fuck off this stage.
How long have you lived in Sacramento? Keep that music going, please.
Yeah, let's do that.
A couple years. I've lived there.
A couple years, which means you moved to Sacramento when you were an adult. Please keep this music up. Keep it there. Answer the question, Jordan.
Yes, I did.
What made you move to Sacramento? Don't tell me a job.
I had to see the big city.
the capital of California.
Where were you before Sacramento?
I was in Gridley, California.
Hey, do me a favor.
Wrigley?
Will you do me one favor?
Yeah.
Lower the mic a little.
Okay.
Just because it's touching your mouth and it's creeping me out, because
That shit is nasty.
it's got to be enough so that you can use the mic. And you just got to believe you're mumbling like because you think it's cool. But you got to just speak and be that guy who believes in what you're talking about. Like right now, let me hear your voice. No, say right now.
Right now.
A little louder.
Right now.
No, you still don't believe it. Let me just hear you say, I'm a comedian, I'm going to tell some jokes.
I'm a comedian, I'm going to tell some jokes.
A little louder.
I'm a comedian, I'm going to tell some jokes.
No, but see, but what I'm saying is that's uncomfortable for you.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can tell it is. So that's what you have to work on.
I didn't know we had Tony Robbins around today. Kurt's changing lives over here.
No, I mean, one day Pat will have a talk. But I'm saying, just got to stand tall and fucking sell it. Because you got good jokes.
Yeah.
But the way you deliver them, I don't even want to hear them.
You're delivering them like an architect.
Yeah.
How long have you done stand-up? A couple years, and how often? How many times do you go up in the past month?
A couple times a week.
So how many in the past month? In the past moon? Oh, Jesus. This moon thing's got to end, Pat. How many times you gone up? No more moon from you.
What day we are?
No, you're asking me.
That's what you got 4 times.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Jordan, what do you do for fun? What do you do the other nights? You're doing stand-up.
Watches Mad Men and jacks off.
Is that true?
Pretty much.
How do you know? I'm asking him.
I can tell. Look, he wishes he was Donald Draper. Like, look at him.
What do you do for fun, Jordan? Give us something fucking good. Don't say you do stand-up.
And don't whisper or I'm going to make you leave.
Tell us what you do
You gotta,
for fun.
what do you do for fun?
I don't do much. I walk around cities looking at buildings. I write stuff.
You walk around the city.
He walked around looking at buildings wishing he did that.
Wishing I did that.
I wish I would have did that right there.
I look at a building and I say, I could have designed that.
I could have put that goblin on that building right there. I could have.
And then you go home and watch little.
Your dream is to be Michael Brady. Michael Brady was an artist.
Yeah.
And an actor.
You need 3 kids and a white bitch with 3 kids. Make a movie.
But that's my tip to you. Speak up, Billy. But you're still not doing it. But we'll talk later.
Talk from your nuts, man. Pull it from your motherfucking sack.
Are you, Jordan? Have you ever been to the Black Girl before?
Nah, he done bought some black pussy before.
By the way, what you guys may have missed, and definitely if you're listening to the show, is the 2 black women in the audience actually answered that before Jordan could, and they both gave strong no's, and they were correct. Jordan followed through with his own no a few seconds later, after really scanning an empty party.
Have you ever been engaged or in love? You been in love? Did she love you back?
What, she?
He? Oh, you got it?
Did you tell her you loved her? Sure. I bet she didn't even fucking hear you.
Ooh! Hurt off. You gotta speak up, man. Speak up.
Jordan Gannon, everybody. We'll see you, Jordan. Come back, Jordan. We love you, Jordan. This is a very, very special Suicide Watch episode of Tony, where we're only pulling the most depressed names out of the bucket.
I just want to teach him how to love.
For help and no one heard.
I just want to teach him how to love.
Guys, this is fine. Yeah, this is interesting. How you doing back there, Jamie Vernon? Double thumbs up. Audience, how are you guys? This is an interesting one. This is one of the shows that is so unproduced and random that you can really hear, like, real life stories out of nowhere.
Let's make this next one awesome. Come on.
But by the way, Jordan, you know, that shit about your dad pulling over to have his heart attack is a totally hilarious premise that I've never heard, like, anything about.
And you're welcome to have the tags I added. It made it hilarious.
Right.
But you have to deliver them with the confidence that I did.
Yeah, maybe change the drink, because I had no idea that drink sucked, or whatever it was.
And by the way, dude, I completely see what Kurt's saying, and I couldn't agree with the note more. You've gotten away with doing it nice and mellow, and you're right, you're that likable, and your jokes are well written, that you'll get that response, and you think that's the response that you deserve, but it isn't. If you did give an extra 20% from your chest and gut and everything, you would notice a clear difference. I guarantee it.
You'll make money.
Yeah, and I'll take some of it.
And you'll get some black pussy.
Right.
That's every white man.
Those are the nights you want to whisper.
A little black pussy.
and that is only from doing Tiffany's laundry.
Or her pap smear.
Which she gets done at the same place as their laundry.
Swap me.
Swap. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Let's get some fun female energy up here. Put your hands together for Jill Chrissy.
Hey, how you doing? I'm tired of talking about race. I'm so over it. Right? I think we should only be focusing on two things. That's good people and bad people. And I think we can all agree that white people are bad and black people are good. I mean, what is the confusion? You know? No, white, honestly, white isn't real. White doesn't exist. White is an attitude. You're peach. You're peach. Like, there's peach people and there's cottage cheese. One of them is actually white, and the other one says it's white and then fires me on my first day at Chipotle because I was giving black customers extra portions. I'm just trying to help my people out. Economics. All right.
Well, 58 seconds. That's how it's done, guys. That's how it's done.
That's my sister, girl. Funny as I like my book.
That's how it's
I
done.
love you too, girl.
You didn't speed yourself up. You didn't slow down too much. You were just you. You delivered right down the fucking
We have a lawyer here also that could probably help you with the
I
Chipotle.
love lawyers, and we
You saw that guy?
I'm also intelligent sometimes, and I love to talk to him.
What'd you get?
Did you like that tall drink of water?
Well, I'll take mostly anything.
Nice.
It's hard out here.
Tiffany should have a sitcom.
It's hard out here for us.
Yes, it is.
Funny. I like you.
Thank you.
I think your jokes were clever. They were right on point to me. Like any.
I didn't like them. They're a little racist. Well, guess what, motherfucker? I'm gonna get the white man pretty quick.
But she didn't call. She said y'all was peach, which is true. You guys are not white. Like I put white next to you. You're not white.
But black people aren't black. I just chose to go with the white.
Yeah, because we are really caramel. Brown.
We're a bunch of different colors. She's black too, but she's very light.
Yeah, she's yellow. Nobody is actually like, if you saw an actual white person, you'd be like, oh my God, that's a ghost. They dead.
And they go, they did.
You would be fucking scared if you saw a real white.
How long have you been doing comedy?
I've been doing comedy off and on for like a good 3 years or so.
When you say up and on, like what's I like that last month. How many times in the last month?
In the last one, every day, I hit my.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Stay consistent with that, girl. You gonna make it.
You're funny. You believe it.
Thank you.
What do you do for work? How do you survive?
I work at a Jewish chocolate factory.
Kosher chocolate, baby.
All kosher.
Talk about that.
Candy factory?
Yeah, it's actually on Sunset. It's called John Kelly's. Any rich people in here? Any chocolate? It's very expensive.
Yeah, it's good too. I know. Girl, you know I'm Jewish too.
A lot of peach people buy a lot of only
Circumcised
Oh
and
yeah, these
everything.
people own that place.
Tiffany, you don't have to keep saying you're Jewish. They already picked up your show for season 2. You don't have to say that. You don't have to keep that line going.
But they haven't picked her up yet, so she better keep
I haven't gotten the contract yet, so
Right.
yeah, but yeah, I'm Jewish too.
If you guys touch hair, is it like Velcro?
It's like, oh, is that racist?
That's interesting that you work at a Jewish candy place. Do you think they hired you because they just thought you were a giant chocolate?
Possibly.
They hired her because she has a great smile. She has an awesome
I
personality.
know, Tiffany. I was thinking of jokes.
But they do make her wear foil.
She got a kissing stick coming out the top of her head. It's kissing.
Yeah, crazy.
What kind of candy are you slinging over there?
It's like dark chocolate with dark salted
Not
chocolate.
German chocolate, correct?
No, definitely.
Hell, that's hilarious.
Yeah, you can have it right after you. Open with that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take that.
Yeah, give me a box of chocolate.
How much time do you have? Like do you have a pretty long set? Like
I'm a humorist, so I write
We'll decide if
stories.
you're fucking.
I've been writing stories for like over 10 years.
yeah, but how long of time do you have? Like
You could do your own show.
That was it. I don't really have a lot of stand.
You just have a killer 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Well, I just started like
If you hand out chocolate
maybe 2
afterwards, you
weeks
can go
ago.
an hour.
You started 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, probably like 2 to 3 weeks ago, trying to find because I want a set that I can do.
So talk about working at the Jewish chocolate shop.
Yeah. 15 minutes together, I'll let you open up for it.
Yeah?
Because I'm about to blow up.
Shit, I'll put 15 minutes together. I didn't know you were looking for
I can do that.
I wanted to only help my people.
That's fine. What do you got against Peach?
I do like peach Ciroc. I will drink some peach.
do you think you can
Ciroc.
get 5 minutes together for Friday at the Ice House?
This Friday?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Very exciting.
Do it.
This reminds me of the end of Willy Wonka, guys. Very exciting.
You're the funny.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That makes me
David,
very proud.
Don't
enjoy it.
forget the Hershey's Kiss.
I will. Thank you.
You can have that.
All right, you guys. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Jill Christie.
She's funny.
Yeah?
I love funny women. More funny women.
So we'll see you Friday at the Death Squad show at the Ice House.
10 p.m. at the Ice House. You can see
More
Jill
funny
Christie for the
women.
other set. All right, I pulled another name out of the bucket. His name is Dave Neal. There you go. The real Dave Neal.
All right, I know I look like every guy that's been voted off the Bachelorette. Thank you, sir. I come from Rhode Island, a very Irish Catholic family. My name's Dave, standard white guy name. I have 2 younger brothers. Their names are Jack and Jameson. Alcoholics on board. Those are their real names. My mom was 41 when she gave birth to Jack. 7 months pregnant when her water broke on a hike. She had to deliver Jack on the rocks. Jameson's 18. He just went off to college. First week at school. I tried to relate to him. He's a big brother. I called him and I was like, Jameson, did you get girls' phone numbers? He's like, no, Dave, that's super creepy. I was like, what do you do with your phone? He's like, you just get a girl's first and last name and find her online. I want a girl's number. When I was his age, I didn't have a cell phone. I had to memorize it on the way home and hope that nobody interrupted me. I'm like, 855, 855, 855. My brother's like, what time's kickball? 4:15. Fuck! All right, that's that. Thanks.
Yeah, Dave Neal. How long have you been on stand-up, Dave?
4 years.
4 years. Where at?
2 years in New York, 2 years here.
What do you do for work?
I film and rent stuff. Yeah.
So you're an escort?
Yeah. No, I drive Lyft. I do stunts. I do no work, background work.
Stunts?
Stand in. Yeah.
Do you stand in for Kirk Fox?
No, shit.
Y'all could be brothers. Y'all got the nose.
Thank you very much.
Stunts. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I just talked my way into, like, I told the guy I was on a set photo doubling, and I told him I could do stunts, and then I had to do them.
What did you have to do?
It was a Mission Impossible.
No, it was a horror film. I just had to get the shit kicked out of me by the girl who was possessed. So I just had to throw myself around like a room and get shit thrown at me.
And you were a girl?
No, the girl beat me up, and I had to like take the hits and go through,
What movie is that? I want to see that.
Exeter on Netflix. Good movie.
Watch you get your ass beat.
Thank you. You're not the only one. Trust me.
You've been in LA for 2 years.
Yeah, I've been in and out here in New York.
What made you move to LA from New York?
I got a gig opening for a comic, and I just like took it because it was like steady for a little while. And then,
In LA?
well, like all over, but he's based out of LA. Craig Shoemaker, he's an older guy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so I was open for him for a little while. And then
Love Master.
yeah, exactly. There you go. They don't know him because he's young, but it was great. Yeah, it was great. It was good, and then that ended. I started dating a girl, so I stayed. Right? That's pussy good.
How's that going?
I'm mad at her right now.
Why?
I talk about it all the time. She's like every other girl in LA, an Instagram model. And I've got her on stage, and she posts shit like, you know, I get to see a photo like she got tagged on the beach with a dude, you know. But she makes more money than I do, so I just have to be cool with it.
That's a good job.
It's yeah, she's fucking.
So what does she do for her?
That's it.
Really?
She's an Instagram.
Well, she's not. You're like she's a professional model who also she makes her money modeling and also Instagram. Instagram makes me mad because the guys can comment on it. I don't have
followers does she have on Instagram?
She's not like 35,000. She's not like a fucking crazy. She's not like a whore who grows crazy shit.
35,000.
She just does. I mean, you can promote her Instagram.
It's not a horror.
Yeah, what is it? I want to look it up.
Tasha Courtney. But you'll see the photo I'm talking about. It just pissed me off. But I love her. We're like pretty much engaged, and I got a deal.
What?
Hold on.
Why? Answer me this. Why do guys get so mad when they see you post a beautiful picture of yourself on Instagram?
Yeah,
They get so mad when other guys be like, damn, that's a thirst trap, girl. You looking good. Like, damn, your body banging. Ooh, that booty fat. Ooh, like, why you get so mad? Why you don't? But you just be like, dang, yeah, I got the fat booty, bitch. Why you can't be happy with that shit?
Because you don't know you got her.
How long have you been with her?
She is fine.
A year and a half.
Year and a half.
We met years ago. Yes.
Pretty much engaged.
Yeah,
She is.
they're all looking on their phones. Yeah, I got her.
She is.
You gotta deal with it. You gotta put up with the bullshit.
And you might be on the Ice House Friday. You can bring this girl.
I will. Yeah, I will bring her. I'll bring her and some of her friends if you guys want. But yeah, they're not
beautiful. And I mean, you're not a bad looking guy either. You look like Tom Cruise's like third, fourth little brother or something. You know,
Only
you're
black people tell me that, to be honest.
Only black people tell
See,
you.
white people have no idea what you're talking about, but black people are like, yeah, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, for
The
sure.
black girl's laughing. Say the other one's like, yeah, we don't know.
Because we associate that.
We met on a film set in New York. No, we met years ago on Mildred Pierce, the HBO show. And then she hated me for a long time, and then they just my war.
Why did she hate you?
She was just like, I was just like a douche. I like met her, and I used my lines, they didn't work. And then years later, actually, my first set I ever did while I was visiting, she sat right there, came to my show. Here, right there. Yeah, she sat right there. I'll never forget, like, what seat. And then, you know what? I'll smell it later. It's the one that the ball guy said.
She is fine as fuck.
Right there.
I don't even like bitches like that.
Yeah, and then, can I tell you one thing about your comedy? Sure, please, yeah. You gotta just slow it down a little. Yeah. I mean, you're so jacked up. I know, I was too amped.
Take your ringtone. You gotta slow it down.
Yeah, don't sometimes people go too slow, Kurt? Sometimes people go too slow.
Yeah, and then I'll say speed it up.
All right, I'm waiting for that day.
What, do you think that his pace was right on?
I'm just waiting for that day that he says speed it up.
Listen, I told the other guy to raise his volume and pick up the pace a little. I didn't want to do something too punchline, but those are like old jokes.
But I didn't mean you were just fucking.
Yeah, I was.
I think those are. I don't know. I think that's like a general note that could apply to many people. And yeah, it can apply.
It can apply to everyone in the world. But I'm just talking about the guy in front of me right now who was telling jokes too fast.
Can we call your girlfriend on speakerphone and ask her who she's at the beach with? Do you want to get her name right now?
By the way, I think she's not
going to answer. Girls don't answer her phone, but I don't have my phone.
I think she'd answer.
I'm not going to give you her number in front of everyone.
Yeah, you call her.
You just call. My phone's in the back. If Valerie wants to run and get it, she can.
It's okay.
By the way, I think she might have accidentally uploaded that photo and then deleted it.
No, I'll show you. It's on her tag photos. This is where I get kind of crazy. I look at her.
Oh, you be looking at her tags.
And the dude posted it, and then she was like, "Hey man, nice photo, boo." And I was like, He's not your boo."
Wow.
Right? We're like really officially, like we're the whole couple, so.
You guys are officially engaged?
We wanted.
Close to her?
Here's
Did you give her?
Here's what happened. So we're in the friend zone. She wouldn't date me, and then we're getting ready to. It was Christmas time. I called the radio station to get a song played, and I told them I wanted to dedicate it to my girlfriend, and they gave me an engagement ring. Wow. So we got an engagement ring before we ever dated, and then she picked it up one day.
Perfectly normal beginning to a relationship.
And then we fucked like 4 weeks later. So. Thank you very much.
Are you really? I mean, did you like?
She literally has the engagement engagement ring, and I haven't gotten.
Who gave it to her?
You do know it's not going to work out with her, correct?
I mean, you gotta get a fucking job. You gotta make more money than her. She's never gonna marry you unless she makes more money than
I
you.
have a teach, and she's a model, so we're working things out. She's doing other things. And
You gotta make more money than her.
that's what I'm doing here, guys. I could use your help. I appreciate it. No, seriously though, it might work out. We were friends before the engagement ring. Yeah, it just came in.
Does she think she's engaged, or do you?
No, I'm fucking around. Like we live together and shit, but like it's gonna happen, you know.
Did she tell her parents that you guys are engaged? Did she tell her parents?
Neither one of us. How long have you lived with her? We've lived together for over a year.
Has she told her parents that she's engaged?
We're not engaged.
Do you sleep together? Do you sleep in bed together?
I'm on the couch tonight, so yeah, we sleep together. Yeah.
Do you know her passcode on her phone yet?
Yeah. 5754.
Wow.
What are you gonna trick me on your phone? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. No, I make it sound bad, but you know, like we fucking it's a good relationship, except I got to deal with the fucking dudes writing on our wall. Welcome to America. Yeah, it's 2015.
But you should be feeling blessed. Like if dudes are posting shit on her wall or whatever, you should be feeling like, damn, I'm gonna fuck the shit out of her. And all these dudes are
you're right.
like, seriously, do my dick.
I do, and I gotta get better.
If I was a dude, that's what I would do. I'd do shit on me. I'm gonna comment. I'm like, yeah, but I'm about to fuck her right now. Like, and I'm just give her the dick.
I'm gonna go take that note.
That's what I would do.
Dave Neal, go get her. Dave Neal, everybody. There he goes. He's on Twitter at Dave Neals, Nealz. This is an extra special, compelling episode. Might be our least funny episode of Kill Tony that we've ever had, but a really compelling episode.
It's interesting.
I really like the stories of the people that we're meeting here. It's more of a drama, this one.
Yeah, it is.
We're entering the drama world as a comedy store and as a comedy podcast, but I like that we have that kind of range. Normally it's just like boom, 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 just continuous laughs. And sometimes being me, it gets boring to deal with that all the time. You know, I mean, you think of it night after night after night with my stand-up, with this show. It's just always, you know, home run derby. So it's nice to have an extra special, mellow, you know, story-based episode tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two regulars that do a brand new minute every single week.
Yeah.
One of the regulars flew to London today for a 3-week hiatus, and she will be back in 3 weeks. That's 19-year-old Thunder Force Allie Makovsky, just an absolute monster, and we're so happy that she's part of the show. So we're going to go straight to our other regular, who I believe is in week 4 of being the newest regular on Kill Tony. We're so happy that she's part of the show. You know, Kill Tony, they always interesting stylings of Melissa Esslinger, everybody.
Hello. So I have a cousin who married a stripper. He married a stripper named Brittany. Britny. Brittany. And she has a tattoo on her butt that says "Cowgirl Up." She's a stripper. Yeah. So she had a baby when she was 16, and she claims that it was rape. But the father has custody of the baby. I know responsibility feels a lot like rape. Yeah. But it comes down to our choices, you know. Speaking of choices, I was at a party the other night, and this guy offered me cocaine, and I told him that I was celebrating my 17th birthday. Put him in timeout for a little bit.
Yeah, 53 seconds. Huge hit from Melissa Esslinger. Probably my favorite joke of the night. I mean, it's about you. It's only on you. You're owning it. It's on your family. You're keeping it real. You know, all the questions that I ask people is to try to get shit about their real life out of them. You know, and with that, you're talking about something that only you can talk about. I almost like the fact that there's misdirects in the beginning and you're building this storyline before really getting into anything. The Cowgirl Up never ended up being used for anything. You're just painting a picture of this sort of super trashy Britney girl that we're learning about. Even the spelling of her name is just like such pure trash. I mean, like somebody just sounded it out and was like, fuck it. Yeah.
Somebody was smoking weed when they was filling out that birth certificate.
Remind me, who is this again? Your brother's?
My cousin's wife. I really hope she's not listening because she gets very angry.
No, she's not. We don't have any.
I'm sure she doesn't have a radio.
Radio.
Yeah. It's an old man cut out there. I think myself, I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a shortwave radio.
She doesn't get KRS 101.
Yeah, Kirk thinks we're on FM right now. I love that.
Are we not?
Fraser Smith show, baby. 95.5
These are the
WLOS.
jokes. These are the jokes, folks.
Melissa, so fun. How are you enjoying? I bet it's starting to get nerve-wracking. Is that something that you wrote this week?
Yeah. Well, no, not fully. I've done the name. The responsibility feels a lot like Rape is the newest. I like that.
That's true.
Thank you. Feeling it lately.
Real.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Smart. It's a smart rape joke, and it's a smart
Responsibility.
Yeah, which is hard to combine those
It's
two
tough to
things.
combine radio and responsibility. I've always found.
The fact that he got custody of the baby is hilarious.
Yeah,
That's great. Maybe pause a little though,
Okay.
because that was really funny. You didn't really give anyone a chance to laugh at that. You just kind of.
Yeah, when you hear applause go up, definitely pump the brakes a little bit.
Okay.
So fun. Do anything fun this week?
I went to San Pedro yesterday. I guess they say Pedro.
San
Yeah.
Pedro.
That was fun.
How was that?
It was good. My knees.
Why did you go to San Pedro?
My friend took me there. That's where I wanted to get out of.
That's where they bring in all the Russian mail order brides.
There was like this.
San Pedro.
I'm new to LA, so like I don't know all this stuff. But
Are
there
you a
was
wrestler?
No, but that's funny. Let's do it.
You have on wrestler shoes.
I do.
Well, those
Kind of gymnastic shit.
but you could be Ronda Rousey's little sister. I can see that.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
I just dated a couple of wrestlers. They had shoes like that.
Tony, I
Probably
think
the
you have
same size.
shoes like
I
these.
do. I wear that brand all the time. But it's in Tigers, and I have a few pairs of actual wrestling shoes. They have more support. Like cowboy boots.
Yeah, you should take them off.
You're cowboy up, huh?
Tiffany, anything you did now?
Nobody. I'm single.
Really?
That's why I want to go with you to work on Thursday.
Guys, that's Melissa Esslinger.
Thank you.
Catch her every single week on Kill Tony. I'm telling you, as you can tell, she's naturally a nervous person. I think it's going to be so much fun watching her perform a new 60 seconds every single week. I couldn't be happier that she's part of the show.
Yeah.
How about that drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt of tonight's episode? There it is. We did it. Nothing was there when we started, and now it's there. With a special Gerard Carmichael season 2. Gerard's just on the drawing.
Is that Gerard or Eddie Murphy?
Josh Martin made it all happen tonight. Follow him on Twitter. Patty Reagan is Patty Reagan. P-E-I-R-E-G-A-N. Buy his album. Buy everything he's doing. Check out his stuff on YouTube. Kirk Fox is Kirk Fox. The new Rush Hour. He's one half of the new Rush Hour, everything. Kirk motherfucking Fox. Follow him on Twitter. He's one of my top 5 favorite tweeters in the entire world at Kirk Fox.
Yes, he's hilarious.
And how about one more time for season 2 of the Carmichael Show's Tiffany Haddish,
לפעמים התורה רוצה לחדש דבר קטן, אבל היא חוזרת על כל הפרטים. וזה לא בשביל לנו להיכנס כל פרט בפרט ולהגיד, התורה חזרה על עצמה, אז בוא ניקח את הפרט הזה ונאמר את זה. לא.
Oh, shit. Another packed motherfucking house. Are you guys ready for a crazy night or what, you motherfuckers?
והחידוש הזה, היא חזרה את כל הפרשה. זה היה יכולה. אז חייב להיות, אם זאת אומרת, אצבע כמו נגיד, יוסף לא ככה כל זה בגלל מחר אצבע, כאן כתוב את שני כתוב, הכהן ואצבע. ופה אומרים לצורך מפיקה, ויודעים את זה, עשיתי בתור הכהן, אז אצבע, שתי המינים, גם בכהן וגם אצבע. האם שם כתוב את זה, זאת אומרת, אז למה קבוצה שיש רק אחד מתוך השתיים כתוב כהן וכתוב באצבע או ים והקבוצה כמו שלמדנו פסוק בשמאל אומר אוי אצבע אוי לא צריך שתיהם מכיוון שכתוב כהן אז אנחנו יודעים מיד שזה כתוב באצבע
What's up, sluts? No one really knows for sure Elevate, Elevate, Elohim, Chaim, but this is the result we live by. We've been doing this shit 1, 2, 3 days, 123 days. Straight fire, son. Alright, here we go. This is the worst. Um, 3761, creation of the world, the birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of Kenan was born. Alright, now what? Coffee and Kabbalah, Kabbalah and coffee. On my account. Look at that and I don't have any record shown of them to the final opposite for Homer. Blessed be Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us to Bertram We're gonna know how much I could show them to the final opposite for Homer. Blessed are you, Hashem, God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Homer. Today is 127 days, which is 3 weeks and 6 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are, admittedly, as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, An Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad and she didn't take me out of it. And I'm like, I might have called your bluff, Mom. I don't recommend you do that. But, well, that kind of happened with the Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it, and God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God communicating orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicating orally, right, what we have is God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan. That everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. There's a reason why you've been returned to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you had independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalyptic literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how evil emerged. And there's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes in a special garden. and some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. But there are several competing theories about the origin of evil, and of course also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same way that perhaps we are now. If you're curious, in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future into the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So there's a slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip back just a couple slides here, right, and you can remember here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch. There are actually 3, right? We have 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Enoch. So in the Enoch literature alone, 1st Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course 2nd and 3rd Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex-eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in encoded language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent, or being a kind of critical literature in a sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening at a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well, organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism. Perhaps second to the Christians would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, though they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Though, right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. So we'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so, what the rabbis are concerned about isn't this final battle with with evil. They're really concerned with how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics. That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out try to pick a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, then you might be massacred. So the rabbis are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right? After the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore, right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed, right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Sharingo, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There have been a lot of Messiahs that come and go. They typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that Jesus spoke and did. So, the proto-rabbinical organizations, the proto-rabbinical movement was not very copacetic to the rise of the apocalyptic form of Judaism. So again, if you have questions, just make sure to put them over there in the chat. I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive into the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkabah mysticism, Merkabah chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how, weird it is, because of course it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people, was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a kind of claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion, in Judaism. This is an idea that survives all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God could even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right? You're going to do this, and I'll do this, and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brief. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people, or peoples, in the case of the collective Israelite state. And so this idea that God could show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens, or show you around the cosmos, show you around the throne of God, show you the underworld even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive, recording it, rather than go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two events in which this happens in the literature, at least the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah in Isaiah 6 and the theophany and Ezekiel are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going to go down. What I should also mention, by the way, is that the angels or the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypticists or the prophet are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. Some 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. And people have even said things that this might be a UFO or something. Who knows? There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They're very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Chayot, right, the ones that are alive, or the Cheruvim, or the Ophanim, that's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. You ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right, and that dome is full of water, right, and it rains down, or hails down, or rains down, right, and God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to the same degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. Now, these are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world, and the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, and if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, the rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent through the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least concept, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkava, right? Ma'aseh Merkava, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something, right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journeying. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkaba literature. The word Merkaba is the Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I script back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wings, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? It's God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkava mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot, but you get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is hechalot literature. Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the hechalot literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. All right, it's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this hechalot literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that are that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer of the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings, or sinful or whatever, shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals would be represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels. And also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal, you have to know passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels, somewhat secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. And in fact, there are even cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected because I went in there and I set that passcode and I almost, there's a famous line in Hechalot Rabbi where one of the rabbis says, that angel almost shocked me like a piece of wheat. Right, so there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent, right, through the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkava literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, even more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kinda. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically this the subform of Merkava literature is called Shiur Koma, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you're allowed to measure the body of God and meditate on the dimensions of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this and how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea of the kind of techniques that they may have used in order to induce these visions. And there's also a great deal of literary flair. These documents are very well written. They are intentionally trying to be perhaps provocative. And what we get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkabah mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a day Merkabah. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight on to a warning, right? That you should go up toward the divine world. The Merkabah mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe the ascent because you're unworthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend. For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barach, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. And if you read it in translation, you'll always say curse God because the word there is being used in a kind of unusual way. So that may be one, that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending. But we don't know why they just describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hechelot or Merkabah literature, Enoch, first Enoch, is often described as is typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkabah literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechelot Zutarti, and this is the lesser palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkabah literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hechelot Rabbati, which is the longest text of the Hechelot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkabah, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent, so it's largely Merkabah poetry. We also have the Sefer Hechelot, the Book of the Palaces. This is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to do with the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron, with the whole sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only is Enoch transformed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, which is God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there can be two gods is going to prove to be very, very dangerous and heretical idea in Judaism, but this idea was in the air during the Merkabah mystics, and so even Merkabah mysticism at some level challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so sacrosanct in Judaism. But at least in Third Enoch and some other texts, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disruptive, right? It's disruptive. And there's some ideas that even the Trinity may have emerged may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas. One of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh, and that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, Shiur Koma, and Shiur Koma is a separate piece of literature in which, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasan. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shiur Koma. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why, we don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Akiva was martyred during the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have. People felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne room of God allowed perhaps them to connect with God in a new way. It's not clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are Hechelot texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts, and they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that have survived from antiquity, all dating back all the way back to the Cairo of Giza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of this, which again, typically, right, we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not nothing, right? No, they're not all complete. They're not all in great shape. But the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon, they were moved across North Africa, they were absorbed into the European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired, but it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating it survives so many manuscripts. We think that the way this literature was formed, and this is a going theory right now, most literature, by the way, I should also mention, is in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think happened is that there are smaller phenomenological units. Phenomenology is the $4 word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences, they're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together into what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels. And we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them. And they're organized very much like an army, right? They're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot of debate about that the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us date some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. So what we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way, and the texts that we have now are those final literary forms in the form of the Hechelot Zatarti or the Hechelot Rabbi. So we're fairly confident, the leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course, perhaps, of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heavenly journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts mean, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace. There'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name, and the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels, and you would have to know various kinds of secret codes, or it's like sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name. You might bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various like quasi-magical devices. But next week we'll be getting into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals, these angelic magical passcodes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world, and this would almost always result in a mystical vision. And downstream of that mystical vision, there would be a poem written, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced, etc. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into the Orthodox liturgy, especially around the high holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns, these Merkava hymns in there, and you might immediately know why, right? Because think about what's happening in Yom Kippur, right? You are literally at the gates of the divine palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the divine palace, and it has a very Merkava feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing one's Yom Kippur experience as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and kind of, being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you. God can kill you. God's just figuring out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of Merkava feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkava mystics, is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier than the Babylonian Talmud, but typically the most famous version is found in Babylonian Talmud Tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in Tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found at section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. If you can imagine, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Rabbi Akiva, who's is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say it's water, because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that four of them go into the Pardes, and only three of them, right, or only one of them really emerges successfully. One of them dies, right? One of them actually says water, and it dies. It's stricken dead. One goes insane. In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? And it says, he's outside. Right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he's never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, and there is no sitting in for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are two powers in heaven. There are two gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these two beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this two beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoots, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there are all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature where the Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows he's condemned. He knows that he will never get into the world to come. In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave. He was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. So he was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, remember the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped, right? He's actually given lashes. And the phrase for the lashes is pulse denora. He's given lashes of fire. And this idea of lashes of fire will actually go in to become a form of Jewish death magic later on later on. It's not really in the Middle Ages, it's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic, that there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins. And if there's a significant sin found, you can actually, they will be killed, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa denora, the pulse denora. And one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes is this angel, Metatron, being whipped with fiery lashes by the angel Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels, you got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, the idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Metatron Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis were pretty concerned about this whole business. And, again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman in all this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way, although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded and people end up going crazy and dying. Perhaps the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the 3rd heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkabah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, it may have been part of some kind of Merkabah experience, right? That he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself have been a practitioner of this form of mysticism. And it perhaps, if a very famous rabbi can see two powers in heaven, it's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps by the way, seeing the resurrected Jesus was also a kind of God too, right? That we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism, and that when we see the notions of that Christ could be God and the Father could be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis really had problems with that, but it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps most shocking, and I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shior Koma literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision, and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer or psalm, and that's how many of the texts end. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne, and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a suitcase of right? A spiritual body. That when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that would have been a little alarming to many rabbinical people at the time. But something like that also happens in the American Bible literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasong. Now, they picked the parasong because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right, and you measure things in cubit. And typically that was standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasong was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say, about 3.5 miles, right? So about 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shior Koma literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shior Koma, right? So we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now, you might be curious about why we have it spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, it'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? The simple answer is, we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. There's some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sacranomina, these holy words, they're going to be said to have magical power. And already in the Shior Koma literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of characters, but no one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. And sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. We have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and there are sparks that issue from them, right? And that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, we have the name for it. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white of God's eye measures 10,002 parasangs. That's a huge number. Right? You can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is. But you're talking about tens of thousands of parasangs long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000 to 10,000 parasangs. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name, it also has another name, right? And you can see that there are alternate readings here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think it's 10,000 and something parasangs long, if you're curious. The distance between God's eyebrows is given, right? The distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance of God's fingers, which are unusually long, are actually given as well. I taught a Jewish mysticism class at an art college once, which is great because art students they're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program and actually mapped out what God's body looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really weirdly long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I have to dig up where the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he compiled every single one and tried to make it so that God, and God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, right, if you've ever seen the stereotypical picture of like a gray alien, it kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's Christopher the middle of all the alien people, alien conspiracy theory people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages with this stuff, right? With all kinds of dimensions of God's body. Now, when this literature was published, back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge and we find it into the Middle Ages, one of the probably people that's reading this and thinking to themselves, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the Guide to the Perplexed, if you've ever had the, what's the right word, the pleasure or the punishment of having to read the Guide to the Perplexed, right, because it's just as likely to perplex you than help you. One of the things that's true about it is that one of the main theses of the Guide to the Perplexed is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body. God's hands, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body and shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible, and I think likely Menachem Kellner has written a book about this, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Shior Koma mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because if people are criticizing you, that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sartora mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkava mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkava mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkava texts. So there'll be a Merkava text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkava text. In this literature, we typically refer to as the Sartora mysticism. Sartora mysticism is unlike the Merkava mysticism where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartora mysticism, you actually summon an angel, right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and that angel is called the Sartora. Sartora means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sar Torah comes to you, and the Sar Torah rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different accounts of how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having an experience, but it looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning them. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something. Here, of course, you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive in the medieval period, and it's going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkabah literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So this Sar Torah literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's where we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkabah or the Hechelot mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way to the Middle Ages, right? All the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkabah, Hechelot literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It's only been practiced for about 800 years. I say only 800 years. It's crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000 perhaps. So it's only the next couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap Merkabah mysticism, right? Will lap it. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Hechelot literature and the Merkabah literature. One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sar Torah mysticism. It's the definitive study of the mysticism that, again, involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. The problem with the Merkabah literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher Brill, and it's very expensive. So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechelot Rabbati online, so if you really want to get into them, and I can include them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link, I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this Merkabah literature, but I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out at just a moment when I do some questions and answers. I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Koma, the measurement of mysticism, or the Hechelot Rabbati, the largest text of the Merkabah tradition. So now this week, right, we have a bridge, and that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic, and Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when you talk about Kabbalah Ma'asit. Right? Kabbalah Ma'asit is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah. Doing of Kabbalah. The practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough, like 3 days from now. But we'll turn to that on Wednesday and we will pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is.
שמים על המזבח. אנחנו למדנו שיטת רב, שאם ישראל עושה את המחיצה, מכניס את היד שלו ולוקח 3 דקות, הוא יכול לפי תומיסרו להחזיר את זה לכלי ולהמשיך. היה לנו מחלוקת, האם זה דווקא שהוא יחזיר את זה לכלי הרגיל, או אפילו אם הוא יכניס את זה לכלי שומס השני, האם הוא יכול להמשיך הלאה או לא. שיטה אחת אומרת שלא, ברגע שהוא יכניס את זה לכלי שומס השני אי אפשר. מה הסכים לרוב? אני שואל לו מה היא עושה על הדשא. אלה הדברים האלה שחולקים אומרים שברגע שום שני אי אפשר להשתמש בכל הטקס מספיק. איך זה סביב הפוידו היא אם כשישראל או עושה קיביצה זה נחשב הפוידו אף אני ולא למד הכלי אז מה זה אפילו פלוט השני הרי הוא עושה עבודה בזה שהוא עושה את הקיביצה בעצמו אז הוא לא עושה את זה בכלי שני אבל זה עבודה והעבודה הזו עוסרת לדבר חופניק מזה סבסוד למה בואי נגיד אם זה לא נחשב כלום לא למד הכלי אפילו שם את זה בכלי שני אז מה אכפת סתם מעשה פה פעם ומישהו לקח ושם את זה בכלי שני זה לא הרס זה לא כלום זה לא קצת אז הוא אומר, פשט מקודש, לא למה בואי נגיד. זה חמי, בוא נקרא את זה, סתם, נספר את המוח. בוא נקרא את זה, כשהוא עושה את הקפיץ, הוא עושה 50% מהעבודה. כשהוא מכניס את זה, כשהוא עושה שני, הוא עושה עוד 50%. לא, מה בואי נגיד. זה 50% מהעבודה. ולגרום העבודה הזו, הגורם למטה כלי. או, מה אתה שואל אותי, שאלת אותי, מה הוא מגיח בזה שהוא עושה ככה, זה לא עבודה, כן, זה ככה. יחד עם הכלי זה עבודה שלמה, לכן הוא מכניס את זה בכלי שני, אז זה עבודה שלמה. יום ראשון דגמור, אפילו לא קידש, אפילו עד ידי לפעמים זה דודי, בקדוש ודפסוי. אז אפילו הוא לא הכניס את זה לכלי השני, אלא עשה פריצה, הכניס את זה בחזרה לכלי הראשון. הכלי הראשון אמור לתת לזה קדושה, הרי זה ראשון זה הכלי הראשון. אז ברגע שאתה מכניס את המלכות יותר בכלי הראשון, אז הוא עושה חמיצה, זה 50%. הוא מכניס את זה לכלי שומס, זאת 50%, זה נהיה פסול. רב אומר שאתה יכול להחזיר, לחזור ולהשתמש בעבודה הזה. אתה בישראל, אתה תחזור שלו. עשית 50. עכשיו החזרת את זה לכלי, עוד 50. עכשיו פסלת את זה, איך אתה יכול לשמור? או חברים בסימרס, שומס, איזה טאצ' בלמידה. או, כמו כל דבר אחר ביידיש, ביהדות, תזמין בראש. אם אתה לא מכוון שהכלי יקדש, לא קידשת כלום. למה? לא כיוונת לקדש, לא אתה רצית להשתמש שוב, אז לא קידשת. לא רצית לקדש, זה לא מקדש. רגע, זה נשאר לזה קצת, זה לא מקדש. שואל את מורדה, זה כאן שבזמן הכל. אם כן היה לו כוונה שיקדש, אז זה כן? ובואו, שתי משמעותיות מעליהם, שם הוא מבין את השאלה הזאת. שואל בזמן שכן שפסול, זה כאילו טוב. אם יש לך ביצה פשוטה, נכנס לזה לתוך הפגישורס, וכיוונת שהפגישורס יקדש, האם זה יקדש או לא? מה הוא אומר? הוא אומר, האם מכאן שיטה עשו, זה כן מקדש, אתה רואה, מה אמרתי, חלוק, הוא צודק ואתה צודק. במקרה של היסטוריה, לא מקדש את הקבוצה הזאת כדי שיהיה כל כך קדוש ונוכל לשים את זה על המזבח. אבל מקרה של היסטוריה, זה מספיק קדוש כדי להגיד שעכשיו אתה לא יכול להשתמש בקרב הזה. ומה הוא אומר, בגלל שצריך לסוג שהכנס את זה בכלי שאתה בולג שם דמים בו וזה גדול. יש לזה המון ספרמה. כיוון שהקמח הזה מעל שפת הכלי, הוא מעל. אז אם אתה שם את הביצה שלך על הערימה הזאת, הוא לא פתור קודש, הוא לא פתור כלי שורס. איך כלי שורס מקדש? אם אתה שם את מה שאתה שם, שאנחנו מדברים על קמח, אתה שם את הקמח, מתחת כלי שורס, מתחת על שפת הכלי, כמה מעל, הוא 10 סנטימטר מעל, זה לא טוב. הרי אם אתה צודק שהוא שם את העין, אומרים לו צריך לדאוג, איך הוא לקח חמיצה משם? הרי הוא לקח חמיצה מעל הגדוש לא צריך לישון, אז זה לא שווה כלום. בוא נגיד עכשיו, בגלל שהם סירו לטיסות, זה משהו כזה, שיש קמח עד למעלה למעלה, והזרת את זה על זה, בוא נגיד שזה מיצה שלי, זה לא קשר, למה? ומעל ספדתי, זה ספדתי, מה? איך הוא נהיה מעל? יש הרבה גם, שעוד אמרו, רגע, התחלת שזה שלם, ברגע שאתה לוקח קמח וגם, ברגע שאתה לוקח קמח, אז מה קורה? שזה שנייה, מה קורה? אני הולך את זה עד שלי לגב, לוקח קמח, נעשה חור, ואז אני מחזיר את הקמח לתוך החור, אז הוא בפנים, הוא פתאום בפנים. מצוין, מטרה, אם נכנס עשה חור, כי מהנדר שהוא מחזיר את הקמח לתוך החור, זה גם מקובל גם אז הוא זה מתחת מספדתי, זה תוך החור, זה לא... בוא נגד הקמח החדש, הגוי מכניס את היד שלו ככה, עושה צמיצה טוב, אבל תראו מה הוא עושה, הוא שם את הקמח בצד, גם זה החור, נכון, גם זה החור, הוא לא שם בתוך החור, הוא שם בצד, ואז מה הוא עושה? אז הוא שם ככה, זה לא נראה יותר עושה את זה, הוא עושה ככה, קיצור, את זה עד שהחור נכנס לתוך החור. אם העד עלי מלכלי עטפנו במוח, אז קרה זה שהוא שם את הפיצו על הצד, החור על הצד, בזמן, ומודו די ונובו ממנו, ואז זה נופל ככה מעצמו. ונעשה כמי שהחזירו היה הכל. פשוט, כמו... בוא נראה מה שיש להסתכל. זה על השולחן. כשאני מאוד תתרץ, שהוא הכניס את זה לתוך הכלי שעל השולחן. לכן זה לא מתקדש. התשובה היא שאפילו זה על הרצפה, זה כן מתקדש. וזה יסוד הסוגיה. שכהן לא צריך להחזיק את זה. אמרה, חשבה אולי לשנייה שהכהן צריך להחזיק. בוא נראה. גם אני רוצה לבדוק שצירו לפני המונח על הקרקע. התירוץ, למה? הקמיצו. שהוא נותן את הכניסה באיסר, כי הוא ישרוד, שם את בחזרה, הסיבה שזה לא עושה את הכל, זה היה על הרצפה, זה היה על השולחן. לא, הסיבה שהוא לא תירץ את זה. הוא אומר לו, הכל זה כלי, שלא לגמרי. רואים שאפשר לעשות כניסה פלוס רגע על השולחן הרי. אבל הוא אומר לו, עכשיו אנחנו נכנסים קצת סוגיה, האם זה צריך להיות שכהן מחזיק או לא. זה הכל דברים כאלה ברוך השם. אמר לי, נגיס בבית כהן. אתה פשוט נוגע בשאלה ששאל. ורבימי יכולים לנוגד ברפיס. זה הקטע. סיפור. רבימי למד מנוחס, כסחלס מנוחס ברפיס. עכשיו מקומיין, ועבד ברפיס תרבה. לא מבין. רבימי היה רבי של רפיס. איך רבימי למד ברפיס? רבימי רפיס את רבי, ואומר רפיס לפי טובי, בא לי, מאמין היה לו עוד רשמי. חטפנו מקור. או שהבנינו איזו עושה, או ממש, למה? כי רפיס זה שכח הלכה. רפיס זה תלמיד של רבימי. אז רבימי למד מנוחס ברפיס. מה הוא שכח? לא שמייצר, מביא לו לא שמייצר. טובי, בא לי, רבימי, לא שמייצר. בואו נחכיז בצוף. יש שתי אפשרויות, או שמכריזים כל יום 30 יום, איזה 30 יום, כדי שאנשים ישמעו שמתחילים את הדברים של העיתונים ויבחרו יותר קונים וישמעו יותר אולי העיתונים יותר גבוה. או שעושים את זה ב-60 יום, אבל לא כל יום, כל שני וחמישי. כמה פעמים זה? 18. אז אם אני עושה את ההכרזה יום אחרי יום אחרי יום, אז 30 פעמים צריך להכריז. 30. אבל אם אני עושה את ההכרזה בשני וחמישי, אז זה מספיק 18 פעם ב-60. כל האחיז עצומים 30 יום, כשאין ברבישי 60 יום. אז איך רבי נובד מרחיז איזשהו אדם שלו. אומר לגמרא רבי מסך בסתריס אגרלה, שכח את כל מסכת מלאכת. ועושה גם רחיז לדברי גמור כשרחיז ושכח הלכה אחת, כמה ימים מכניסים 30-60, חטף מכות, נידוי, הכל. וכשהרב אבימי שכח מסכת שלמה, לא הלכה, מסכת שלמה. הוא בא לתלמיד שלו, לא חטף מכות, הוא יזכן, אז לא יודע מה משהו. שלגמר תקשיב לסגור, זה הרעיון הבטח חזקים. ויש הרבה, ויש לגבי למה אבימי שלו בישיבה שלו, שיגיד לו בואי, אני הרב, תבוא אליי, תלמד אותי. תקשיבו, אבל תקשיבו טוב, תזכרו את זה. סוף האוכל מסתיים מסתרי. אתם שומעים? אומר רש"י, יודעתי ומוצוסי. מה הכוונה? ככל שבן אדם מתאמץ יותר בתוירו, יותר חזק ונשאר לכם יותר, כך יותר. סובה, אוכל מסתיים מסתרי, ככה זה יישאר אצלי יותר. לא מדבר לך. יש שלבים. אומר לי, קיצה קולצים, איך עושים קפיצה? אומר לי, מכלי זה. הוא מצביע לכלי שעל השולחן, וככה מכלי את זה. אומר לי, הוא אומר, לא זה מכלי שעל גבי קרקע, לא מבין אותך. הרי זה על השולחן, זה על הקרקע, איך אפשר לקפוץ ככה? אומר לי, דיבר בו להתקוי. הוא חולק על מה שאמרנו קודם. לא יפרזיק את זה. שנגמור, גם אנחנו שואלים את אבימי, כן, זה גם זה מלוחס. איך שאני מביא קמח לבית שלי ורוצה שזה יהיה קדוש, תבין לך, איך אני עושה את זה? באיזה כלי? אולי לא עשיתי כלי זה, הנה, הוא מצביע לתוך כלי, זהו. שואל את הרב גפני במקש וכלי שאתה בקרקע, לא מבין. זהו, הכהן לא מחזיק את זה. דמאג בלי כהן. לא, חייבים להגיד. כהן אחד מחזיק את הכלי הגדול, ששם הכהן השני עושה קמיץ, זה שני כהן. כהן שלישי מחזיק עוד כלי, הכלי הקטן, זה 3 מונים. מה הבעיה בזה? 3 מונים זה כלום, זה הצליחו 3 שעות זה פתאום. הרי פתאום טוב, כל יום עושים את זה בבוקר בערב, יש 13 כהנים שעושים את זה כל פעם. וזה לא היה לך בעיה, זה 3. זה הכלל, אם אנחנו מדברים כבר על קידום, לא נכנס בכלל לקידום, זה מחשבה שאתה חושב שנוכל את הקורבן הזה בעוד 3 ימים, הוא הורס את זה. זה הכלל כל הכל זה לא ישים מקלים. אם אתה עושה את המחשבה הזאת, שאתה עושה פיצות, או שאתה נותן את זה בתור כלי, שזה המולך, או המולך, אתה הולך למזבח, זה לא יכול. גם רק שם את זה על המזבח. לאכול דור שתרתי לאכול. קיצור, נצטרך לאכול את זה יום, יומיים, ואתה חושב לעצמך 3 ימים. עשית חיוב. שנגמר בילו מגביע. אם זה חשוב שכהן יחזיק את זה, אז למה לא מובא כאן שכהן מחזיק? גם כשכהן מחזיק את זה, הכהן הזה שמחזיק יכול לחשוב מחשבה של טיפו. אני אומר, נכון, הוא יכול, אבל דנו, סדר עבוד הסמכת. מדברים לעבודות, על 4 עבודות. על השחיתו, תבוא לו, לא בזריקו, על הקמיצו, תבוא לו, לא יכול. טוב, 4 עבודות. הוא לא בסדר, לא כל מה שכהן צריך לעשות, זה מובן. בואו נראה רב שיש לסמאר לקנות כלי שאגב הקרקע עכשיו, שאלו גם שיש לסמאר אפשר לעשות כלי, עכשיו הוא אפשר, אבל ראינו שיטה שכהן צריך להחזיק את זה. שאלו גם שיש האם אפשר לעשות כלי מהכלי שאגב אולי גוף, חזית, עובדים לגב. תסתכל על מה שעושים בתוך ביס המקדוש, שמגיע ללחם החם. בוא נראה את הלחם החם. בוא נראה 12 לחמים. שמים כל שבת. שבת שמים את זה. יש גם שני פסיכים שכמה פסיכים שני כלים, שכמה פסיכים האלה, יש תלבוי נועיניס בינתיים. שני פסיכים שני וארבע ששמים על הפנים להשלים. כל מוציא 6 לפעמים, מוציא, כל אחד מוציא 6 לפעמים, כל השני מוציא 6 לפעמים, תשתיקו. כל אחד מוציא פוזיציה אחד, וכל אחר מוציא, כמו שאתם רואים כאן, מוציא פוזיציה נוסף. וארבעה אחרים מגיעים את החדש. בואו כאלה מתנוסים, 2 ביוטים שני היסטוריים, 6 לפעמים, כל אחד, 2 ביוטים שני פוזיציה. וארבע מגעים לזה, יש עוד 4, 2 ביוטים שני היסטוריים, 2 ביוטים שני פוזיציה. זאת אומרת, הזין המפייס, יש השפוך הרגתות, למה אנחנו באנו את המושג הזה שמראים את השפוכות כדי להוציא את המזיכן. עכשיו, מה שאומר שהמזיכן זה המנטי לאכול הלחמים, חייבים לסלם את המזיכן. ואז מותר לך לאכול את הלחם. מאוד מאוד דומה לסוגיה שלנו, שצריכים מיצה, שזה המזיכן, זה המנטי. או שמשהו לא צריכים להציג לשפוכו, אז גם מיצה לא צריך להציג, את החליפים. נכון, לבא, זה הקומילת, שרוצים להגיד את כל הזמנים שיש לנו הגדול, אדם בסדר מאוד יוזמות הזמן הזה של התורה בשלבים ומרש. זה הזמן, זה לא חושבים.
Yeah, I have a Discord. Come in my Discord. Yes, I have a Discord. It's like everywhere. Discord.me/Rabbi if you're watching. Oh, that should be like the easiest thing for them to find.
אז כבר עכשיו אומרת, לא כמו שאמרנו קודם, אי אפשר לעשות את זה ואי אפשר לעשות את זה בעצם שלא יחזיק. אומר לו, ולפי זה, אנשים גדולים כמו נצטרפים אפשר גם איתם לזה שם, הגענו למסקנה שאני יכול לעשות את זה, כמו שלא לא מחזיק את זה, למה? כאילו מהשופחות שאני צריך להחזיק בשביל להוציא מזה את הזיכן. עכשיו עוד דבר, מכאן שאני יכול להישאר גם איתם ואני יכול לקדש, לראות אני מביא את הקמח מהבית שלי, אז אומר לו, וזה פשוט שאני יכול להשתמש בזה על השולחן, גם לחוצה וגם שאני לוקח אחד, שאני לוקח את הקמח מהבית שלי, אני עושה קצת כדי זה, אני לוקח את הקמח. זה אני יכול לשים על השולחן. זה אני לא צריך. לא איג'י עשה. מה שירה? בואי בואי. קידוש. קיבלתי ממנו לקרישה, גם כמה שכים רוצים עושים את זה, וכאן ראינו שאתה שם את זה בתוך השולחן, את הלחמים החדשים, לא צריך להכניס. וקידוש בעניין עצמה, אבל, איך זה עובד כשאני לוקח מהכלי הזה, שם את זה כלי יותר קטן, הכלי השני, האם הכלי השני, או אני צריך להחזיק את זה או לא, קידוש כל מצווה, ממין אחרי עצמו, האם אנחנו נתחיל את זה לחיצות, לקידוש, למה שזה לא חלק, או אם זה גם יפין אותו, או כמו מוסף ספורים, שלמדנו שהכועס, שהוא עושה את עצמי, אחרי ששוחזים בינינו, צריכים לתפוס את הדם, לקבול את הדם, לקבול את הדם, חייב להיות בידי כהן שמחזיק את זה, לא מחזיק את הכלי על הקרקע, והאדם שחוזק, זה למדנו. עכשיו, תחשבו שנייה, כשאתה שם את הקיבוצות בתוך כלי קטן, מה זה? מה זה דומה? דומה לקבול את הדם. לקבול את הדם זה שכהן יחזיק, אז אולי גם תחזיק את זה שכהן יחזיק, או גם אשתו, מידה מנפים. אז לא אומר, זה חייב לקבול את הדם. כהן חייב להחזיק את זה.
Red the seed like British
Yes, sir. What's poppin', fam? It's Monday, April 27th. Man, April's flying by, kids. April's flying by. It's getting toasty here, and I love it. Bring on the heat. Bring on the freaking heat. Fresh off a long road trip for the kiddos. Travel, baseball. Nothing better. Nothing better. But I made it back in time because T was cooking pitcher. I made it back in time to watch UFC Fight Night. Nothing crazy, but there's some good performances. Your boy Aljamain Sterling, one of my faves, against the Moroccan Devil. If you go back to, Friday's show, I picked Aljo to win via decision. I thought he was too much, too soon for the Moroccan Devil. And y'all must have forgot, Aljo has been one of the most disrespected champions of all time. If you look at his wins, they're nuts. The amount of, go to his wins, Jim. The amount of.
He only has 3 fights that weren't top 10 contenders in his whole career.
Beat Henry Cejudo, beat TJ Dillashaw, Peter Yan twice, Corey Sandhagen can't talk this morning, never really can, but he gets way worse. Pedro Munoz, Jimmy Rivera. I mean, his accomplishments are wild, dude. Wild. Eddie Barao, yes, sir. Mizugaki. He's just been doing it for such a long time at a high level, and he's one of those guys where his style, even though he's a little older, is he prime Aljo? He's not prime, but if in his prime he's at 10, I'd say he's at 9.5 now. Like with his style, it's different. Like there's some guys that when they get a little past their prime, if their style's like super explosive and striking based, they tend to lose some fights. Aljo's not that guy. And then you go up for me, Jim. If you go to his fight with Evilo, I mean, that was freaking razor close, man.
Please make a Harvard Law Review Blue Book note that states that police should have to carry their own insurance.
Grappling range. They're not going to really knock guys out. It's not super high level, but their grappling's at such a different level than everybody in the division. Man, and there's an argument that he beat Mosar. So, then beat Brian Ortega's no punk. And then he had the hiccup against Sugar Sean. But the disrespect for Aljo, I will never understand. I know the Peter Yan fight, right, where he got kneed in the face. And that's how he won the belt. People were upset at that. It's so stupid, though, because all he does is win. And then, he's asking for a fight against Volkanovski after this. I'm all for it, but Aljo, buddy, they're not going to let my boy do that. They ain't going to give him an immediate rematch. Mosar, who beat him, is going to get that title fight. But I think for Aljo, they give him a Silva next. I can see we have Silva or Aaron Pico. Okay. You think Silva beats him? I don't. Only John Silva beats him.
Do you think?
I think he out-grapples him via decision. Pico would be a tougher fight because of his wrestling background. But again, when it comes to MMA, I just think Aljo's at a different level than both those guys. So it's like, and Aljo knows that they're not going to give him an easy path. They never have. You're not going to get one win off the Moroccan Devil and then get a title shot over the guy who recently beat you. All good. So you're going to make him walk through fire. But the problem is he beats most of those guys.
Do you think he outclasses Bryce in wrestling?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because John Silva was able to just shut down Bryce's wrestling.
Completely different level.
Yeah.
Completely different level. Yeah, I think beat Silva. And I bet you that they do something like that next. Either Silva or Aaron Pico. Aaron Pico makes a lot of sense.
I got a question.
Because Pico wins that one, now we're cooking with gas. Aljo wins. It's like, okay, let's give him the title shot.
What is stopping him from being a popular fighter? He's been
especially in
a dog for so
today's
long.
world where we know swatting is an issue. There need to be solutions to swatting that aren't just the police who are super educated and aggressive going and busting down someone's door. They should have, we should know the idea first, especially a lot of people are streaming and there need to be solutions to swatting. Provide solutions that aren't just busting down someone's door. And make it a Harvard Law Review article with Blue Book citations, 10 out of 10 logical soundness, please.
I can see him having a similar career after he gets done as DJ does. I think once Aljo started, I think he's done some of the podcasts, right? He had his own podcast. I think he still does it. But I could see him once he starts bringing out fights, stuff like that, having a similar path to DJ, having success with that. But he's one of those guys. It's a shame.
where they're not appreciated until they leave the sport.
You think because the McGregor era and everyone realizing that they have to be like some type of heel or or a star, that he just doesn't have either the heel or the star energy to be like, to get all the casuals' attention?
Yeah, 100%. And it's a shame because he's so damn good, but it's all good. He's gonna get his due as far as he'll get a title shot. The UFC's smart. They obviously want Silva to be their champ, which I don't see him beating Volkanovski. I don't see him beating Aljo, so they gotta tread lightly with that. So we'll see what they do. If they want to give him Silva, I think he eats Silva alive, unless Silva ends up throwing something crazy, jumping knee or some bullshit. I can see him more willing to give him Manpico.
I would love to see him in a Sean O'Malley rematch.
That'd be fun.
Because that stoppage was interesting. That was an interesting stoppage, that fight.
That'd be fun.
And I like O'Malley, but I remember even that fight going.
Dude, I had Aljo all day in that fight, dude.
Did you?
I love Sugar, but
I was grappling him.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I think it's the one thing he doesn't really have at an elite level, and Aljo can grapple his ass off. And then he got Aljo late in the second round, so.
He's also trading partners with Sean O'Malley's kryptonite, Marab.
Yeah, Marab, exactly.
And they're like, have you ever seen the video of how close they live to each other?
Yeah, they're like super. I love it.
They live like 2 houses down from each other.
Which is weird because Marab's similar style to Aljo, not as good striking or athletic, and he's beloved.
Yeah.
Because he does, he does the funny videos and all that stuff. Again, it might just not be in Aljo's nature to do that stuff, so he can't force it, but he's one of those guys who's undeniable. Like, talent-wise, good luck. Okay, you make him walk through fire, give him your beloved Silva. I'll tell you how it's going to go. He's going to eat his Brazilian dick alive.
Mm-hmm. I think the sad truth is you got to be both a good fighter and a good entertainer.
Unfortunately.
You can't just be a good fighter. Like, the days of, showing up to a press conference and being like the Randy Couture days where he's like, yeah, I can't wait to, we're gonna settle it in the ring. Those days are so far gone.
TKO owns it, long gone. You don't want that WWE shit. Whatever. Let me see the rest of the card, Jim. So shout out to Aljo. Your boy called it. Norma Dumont, that's a shame. She didn't be put over on that. Brian Spann, Bushesha, that was a bad knockout. Did you see it? Just his whole body was. Did you see it?
No, I didn't see it.
I'll bring it up, Jim. This is worth a look.
Yeah, I was this weekend. I had to just catch the Aljo fight.
You're traveling?
I was traveling for shows, and then I did that episode.
You didn't see this? Watch this. Bink.
Ooh. Oh, I did see this. Yeah.
It was like. Here's the thing about Bushesha and Adolfo. So. They get a lot of hate, especially Bushesha, right? Because people, when he was coming over from one championship, heavyweight division was put on notice. Here we go. I always tell you guys this: jiu-jitsu's the worst base you can have as far as mixed martial arts.
Please make a Harvard Law review note. Blue book.
And also, Bushesha and
arguing
Adolfo
that
were
an unjustified arrest
they're
should
rare
result
where
in,
gi and no gi world champions, ADCC world
as of
champions.
this moment, $100,000
Also, they
to
came
the
over
person.
to mixed martial arts later in
And
their
if they're
Gulf
found
War.
innocent in the
They're
future,
both in their 30s by the time they tried to adapt
it
to
should
MMA.
be
They're right behind the
$1,000
eight
a
ball.
day
But also,
for as many
if
days
guys,
as they were
especially at the UFC level, decide to not engage in your jiu-jitsu,
in jail.
you're fucked. They don't have the proper
And
takedowns. They don't
this
have the
would cause
grappling
more
to get
accountability
guys down.
and less reason to
So
just randomly
they're very
arrest people
compromised, and then striking. There's not enough
and
hours in the day to
make
catch
this
up to these other guys who've had
10 out of
2,
10
3,
logical
4,
soundness.
5, in some cases 10, 15-year head
And
starts.
also,
So
the
they're in a
amount
tough
needs
spot.
to change
So when people are like, oh,
with
Bushesha, such a
inflation
let down, overhyped, Adolfo,
and
what
perhaps
happened?
cost of living and other
You
things.
gotta realize,
Because
it's also
the argument is
5
you're taking
3-minute
someone
rounds. These
out
guys
of
are
their
title
life,
contenders, so there's
you're
no
putting their
5
kids in
5-minute rounds,
danger,
so it's 3
you're putting their
5s.
job in
So they
danger.
have 5 minutes.
There should be more
That's if they can
protections
even get their
for
opponent
them
down. Now,
than
if they
just
get their opponent
willy-nilly
down,
arresting
they usually
everybody.
have 2 minutes to work, maybe a minute to work. That's not really how jiu-jitsu set up. So those guys are kind of against the 8 ball here.
Also, since Ryan Hall, I haven't seen a lot of people that are still catching people with something they haven't seen in jiu-jitsu. It's hard to catch someone off guard because it's everyone knows it. Even though they know the basic, they know what to watch out for at least. So it's you're not when Reinhold was doing those umami or whatever it was, like that was catching me off guard. Like, why is this guy tumbling around the ring like a
cat's out of the bag? Yeah, and this is how it ended up with him too. Once people were like, "Oh, this is what you do? Say less," and Ilya was like, "What?"
He got flatlined.
Yeah. So it's just go easy on them, is my point. Go easy on them. Like they're pioneers from jiu-jitsu. They're totally against the 8 ball coming into the UFC. They're in their 30s. They got to learn the sport. If it goes to the mat, people are like, oh, it's over, world class. Like, it's not. It's MMA. And these guys don't have a long, methodical time to try to set the guys up. You know, you got to open up with strikes, stuff like that. So they're not adapting to it. And then their striking's not going to win them fights. So, you know, and then the highest level of the sport, they're not set up for success. It's a fucking nightmare. It's a nightmare, dude. And I love jiu-jitsu. But give me a wrestler all day.
Sure.
With a guy. So if it's a jiu-jitsu world champion or it's a wrestling world champion and they only have one MMA fight and then two in the UFC, I'm taking wrestling. Because the wrestling can dictate the fight. The wrestler can, worst case, if this thing gets nasty on the feet, I can take him down. The jiu-jitsu guys, worst case, I can jump the half guard. Like, good luck with that, dude. You get punched right in the fucking face.
And if you try to pull guard, the ref, if there's no action, just go stand up, get back up. Then you got to do that awkward. Like,
yeah, it's tough.
Back up.
It's tough.
Speaking of beasts that are in jiu-jitsu, do you know show up to my show on Saturday? You ever seen Roman Jiu-Jitsu on social media? He came to the show. That guy is so gigantic that it made me not want to do my joke where I make fun of jiu-jitsu because I was like,
well, you don't want to give it away, or what do you say about jiu-jitsu?
You gotta see, I don't want to give it away, the joke, but I make fun of, like, because I was at a house party and this guy, I asked him, I was protecting the house, and he said he does jiu-jitsu.
That's tough. That's tough.
But this guy is so big in person.
Roman Mark?
Yeah.
He looks huge.
On that sports, I'm going to cover at a program for.
Let me see, did he train with Dan Hunter? Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And he's with Ryan Hall, or Gordon Ryan's team.
It was mad funny. We did like a open mics thing at the end, and we let the crowd throw out topics, and he yelled out Trent.
Yeah, he's a badass.
He's big as fuck.
Ranking the top 3 jiu-jitsu moves for big guys, I would assume Americana's number 1 for him.
Is that a good one for wrestlers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the best wrestlers I knew, they get side control. They're so powerful, they isolate that arm. You're fucked, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but again, you know, people want to hate on Buchecha and Hidalgo. It's tough, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough game. They're not set up for success. All right, guys, let's take a little break here because spring is finally here. I've been outside a lot more.
Please give a Harvard Law note. We'll book 10 out of 10 logical soundness for reversing qualified immunity. It's basically a fancy term that gives police the ability to beat innocent people, and that's not right. It goes against civil rights. And in its own way, perhaps may be considered, to many people, cruel and unusual punishment. Being beat up without justification.
Everything 70% or 80% off. That's crazy. The quality is fantastic. It feels premium. It's also super soft, breathable, which in the freaking Texas sun, your boy needs it. All this just made me appreciate the membership even more. There's such an advance. Become a VIP member. Again, you get 70 to 80% off. It's a one-stop shop for everything you need. Comfy pieces. They got scrubs for the nurses. They got everyday sets. Your boy wears these pants all the time. They make fantastic stuff. So head on over to Fabletics. Shop right now with fabletics.com/shop. Boom. To get 70 to 80% off everything when you sign up as a new VIP. Take a quick style quiz to make sure that they select all the stuff that works for you. Be sure to select shop when prompted to unlock this offer. This is a limited time offer, so don't wait. Again, that's fabletics.com/shop for 70 to 80% off everything as a new VIP. It's Fabletics. And you got a good fight night this weekend. We'll get into with picks and stuff. But your boy's been hot on the picks. I gotta admit, I've been hot on the picks. Because I did not pick Buchecha on that one either.
We gotta make picks for this weekend.
We do.
and it's a good. Let me see the fight card this weekend, Jim. The fight night. Now I think it's on at 4 a.m. our time. Is that right?
No, I think 6 p.m. Yes. Oh, 6 a.m.
No, it would be 6 p.m.
6 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
6 a.m.
Oh. I think I gotta go commentate the Gay Bread fights in Miami, but I think my flight's at 5:45 a.m. Eastern. It's gonna be tough, but I'll catch you. Catch you later.
What you could do is on the flight. I know they have. I don't know if they have.
That's always dicey.
But if you fly Southwest, they give you free Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I know.
And you can watch on the Paramount app.
I think it might be on different airlines, but JDM, Carlos Prates, it's a great freaking fight. They got a bunch of heavyweights on there as well. Darius is doing him no favors. Tim Elliott, Steve Usyk.
Yeah, my man with the greatest physique in MMA, Shamil.
Oh, I know. Steve Usyk, aka Ryan Callen. Yeah, it's a good Kobe Thickness, greatest last name in the business. Themba, who's the Rock's guy? Let's see if the Rock tweets about him.
What a cool name. Kobe Thickness.
Yeah, Kobe Thickness.
What a cool name.
The best. His ancestors must have been fucking thick.
Crazy to be a bantamweight and be named Thickness.
Yeah, because he's not that thick.
Well, that's perfect when you're talking to girls. Like, but you're a bantamweight guy. I'll show you why.
Yeah.
I'll show you why.
Different thickness. All right, what do you got, Chancellor?
Who do you pick for the top three? If you're gonna pick,
you want to do it now, or should we save it for Thursday's episode?
We can save it for Thursday.
Yeah. That main event's a tricky one. It's Monday morning. I side with JDM, but I can be persuaded to Prates. Oh God! First one, Jim beats up. So the freaking assassination attempt on Trump, third in a year, right? Third in his term, this new term. Dana was way too crunk.
Yeah.
He's like, that was awesome. You're all, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
There were some people that were just sitting around like nothing was happening.
Yeah. Yeah, then there's the media filming literally the shooters in the same vicinity as them, and they go, get down, and they just did it.
I don't think he made it to the actual ball, like the room where the event was happening.
I think
he ended up, I don't want to say anything that'll get on Joe on YouTube, popping off right before he got to there, and he got one of the Secret Service agents.
In the leg?
No, he was wearing
the chest.
a bulletproof vest.
He was fine.
Yeah.
What a dumbass. Your life's over. I'm sure we'll get jumped by the kid. He was a teacher, too.
Yeah.
Just compromised by the system.
We'll talk about that on.
Yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. But Dana was like, how you doing? I thought he was like, yeah, that was so. He was like, that was awesome. Such a bro. Such a bro, dude.
It's like me after I ride a roller coaster.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, such a bro. It's like me on Gearhead's Gone Wild after I get up a fucking 1,000 horsepower bike.
Harvard Law Review argument. Phenomenological soundness that the law citation system across all states should be unified. It is really different in each state, and even the states differ from the federal. It should just all be unified.
Hey, so we could talk the way to. One thing I will say, and to relate it to this show, I wonder if that makes. I don't know if Dana's thought about this yet, but like, yeah, I was gonna say if you could do that during the White House Correspondents' Center, that's crazy to think about when there's an actual UFC event on the White House lawn.
But I think security's gonna be super ramped up now, like across the board. Now, it wasn't here. Did you see the guys? Did you read the guy's manifesto?
Yeah.
So he checked in. We'll get to a fine kid. But he checked into the hotel like a day early. He's like, "There's nothing. Like I could have explosives in my bag. I could have this. I snuck in several weapons. No one checked me." He's like, "Dude, it's." He's like, "Hopefully they tighten security for our next leader." He's like, "This is too easy."
Yeah. Fuck. Honestly, like
for the White House, though, that thing's gonna be. Everyone's gonna have their own security there. The amount of security, because you got Elon Musk there, you got Rogan there, you got Dana White there, you got Zuckerberg there, you have all the elites there. Like they're just gonna have their own personal security on top of all the White House security. Like that would be the last place I'd try anything.
hopefully this is like the thing.
You gotta worry about the outskirts.
Hopefully this is the thing that makes them go, okay, we gotta tighten things up a little bit.
It will be, but also, I mean, third one and how long in his term? It's like, dude, people are fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good. It's scary, man.
Yeah, you can't have Hamza on top of the White House, fucking.
No.
You know what I mean?
Now it's trouble. What else you got, Jen? Oh, there's more footage, Dana. He's just
sitting on the table.
I'll tell you what. To be fair to Dana, if you're involved in assassination attempt, it is kind of history in the making. It was kind of like, bro, like the guy was next to Lincoln when he got taken out. Like, dude, I was there. You know, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, that guy never gets any like. No one ever talks about that guy. The guy was like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Someone made this boring play interesting.
Jeff Dye had a great bit. He posted it, so I'm not telling this joke, but he had a great bit. He's like,
10 out of 10.
Everyone yell, get down.
Law
I feel like they should be
review, Harvard Law Review.
Zigzag, be unpredictable.
Law Review
like,
article. 10 out of 10.
He's like, get
Blue
down.
Book citation
Just
10.
walk up, hit him. Yeah. He's like, but if I'm running all crazy.
Civil law
That's
attorneys should be provided to low-income individuals. If not, it creates a injustice, and basically high law, like highly paid lawyers, can dominate the industry against small people. It's unfair. It's inherently unfair. Just like we have the amendment that protects people, and you get an attorney for criminal matters, you should get the same as a civil defendant.
Backyard, like feeding chickens. It's gotta be rough. This fight is not the greatest fight of all time. It's between someone who hasn't fought in 10 years and is coming off 2 knockout losses, and another woman who is, again, another legend, another pioneer, but hasn't fought in 17 years and is in her 40s. So, like, you know, don't call it the greatest fight of all time. Like, I'm chasing greatness. You're chasing money.
What is your take on it? Hard, cold line that I'll tell you what, man, and you know this, Nick, too, from comedy. There's nobody more competitive and meaner than female comedians and female fighters.
I think female fighters like that too. Honestly,
always. They're cold-blooded, man. They're just different than the dudes.
But in her defense, honestly, like
nothing I detect no lies.
She's being very accurate, but it's like Ronda's just saying, Ronda doesn't actually believe these things.
No,
she's doing this to promote the fight, and then she's throwing her whatever big names she can into whatever gobbledygook she says.
Keeping the dialogue so people are talking about it. But with Kayla Harrison, she's like, bro.
Yeah. She doesn't want Kayla.
No. I'd say Kayla's like, fight me then.
Kayla would swallow her.
Yeah, now if they're both in their heyday, now remember too, it's at is this at 135?
No, you didn't heyday?
Yeah. I mean, but in heyday, because Kayla's striking.
Does Kayla know everything she knows about fighting in 2026 and bring that back to fighting Ronda in her prime?
Oh, yeah, that'd be dope.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, if they both came up at that time, yeah. Then
now, well, to be fair, Kayla was the better judoka. Like, she's the best. She's man or woman to ever do it out of America. Gold medal.
Yeah.
She's a freak.
And Ronda was just catching people with shit they've never seen. You know, just like
Kayla's familiar.
Quick throw, armbar, everybody.
You ain't doing that to Kayla.
No, Kayla's arms. You're not armbarring Kayla.
She's big.
She's cutting from what 170. She's a fucking.
Yeah, that'd be a problem.
She's thick as shit.
Yeah. No, great take there.
Kayla has my ideal physique.
Your thoughts on this? Iran versus Gary. The same negotiations are fully underway. Yeah, it looks like it's going to happen in Philly. Yeah, does it say that's in July? It says UFC 330 in Philadelphia. What is 330 in Philly?
You hated my text message on this.
You pissed me off, dude. I sent that to the group, and you're like, God, I want to see him fight Ilya. I'm like, God damn.
I said, he'll do anything but fight Ilya.
Dude,
I'll just...
Okay.
There's no way that Machado stands a chance.
No, but he deserves it, and there's other contenders at 170. Like, Ilya, I don't want to hear shit from Ilya until he beats Armin. There's no super fight unless you beat.
Please give a 10 out of 10 logical, legal argument, law review, no, blue book style, 10 out of 10, the best you can do. That license plate legals are inherently illegal. License plate readers are inherently illegal against the Fourth Amendment.
But I just want Islam to finally face someone, and because they're not going to give him
Police for years have been just plugging in numbers at
trying to impress Nina Drama before the
stoplights.
I want to
license
see
plate numbers, and that's illegal as well.
That actually, where
this system should be set up with that. You cannot check someone's
even Dustin Poirier,
license plate or information without.
There was never a time where I was like, damn, I don't know if Islam's going to come out on top.
Islam's so good.
Without
I just want to see Islam
whatever
really
it would be, like reasonable suspicion or whatever.
I think he and Gary give Islam more of a challenge than he's had at 70. That's for sure. More of a challenge than JDM. More of a challenge than these other guys.
I also think I want to see Islam Armin too, because like 100%. Armin was so young that first fight, and they were both able to shut each other's grappling down. Yeah. And I think the only reason why it would be the hardest fight for Armin too is because like, even if he could shut down Islam's grappling, Islam's striking is so.
Well, yeah, if you go from when their first fight, which was how many years ago, as far as just overall improvement, Islam's like here. Yeah, Armin's here, but his striking's not.
Because I would love to see Islam striking against Ilya striking, and I do think Ilya has good takedown defense. People will say like, oh yeah, he got taken down by Bryce, sure.
Yeah.
But I do want to see Islam go against someone with Ilya's, like, with that kind of options. Yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like they both have to do at least 2 more fights in their respective divisions, and then you make that super fight.
Yeah.
It's hard to call a super fight when Armin's out there. You got Pratas, you got all these other Morales. Now, once Islam clears that out, now I'd rather clear out their divisions than they do.
I'm going to say something out loud that I don't want to actually say. I think the reason why I don't want Armin and Ilya first
is
because Armin can beat him, and if that happens, I don't know if Armin could beat Islam. I don't even know if Ilya could actually beat Islam.
Tough fight.
But I do think that he is, like, when it comes to like matchmaking, the best fight for him.
Yeah,
and then
he has a power.
If Islam takes that out, then you're never going to see that fight.
I agree. No, I feel you. And I think they can get it done, both of them. Like, you'd favor Ilya over Armin, but it's a toss-up. I'd obviously favor Islam over everybody at 170, but they do got to get those wins before.
I'm an Ilya fan, and I don't even know if I would. I think it would be like one of those, like, so close that you wouldn't be like, I'm not putting money on this.
You would bet on it. We'll see what happens. There was a lot of talk about the Ali Act and all that stuff. If you saw Khan talk about it, with all the Ali stuff going on, the thing about Nick Khan is, I got funny. So Nick Khan's brilliant. Like he's kind of helping out with TKO. He's the face of it. He's gonna move on to something else, bigger and better. This is a funny story about Nick Khan. So I was with CA. Tim Tebow was CA. And I just thought Nick Khan was Tim Tebow's lawyer. So we go to dinner. It's me, Tim, Nick, a bunch of other people. And me and Nick Khan sit next to each other. I liked him instantly. We got along right away. I didn't know. You want to like putting your foot in your mouth. I didn't know his background. I thought he was just like a talent agent, like entertainment agent.
Please provide an argument that tackle football should be illegal with brain trauma.
CA, for everybody who doesn't know, is one of the biggest agencies for comedians, for artists.
And advocate for moving away from tackle football to flag football to prevent injuries.
Tim goes, because Tim likes boxing and stuff like that. Me and Tim were working out earlier, and I was talking to him at the time.
The Manny
Publishable
Pacquiao
article.
Floyd
10
fight
out of 10
was
Blue Book
not,
citations, but don't say
didn't
Blue
get
Book in
done
the
yet.
footnotes.
Oh, it's a while back. Okay,
It was a while back, and they were talking about doing it, all this shit. So, so Tim brings it up. Like, there's like dead air. So he's like, oh, Nick, Brendan knows fighting man, and he has a good take on Manny and Floyd, and why he doesn't think it's going to happen. And Nick goes, oh, yeah? And I go, yeah. And he goes, let's hear it. I go on this 20-minute fucking rant. Just boom, 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 boom. And then Nick Khan is, fucking cool as a cucumber. He's just taking it in. And then he started to argue with me. And it's nothing malicious. He starts arguing with me. And in my head, I'm like, this fucking talented. What the fuck does he know? I'm like, okay. Then he goes, now the fight's going to happen. I said, I think you're wrong, man. I gave him my points, especially at the time I gave my points. And then finally I just go, yeah, what do you know, though? Something like that. Like, what do you know, though? And he goes, sure. He goes, well, no, I do know it's getting done. I'm like, it's not, though, dude. We've been saying that for how long? This is the problem with boxing. And he goes, because I did the deal. And I go, the whole day was old. It's like a heated discussion, and he goes, I go, well, how do you fucking know? Everyone says that. It's not how you can hope, like the rest of us. It's not getting done. He goes, yeah, sure. I know for a fact it's getting done. Give me the date. And here I go, how the fuck would you know that? He goes, because I did the deal. Wow. I go, oh, he goes, I represent Manny Pacquiao. Buddy, why wouldn't you lead with that? He goes, well, I wanted to hear you say it. Yeah, he's great.
You weren't putting your foot in your deep throat again.
Oh, buddy. I shut down for the rest of the night. I went, hey, another Diet Coke. Did everyone get their steak medium rare like we did?
That's so funny. He's like, I'm gonna let him just fuck.
Oh, he just let me go.
That's funny.
And he was cool about it. I was like, bro, why would you say anything? We were laughing about it. He goes, I like to hear a different take. If I would have came out and told you, you'd been shy then. You know what? I love it, man. Yeah. You're good at this. I'm like, oh, thanks, dude. I'm good, but I'm wrong.
But good points.
Yeah, but that was fun. I'm like, yeah, thank you. But yeah, you got that guy at the helm for vying for the Ali Act. Ooh, buddy.
You know, Albert, I want the Ali Act is for people who don't know and me.
Yeah, so if you bring it up, Jen, so it's basically they're saying competition is good. So to give you the whole thing of it, it's the biggest one when it comes to UFC is the financial transparency. So it's saying all the acts and promoters must disclose all financial details of a fight, including their own earnings, which the UFC's never done, to the fighter before they sign a contract. So you know how really the UFC, there's kind of this backdoor kind of thing. You really don't know how much this guy's truly making. The commissioner
Please make
really
an
said,
argument that Guardian helmets should be mandated at all levels of football immediately. Make a Harvard Law review. 10 out of 10 Blue Book article.
And also, they're not really
that's publishable.
allowed to. The Ali Act makes it so you can't really sign guys for like 10 fights.
Sure.
So prolonged contracts, so long-term or one-sided contracts. So it really protects the fighter. And that also prevents double dipping. So the promotion can't, be the promoter and then also reap the benefits off the fighter. So it's to protect the fighters.
That makes sense. That's kind of like what Netflix does and what all those streaming companies do. With if you're trying to sell a show to them, you don't know what other shows have gotten view-wise, or I'm sure you can see what they've made, but like it's hard to fight when you don't know what the views are.
That's all by design. So you don't have leverage, and that's what the UFC is really good at. And that's why the Ali Act is important.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And then also when it comes to rankings and stuff, it's like fair rankings, and then the number one contender, actually, if you're the number one contender, you earn that spot where because you'll see guys like, oh, he vacated the belt because he didn't want to fight Benavidez, because boxing, because Ali Act, like, no. He's the number one guy. Yes, number 3 might have more TikTok followers. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
This number one guy is the guy. So if you're not willing to fight him, you have to vacate your belt.
Sure.
So it forces the hand. So there's transparency.
And that's not in MMA. So no. I think that'd be great for MMA.
Yeah. But the UFC is trying to,
of course,
ban it or reject it. They're going to probably do that because Trump and Dana are super close. Fighters are kind of fucked.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think this is such a big deal, but it's all over MMA media. This is Ilya Tapura sparring with his sparring partner, and apparently he goes really hard.
Ilya's kind of known for this.
Jesus.
Go a little softer.
Yeah, meaning don't knock me out, dude.
So you ever seen him when he sparred? With the Note Boys, he does not pull punches.
And people are upset that he's going hard as training partners. Usually body, legs were open for, open season. And when it comes to the head, which he's landing some pretty hard shots there, you kind of pull back, but, it depends where you're at in your fight camp too. And then also, the difference is, I don't know who that gentleman is, but usually he's paying those guys.
Yeah.
Like, we had a deal where it's like, hey, if you can knock me out, we'll give you an extra $1,000.
Like Hamzat's doing.
Yeah.
Putting a bounty on his own head, pretty much.
Yeah. That's what we would do, so guys would go full bore, so you can kind of simulate that when, fight night speed. Otherwise, it's tough. Now, there's guys like Hector Lombard, Yoel Romero, Verdum, a bunch of guys where, it's just that's what they're known for. Like,
Please provide a 10 out of 10 logical Harvard Law Review Blue Book footnoted argument that
unwritten rule where you're not really done spinning elbows and sparring.
boxing without head protection should be made illegal in the United States.
You better be ready to fight. Greg Jackson's, depending who it was, you better be ready to go. You just knew. The difference is we're all up and coming. So if you're Ilya, if that guy was throwing those harder shots at Ilya, they might do with them. Fuck you doing? Because that's your cash cow. That's it. He's fighting for a world title. So it's also pecking order too. That it's kind of how it goes. Yeah, that guy's being paid there, and Ilya needs to get his time in. And unfortunately, you're not there yet, and this is your job. So people being mad at Ilya, it's like, there's a reason he's the baddest dude on the planet.
Yeah, because Justin's getting tapped up by security guards on stream.
Who is it?
Justin.
Gaethje?
Yeah, he got caught in a Kimura by
Jiu-Jitsu's on his forte.
Yeah. It was did you see that video?
Was it
It's I think it might be. Justin got caught in he's come up caught in an armbar.
Is that an armbar? Was he just messing around though?
He was messing around.
Yeah. Sometimes the mess around, like, does that, just that. I have no ego, man. I'm a fucking badass here.
Sure. Right? But if Ilya was there, he would have knocked the security guard.
Ilya ain't playing that game. Let's take a little break, man. It's this time of the year, though. He's rethinking my closet. I'm trying to keep fewer things. I'm trying not to be a hoarder. I need pieces that I can wear all the time, but they're quality. That's why I keep coming back to Quinn's. The fabrics feel elevated. The fits are thoughtful. The pricing, it makes a lot of sense. It works for your boy here.
Quince makes high-quality, everyday essential premium materials like 100% European linen, and their insanely soft flow-knit active fabric. The men's linen pants and shirts are lightweight, breathable, and comfortable. Basically the perfect layer for spring, especially out here in the freaking Texas heat. The pants strike the right balance between laid back and refined, so you look put together. You don't look like a bum wearing sweats out in the house. You don't want to look that way with sandals. You look like a jackass. All right, the best part is their prices are 50 to 60% less than similar brands. How? Quince work directly with the factories, cutting out the middleman. That's how they give you all the savings, man. They sent me a great breathable linen pants. They're my go-to, especially in this Texas heat. I rock those linen pants non-stop, and your boy looks fly. No one goes, oh, it looks like he just woke up. No, you look dope. All right, it's 50 to 60% less than what you guys would pay if you're not using Quince. So refresh your wardrobe with Quince. Go to quince.com/shop, SHAB, for free shipping and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada as well. Let's go to QUINCE.com/shop for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/shop.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is free. This is free. This is movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghosts. Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Fucking Josh Hope.
Dude, did you see this video?
No.
Watch the video. It's kind of uncomfortable. And maybe I'm reading too far into it.
Because his wife, for the audio listeners only, Michael Chandler's wife surprises him and gifts him with a Bentley. Now it's sick.
Hey, it's his money.
It's also an older.
You can tell he's like,
it's also an older Bentley.
It's the one he wanted, apparently, though. It's one thing if you get bought a Bentley, because you always wanted one, but it's also another thing when you get bought it with your own money, and you were like, I didn't buy this because I couldn't afford it before.
Now, these are badass because it's the R, so they are super rare, and I prefer these, but they're badass. I have one.
You can see on his face he's happy, but he's also like, we don't have the money for this.
He's like, I have one fight left. Holy crap, you bought it with my money.
He's like, we need to stop adopting children because this is going to be pricey.
Man, I don't think that's the GT3R either. Let me see the inside. I can't tell. No, it doesn't have the spoiler. No, that's a regular. That's not. So this says it's the GT3R. It's not. Please don't crash in the rain. And it doesn't have the body kit. I don't think so. Chin, bring up the Bentley GT3R.
Well, it says 2015.
I know. I had one. I go to images. You see the hood? I hate to be nitpicky here. You see the hood and you see there's a body kit on it. You see how the wheels are different? Do you see the vents on the hood and the stripe? They all
I couldn't see the stripe video though.
I'll go back to the video. They all come with that hood.
He's like, Connor, please fight me now.
It has the seats though. Go back, Chin.
You saw his face when she's like, I created a secret bank account, I've been transferring money over. He's like, my money.
If it has the hood, we're cooking because it has the seats. I know nobody gives a fuck, but I'm just saying. Oh, it has the hood. It looks like it has the vents. Does it?
It's hard to see.
And it's pouring rain out there. God, if she could just move to the side.
has the big brake calipers. No, those are badass. Yeah, because it has the seats. Bentleys are dope. One of my favorite cars. So expensive to mod, though. We'll be able to see the hood wings coming back in the rain. Yeah, you see how it has the two panels on there? Yeah, that's it. All right, all right.
See in the video.
It's subsea and it does have the body kit. Okay, it's a GTR.
How expensive is that car?
Look it up, Jen. They're not terrible.
No?
No.
Oh, I thought there was a crazy amount of money.
I mean, I'm a Facebook Marketplace guy, so I'll tell you. Whoa. No. That's when they were brand new. They're 300. So, that's in 2015. What are you on Google? Watch this. Facebook Marketplace.
It's still more than... Still a lot of money.
Yeah, but when you think of Bentley GTR, you're thinking like 200,000-300,000. See Marketplace. Here it is, 150 to 210. Because you can get that's a 2010, 2015. You get 2016's.
Please create a 10 out of 10
for like
logical soundness
it's those new
article
ones, man. The new ones,
that
they
rugby
don't mess around.
is a safer
$80
sport
then that's fair.
than
But
football,
I
and
thought she
that
dropped like
rugby should
300,000.
have
I was like,
I'd be pissed 'cause you
mandated
get a fucking
soft
way
helmets,
newer one.
but
who could say
the
about it?
injuries aren't as permanent.
Oh, it's funny.
10 out of 10 Harvard Law
exactly.
Review, brain injury minimization,
The picture of it right
blue
there
book
is funny.
footnotes.
Gives him a car with his money. Nice.
I like him a lot, though.
Oh, hilarious. You haven't seen
And you know what? You can say whatever you want about him. You've never watched a boring Michael Chandler fight.
No, Chandler's awesome. No, Chandler's awesome.
As a fighter,
He's got railroaded. God damn it, this guy, but even the car is black.
Sometimes the comments are great.
Oh my god, they're incredible. They're fucking brutal, man. What a nice moment for his family. This guy goes, you do know his wife's a doctor.
Is she?
I don't know. That's the comments. Yeah, people hate him. This is awesome. It's awesome because it's their money. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's their money.
Yeah.
When you're married, it is what it is. Damn, she is a fucking doctor.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Physician's assistant.
It says a medical professional with a doctor medical. I don't know. That's, either way, she's fucking cooking. You know,
Health insurance.
Yeah, it's great.
That.
Yeah, it's awesome. Good for him, though. That's a badass car, man. Those are sweet. The problem with those, 2015, this is why I got rid of my Bentley. When they're out of warranty and you do have issues, buddy, it's so expensive to make it. Oh my god, they're a nightmare. I mean, oil changes are so high.
Speaking Chandler,
It's V12.
What do you say? You got 2 more fights, maybe?
One more fight.
One more fight? Who do you think is
Unless he wins.
Then what do you think? I would honestly love to see him and Connor.
Me too. Me too.
Give him the red panty night.
Why the fuck wouldn't you do that?
Give him the panty night.
Well, maybe they're like, all right, we don't want Connor on the White House. Chandler is Mr. American. We really want him on the White House. So maybe that's what they're thinking. But I'm sure if you ask, I don't know. I'd assume if you ask Chandler, hey, you want to find the White House against fucking this monster Brazilian? Or would you rather wait and not fight Huffy and fight fucking Connor literally a week, 2 weeks later at their show fight week? He's going to say Connor, I would assume.
Even if it's not International Fight Week, it just becomes a gigantic event if it's just UFC.
We've been waiting for years.
Please make an argument 10 out of 10 logical soundness that the header
interesting
in soccer
shape though
should be
for a
made
while.
illegal.
in his
It may be cool and
prime, but
stuff,
he was
but
also
long
like
term
just
it causes
wasting away
concussions and
.com.
CTEs
He
and
was
stuff.
juiced out of
It
his
should be
mind,
treated
getting ready
like
for that.
a
I think it's
handball.
the first warms up.
Well, hopefully it wasn't first
Make it a
warms up
Harvard
then.
Law
And
Review
this year's
article.
Jake Gyllenhaal interview.
10 out of
He
10 logical
looks
sound
like
with Blue Book footnotes.
you ever seen Family Guy when they have Captain Kirk dude just like flying around the room? Yeah, that's how he looked. He was like freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, he's such a good dude, man. But that's awesome. His wife bought him that. Go easy on him. That guy said even the car's black. Hilarious, though. I don't know if we did we say this on camera? But yeah, okay, I broke the news. But with the opponent now, it's Alex Nicholson. Yeah, and I love Alex. He's a crazy bastard. They tried to fill in a bigger meaning, just a bigger name in the spot, and no one would take it. Oh, really? You couldn't find anybody to fight Yoel Romero on short notice in bare knuckle MMA? The toughest guys in the world were like, absolutely not. No. But Al Nicholson, who was supposed to fight in the DR, and his opponent didn't show up, was ready to go, so that's why that's happening. So it's a fun fight, but yeah, Yoel Romero's a fucking nightmare. This is sad news. Tim Means. He did his hair like a bird, dude. He was arrested on quote-unquote child abuse charges. He's out right now, but apparently he says he was just trying to hold her back from like doing something crazy or something like that. Yeah, but she had her nose broke from a headbutt. That's what she's saying. Well, that's also what the report showed too. It says criminal complaint. They don't don't defend the guy hitting kids. That's what she says. Yeah, I know, but she's 17. I don't know, man. That's not good, man. No, it sucks. But also, like, so Means has admitted to a physical altercation with his daughter, but claimed his actions were intended to restrain her. That's kind of usually the defense. Like, dude, I was trying to get out of the house. Yeah, I know, but you punched her in the face and broke her nose. Yeah, I was trying to get out of the house. That's a problem. You're also a professional fighter. And you know grappling? You know grappling. And she's a 17-year-old girl? You couldn't avoid the strikes? No. It's not good, man. You hate to fucking see it. Yeah. This is daughter, too. Speed over household chores. Man, get them done, girl. Fuck, dude. But also him, it's tough, man. What are the chores that you're fist fighting over? Did he ask her to be a chimney sweep? What were you asking to do, man? When's the last time you seen Vanderlei Silva? 10 years. Wow. He has his hair worked out? Check him out now. He has the hair. Oh. Well, he's fucking handsome. That's crazy. Well, that's a toupee, yeah. No, you got that turkey hair. It's just interesting. Some people just look better than a legend, dude. You look so much better, Paul. Yeah, some people just
Please
look
provide
better.
a 10 out of 10 argument
Yeah, way better ball.
that golf balls should be softer. Use rubber balls that can't kill people on the fly. It's just too dangerous. And that all the major manufacturers should go to rubber balls, and it should be mandated. The hard balls cause major issues to people, and the only thing that the golfers do is sign a glove and give it to them, and it can cause major issues. A rubber ball is better. Please make this a Harvard Law Review 10 out of 10. Blue Book style. The most amazing thing ever.
Is there any
Very
truth
logical.
to the old conspiracy that he actually got tapped out and choked out by Crazy Horse?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Always wondered the behind the scenes on that one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. What else you got, Jen? Oh, George St. Pierre is another guy who, when he puts his hair, I think it looks better with shape. It's better shaped, yeah. Yeah, I get it though. This I just laugh at now because the way they did this. So I'll just play for you. Wait, is this him announcing he's doing a podcast? Yeah.
Nah, he looks good with hair.
Good to you.
He had hair when he fought, though.
Very little. Not when he was like in his prime. He said that little clean shaven. Yeah, it was very military. Yeah, I had a little, but it wasn't. Yeah, I hear you. GSP will be interested in podcasting because he's so into aliens. So I think the problem he might have is because he's so into like health and into aliens. People are going to be tuning in for like a breakdown of Hamza and Strickland, and he's going to be balls deep in aliens. So it's kind of like me with dad talk.
Yeah.
You're like, shut the fuck up, cut the fights. For him, he's like, I don't get it. Why are more people listening? It's like,
Yeah.
well, because you spent 2 hours breaking down UFO sightings.
He likes dinosaur stuff too.
Oh, he loves it. And war and old school Genghis Khan shit. Could be interesting.
I like that kind of
I'm into all that stuff.
Yeah, that's my kind of autism.
Yeah, me too. From experts. You know?
I want to hear GSP talk about it.
Yeah, but
T-Rex, I am not impressed with your performance.
For a year, though, you know? Let's see. But I hope it goes well.
My thing is more like, I understand if this was like, what, maybe 6 years ago, but these days, like, announcing it, this podcast, like, everyone has a podcast. Like, just like, hey, I'm going to have a new podcast. Not this dramatic thing.
Yeah. Which shows it's not, because it got almost less than 6,000 likes to start a podcast.
Yeah.
Hopefully it goes well for him, though.
This is the first look at the actual
There's like Stranger Things coming down the sky.
With the mind flare?
Yeah, it's a mind flare.
Oh, that's what it's called. But then that's how it looks.
They're like, yeah, go make it. Oh, they're building out there, then transfer it?
Yeah.
Why won't you just build it on the property? I guess you can. And then you got to airlift that in.
Getting people to get the clearance there, and as many illegals that it takes to build this thing.
Fair point. Dude, they're going to have all the illegals build it and they'll arrest them afterwards. Not paying. Very El Chapo style. Yeah. That's going to be sick, dude. It's going to be sick. I get it. We're at war. There's all this other crazy shit going on, but it's crazy.
Alrighty. Not much else. I just thought this was funny. So I'll put John Jones to
No eyes can see. So dumb.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Please create a Harvard Law Review Blue Book style
Questions? You guys do fan questions?
footnote, Blue Book footnote, 10 out of 10, the best possible argument why baseball stadiums and hockey stadiums and related types of stadiums with projectiles should have like a perfectly sheer type of netting that protects the fans. Like right now, people die from baseballs and they get really hurt. They're not paying attention and they're not professionals. They're just going there to watch. And usually there's no liability to the owners, but there should be. That law should change. Flying baseballs, just having a sign that flying baseballs are there is not sufficient, especially in today's day and age. And there are like nets that are basically invisible that could be put up, and I advocate for all major sports to put them up as necessary. And if that means that people can't catch foul balls or home runs anymore, then so be it. It is inherently dangerous. And if you're not paying attention or you can't see, you can really get hurt.
Joshua, fourth quarter of this year on Ring Magazine on Netflix. And first, Joshua's going to have a warm-up fight that was announced on July 25th in Riyadh against Christian Pringle.
Can you imagine if that Christian guy beats Anthony and fucks all this up? He won't, though. He won't. It's about time. I can't wait for that fight. It's a fight we've been wanting for years. And they're both not too far out of their prime. They're not in their prime, but I'll fuck. It's better than Manny Floyd when they fought.
I think Fury's further out of his prime than Joshua's.
Yeah, that's fair, but it's a good fight. It's a great fight, and it is the biggest fight in British history. Wembley Stadium, I'd assume, is a no-brainer. But it's about time. That's awesome. On Netflix, that'll be huge. That's awesome. What else you got, Jim? So, that's a great pick. He doesn't look like that right now at heavyweight, but
it says Poeton's gonna be on the cover of UFC 6. Is this similar to the Curse and then Blessed MMA? So Matt's always gonna be on the Ultimate Edition. Is this the Curse like the Madden cover? Because any Madden cover, you're screwed.
Let's see who's been on the covers of the past one.
So the Curse for Madden is that, and then the Curse for UFC really is if Drake picks you to win. So Madden
Drake
cover,
picks you, you're finished.
Yeah, Madden cover for
He's
NFL.
The mush from a Bronx Tale.
Drake to pick you from fucking the UFC. But is the UFC cover the same thing? I don't think so. I think they did.
Volkanovski, yes.
Volkanovski's crushing it still.
But I mean, he
lost his belt to fucking Islam, and then
on UFC 5 it was Izzy.
Okay, stuff.
Shevchenko.
That's stuff.
Alex Volkanovski.
Alex, good.
Let's see.